Fellow Falcoholics, what is up? Welcome to day 2 of the Falcoholic Lives Falcons NFL Draft Party 2024. I'm your host, Kevin Knight, and I'm here with my co-host, Adnan Ikic at Say Which Way. Adnan, how are we doing tonight?
Mad. But
Still mad, yeah.
Yeah, still upset, still angry, but you know what? Ready for night 2, ready to see potentially 3 more new Falcons tonight, and praying that the Falcons don't continue to fuck this up.
That would be most welcome. And guys, we have a whole host of guests joining us tonight that I will get to in just a moment. We're excited to have you guys here. Welcome in. As Roger Goodell is actually somewhat on time tonight, so maybe we'll actually start getting some picks here in a minute. Before we do, because I don't want to delay us in the slightest once the picks start flying, real quick, want to bring you guys a word from tonight's sponsor, betonline.ag. Folks, BetOnline is your number one source for all your summer sports this season, including MLB, golf, NBA, and NHL playoffs. You can get all the latest stats, news, scores, and odds available as you follow your favorite teams on their path to the playoffs, path to the championships. Get the latest odds and lines, including the latest team matchups, player props, and odds on just about every sport out there. One prop you probably couldn't get: Michael Penix to the Falcons at any money. So no money to be made there. I'm sure someone's very salty that they couldn't get that Michael Penix plus 10,000 odds, but. No matter what your betting needs are, whether it's Michael Penix or you got those second round picks you got to get in, head to that website today, betonline.ag, or use your mobile device to get in on the action. BetOnline, where the game starts. All right. Well, we got a full house here tonight, starting with the first one on my list, not necessarily in order of joining. We have Aaron Freeman. He is at Locked On Falcons. Aaron, welcome to the show. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good. I'm not as mad as Adnan is, but I'm more anxious at this point in time because now I need to see this plan come together, not only tonight, but also, when the actual football games are played. So, at peace, relatively speaking, as much peace you can be when it comes to the Atlanta Falcons, which is really no peace, but it's just like I'm used to this feeling for the last 30 years of being a fan of this football team. So I'm good. If anybody's worried about me.
Good. Yeah. I hope that we're all okay, mentally. It was a tough night, especially for those of us that had to deliver takes until 2 a.m. I imagine you were doing something similar, Aaron, but it was an eventful night, at least, and tonight will probably be eventful as well. Also joining us, we have Jake Gordon at Can't Guard Jake from Sports Talk ATL. A multi-year veteran of the draft party now. Jake, welcome back. How we doing?
Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry I'm not on camera. I'm not feeling too well. I'm going mobile. I think I'm going to go pace around my TV, which is like the usual that I used to do.
Yep.
But like I was saying earlier, I think now that it's almost been 24 hours. I think I've kind of accepted things for what they are. And I'm going to stand by the take that I don't think Penix at 8 was as crazy as Bo Nix at 12.
Yeah.
I don't think situations are exactly equal, but I can at least it's starting to become one of the things where we're doing the 5 stages of grief. I'm starting to accept this. So hopefully, 2 defenders tonight, if they take my boy Ladd, I would love that as well. I was really sad that we didn't get Roma Dudze, so I'll still take a receiver. I know people will be really pissed off about that, but defense, receiver, I'm cool with either. So yeah, I guess we'll see. I'm a little anxious too. I'm not angry anymore. I might be angry here again in a little bit, but I'm not angry.
Not yet. Yeah, the night is young. Yeah, and we get Ladd in here. We could fill the dog quota that we need to fill very early in this evening in this process. So that's always a plus to that pick. But we also have joining us for the first time, we got Trey Sean at Trey3 Sean from Sporting News. Congratulations on joining Sporting News. Trey, how you doing?
Doing well, and thank you, Savion. We'll see how long they let me stay. Really appreciate you bringing me on Sporting News. It's like they say, it's about who you know. Thanks for having me here for the first time, Kevin. I appreciate it. I think I've tweeted out most of my Penix frustration at this point, and it's not about the man himself. It's more about, I'm sure, some of the things that we've all been talking about, and it's just kind of the process, the decision behind adding him at that spot. I agree with Jake. We really fell on the grenade here for the Broncos and have taken the brunt of the abuse by the media. So definitely happy we didn't land Bo Nix. So things could always be worse.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be worse. I mean, that's it's sad that that's the motto after day one, is that it could be worse, but that's what we're working with right now. So that's what we're gonna have to just get through that somehow. We're gonna survive. We're gonna get through this, guys. I promise. But also joining us back tonight, he is Andy Gallagher at Andy S. Gallagher, our UK correspondent. Andy, welcome back. How are you doing today?
Doing okay. Gone through the range of emotions as everyone has. Done the trying to fix the Falcons using the simulators and which picks are available. Done the researching future general manager candidates. Gone through it all here. So just hoping for if we can have a day where the Falcons don't embarrass me in front of my friends, then that's a win.
Yeah, big win. I could go with not being embarrassed today. That would be a good start, at least for tonight. It's a low bar to clear, but it's the bar that I feel like we have to at least get to. We also, of course, have the boss man, Dave Choate. Dave, welcome back. How are we doing today?
I'm running on very little sleep like the rest of us, so I'm borderline delirious, which is probably the right state of mind for tonight. So
yes,
good to go.
Yes, I gotta pull through.
Kool-Aid man, and I'm just gonna take it in stride,
Oh yeah, so. There you go. No, that's the way to do it. And we got 2 rounds to get through tonight. The Falcons do have 3 picks. There are a number of interesting players left on the board. A lot of opportunities to improve this roster, or not. Or we could just punt for 2 more years. Maybe that's the theme of this draft when it's all said and done. But I sure hope not. But we did get that interesting report. That was also basically confirmed by the team, which I don't know if I've ever seen a trade rumor confirmed by the team in the way that Brett Jukes confirmed that they were basically trying to trade up for Latu Latu. He was like, "Yep, we were for sure." It's okay. That was a little unusual, but it seems like
PR.
Yeah, that's.
I wonder
great,
if we'll hear that
work.
one as often as Sean Payton tries to remind us that he really wanted Patrick Mahomes in 2017.
We really
I think
wanted
I hear
him.
that
We
one
couldn't
once
get
a
him.
quarter.
Yeah, we just couldn't get him. Couldn't make it happen, unfortunately.
If you move up 1 pick, yeah.
Yep.
Between that and the way he talks about hacking into the mainframe in a 90s movie about the analytics, he's like, I had them isolate the data sets that said Bo Nix is the best quarterback. That's Sean Payton makes me sad in a good way. I like that.
Yeah.
Once again, we bailed him out. We have bailed him out again. I think I speak for all of us when saying, I like Michael Penix. I actually think he's a great kid. I loved his story at Washington. Washington was super fun this year. It's not his fault that the Falcons have kind of painted him in this bad light. I don't know. That's the best way to put it, but that Denver pick was Bo Nix at 12 is insane. I'm sorry. The dude is a screen pass merchant through and through. That one was crazy to me.
Yeah.
The worst part for me is I can't even laugh at other teams' picks the way that I normally could and normally would want to, because that Bo Nix pick was what are we doing? At what was that, 12?
Right.
I didn't think he'd be in the first round at all, but like Jake is saying, the Falcons took the brunt of the media, the media blitzing and the media jabs, because that was the main story all day. Turn anything on, it's just talking about the Falcons.
Yeah. Well, before we get the first pick here of the round, because the Bills are picking here, they're not trading.
Finally.
Yes. I want to go around the horn and get everyone's, one player you'd like to come away with today on day 2, based on who's there now. And Dave, you're in the top left of the grid that I've made of everyone's video feeds, so you get to go first. Who do you want to come away with today? Who's the one player you would like to see the Falcons come away with?
It was an offhand remark, but I think I would like Kool-Aid. I do think he'd be a nice fit for this defense. I do think the Falcons have a level of interest. I think he'll still be there in a few picks, I hope. So I would very much like to see that happen. It won't, because I said it out loud, but it would be nice. Yeah.
Yeah. It would also make my final mock draft with trades have a correct pick. So I'm pulling for that eventuality as well, just for that. But Jake, curious, do you have a guy in this class today that you would love to see the Falcons come away with?
Yeah, I wanted him in the first round. I'll take Johnny Newton. He's not going to
Yeah.
make it that far. We'd probably have to move up for him, but that dude, he's definitely not to the talent level. Just to avoid irritating Aaron here, but like he was like that Aaron Donald on that Illinois defense. I mean, he was like just a rabid raccoon in the middle of there. I love that guy.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. I'm a big fan of Johnny Newton. He's the one I'd be working the phones trying to get if possible. Trayshawn, I see you nodding as well. Is that the guy you want to?
Yeah, I would say Newton was like the dream. But I don't know how realistic trading up is. I feel like we can stay put and still get quite a few good impact players in these spots. I'm kind of feeling the college double stack. I wouldn't mind either Polk or McMillan. I'm probably partial to McMillan than Polk, but I'd be happy with that. Let's just get another Husky in here since we're already going to have Penix in the building anyways, and he's really comfortable throwing it up to any of the two that are left at this point.
Yeah. We're just gonna take all the Washington players. We're gonna get Bralen Trice. We're gonna get Jalen and Jalen. And we're gonna get and Bralen Trice, and Roger Rosengarten. We'll get him in here too. This will be the Atlanta Huskies. But Andy, who's someone you would like to see the Falcons go with? The Bills are taking wide receiver Keon Coleman, by the way, folks. But Andy, who's someone you'd like to see the Falcons?
Line continues.
Yeah.
From my perspective, I think if you look at Johnny Newton and you look at Michael Hall Jr., I think you could make a pretty good case that the two best pass rushers still left in the draft are interior guys. I think we're kind of at the stage where the Falcons just need to get good players. They just need to get players that can impact that side of the ball. Who Aaron, I remember we had a conversation a few weeks back when the Byron Murphy rumors started coming up about what would you do there. How would you kind of stack the defensive line when you've still got Grady and you've still got David Onyemata who play kind of almost similar roles. But I'm kind of at the stage where just get someone in who can impact the quarterback. And I think those are probably the two best pass rushers still on the board. So I'd like to see them go in that direction.
Yeah, no, makes tons of sense to me. Adnan, who's your guy on day 2 that you want to see the Falcons come away with?
Newton's a good one. I'm going to just switch it up a little bit. I'm going to go, if I could have anyone on the board right now, I'll go with Cooper DeJean. The Falcons really need help in the secondary. DeJean is fast. He's athletic. He has the size. He has great ball skills. Just absolute playmaker. The team needs more playmakers in secondary next to Bates and AJ Terrell. And yeah, I'm really hoping that the team does something to address the secondary at some point tonight.
Yeah, I think they will. I think that the strength of this day 2 is definitely in the secondary. And Aaron, unfortunately, you're in the bottom right, so you get the last take here. We'll make sure to switch it. We'll reverse the order next time. But who do you like in the day 2 range for the Falcons to come away with?
Yeah, I'm a similar mindset as some of the other people that I've already discussed, and some of the players. But now we're at a point. It's just like, let's just get a couple of guys that I actually like, so I can actually say some positive things about the Falcons draft. And so one of those guys is Ladd McConkey. Make the Georgia fans happy, win back some folks that were a little upset taking the wrong dog in round 1. And so get another dog in here, the red and black dogs. So I'm a big fan of Ladd. He's a fun player. Would like to see them add a little bit more juice to this wide receiver room. I've basically given up on the dream of the Falcons ever having a pass rush. So I'm just like, all right, let's just score points. Let's get yards. Let's make the fantasy people happy or something. Maybe something positive can come out of this.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's just, that I agree. We might as well just phone it in with the defense from here on out. We'll just try to score as many points as possible, which, maybe not the worst decision in the world considering how the Falcons typically have lost recently. But I mean, I think they just have to get, like, day 2, they've struggled on. Like, let's be honest. Like, this has been one of the weaker areas of the Falcons draft under Terry Fontenot, and this year it's like they got to nail day 2. Like, if you're going to punt on your top 10 pick, which, bold AF, just to make sure everyone is aware of our take on that. You got to nail day 2. Like you can't F around and find out on day 2. You gotta actually do something. You got to do the thing. So yeah, I mean, to me, it's like I would be working the phones trying to come up and get Johnny Newton. I suspect we're going to get the wide receiver run continuing because we got I guess the Patriots traded with the Chargers. Okay, that doesn't change my take though. There's going to be wide receivers coming off the board because the Chargers need wide receiver too. So I think we're going to see a lot of receivers come that could provide.
My boy.
Oh, is it? It's the dog?
It's Lad.
Is it the dog? Oh, it is Lad. Okay, well.
At least I got my take off before he got picked. So all right.
Yep.
Well,
yeah.
I saw the Chargers move up, and I was like, is this Harbaugh is he gonna double dip on the trenches and go Johnny Newton, Big Ten guy? Thought that was a definite possibility.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't shock me either. They're just like so desperate at wide receiver. Like it's barren over there, unless you're a big Quentin Johnston believer. Which I know. Who was it that was burned by him in fantasy? Was it? I think someone in here was saying they were burned by Quentin Johnson. Was that you, Adnan? That was burned by Quentin Johnson?
I was burned by him indirectly because
Okay, yeah. So it was like multiple levels of being burned by Quentin Johnston. But yeah, so we got 2 receivers coming off the board here early. So what is that? 4 straight receivers now. So yeah, I mean, this is kind of expected, right? I don't think the Commanders will be taking a wide receiver, but the Patriots at 37, they did trade down, but there is a need for wide receiver there. 38 with the Titans wide receiver need there potentially. Man, the Commanders, I feel like the Commanders are going to crush our dreams and take Drazon Newton for sure. Because that just like they don't really need interior at all, but that does scream like a Commanders pick to me. But it is Dan Quinn, so I don't know who's the.
Are we still trusting the Falcon scouts that goes to the Georgia games? It's he's not exactly been hitting home runs so far, has he?
Yeah, I mean, you got Justin Schaefer confused with Jamari Salyer.
I think they mixed up the names. I literally I
There's
can't
no
understand that.
This is my number one.
Was watching this incredible team as well and said, yeah, John Fitzpatrick's making this tech. Let's get him in.
I will never let the Jamari Salyer Justin Schaefer thing go. That had to be a mistake.
100%.
Absolutely had to be.
They will never admit it, but that's my conspiracy theory that they just got it mixed. I don't know what would be worse, them getting it mixed up or them actually thinking Schaefer was better.
I think it's the latter.
I think it's the latter.
Somebody who's watched every snap of both of them, it's definitely the latter.
I definitely believe it was the latter. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they needed the left guard.
We just traded up.
We saw Jalen Mayfield.
Yeah, we just traded up.
Ooh.
Did we?
Johnny Newton me?
Oh God!
Oh,
Please.
Possibly.
Please.
Don't
give me hope, Jake. Don't give me hope.
Don't give me hope.
But before we go, I do want to say the Chargers are having a hell of a draft. Alt and McConkey, man, they're cooking right now. But yeah, more importantly, let's see who we get.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's Spencer Rattler, right? We need another quarterback.
Aaron, why do you hurt me?
What do you guys think the cost was for this?
A 4th, probably, right? That would be my guess.
40,
It says
35,
we gave them our
4th?
third, and they gave us a
3s.
6.
I'm thinking one of the
Damn.
extra thirds, maybe.
Yeah.
One of the extras. I forgot we had 2. Never mind. Yeah, we gave them 79.
Okay. And then
got
they
a
give
6.
something back.
Thank you,
They give us a
Calvin.
6th. Great. We got another 6th round pick for tomorrow, Adnan. Yeah.
No.
Maybe we could package them all and get a 5th or something.
I hate that's just going to keep us on the stream for another 30 minutes.
Yep. Just, I don't know. That one might be earlier than the other one, so, therefore it doesn't really matter. But, yeah, it just give us that day 3 intrigue. But, yeah, what do you guys think? You think it's Johnny Newton? You think it's Kool-Aid? What do you guys think?
I'm gonna speak it into existence. Johnny Newton or Kool-Aid, I'm happy with either one.
I would also be happy with, which leads me to believe it won't be either one. It'll just be some completely random ass player.
I think it'll be Kool-Aid.
Yeah, I could see it being Kool-Aid. Falcons clearly trading up to take Spencer Rattler. Yep, that's definitely the case here.
That could be Cooper. I forgot.
It'll be like Jackson Powers John or something.
Yeah, we do need a center, right? But yeah, I'm curious to see what it is. The pick is in.
They just showed our 81 sacks in the last 3 seasons, which is by far less.
Yep, that's not great. That's definitely not great.
In fairness, 40 were last year, so
Yeah,
or at least trending up.
That's true. You know, that it's moving in the right direction. You know, the so yeah. Well, we don't have to wait super long tonight to get a pick for the Falcons here, folks. So
I think Cooper DeJean is a great player, but white cornerback would really get the fan base going on Twitter.
As someone said yesterday, he would be our Jackie Robinson.
A huge moment.
Oh man, yeah. I just hope it's someone good. You know, that's all I ask. I just hope for good players. Yeah.
Someone who's going to contribute next year, please.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be real nice.
Someone that I don't have to go away for 24 hours and think about to try and talk myself into.
Just, you know, that's our only hope. So we can potentially just bring a good player in. Yeah, that's all I ask. After yesterday, just somebody that we can talk about for at least another, you know, hour and a half until the third round pick comes around. That's all I ask, really.
We'll be able to talk about this one. I'm going to close
Andre
my Twitter browser from now on.
No spoilers. No spoilers.
Yeah,
Andre Rison's
I
in a
wish
white
I hadn't.
suit, though, looking sharp.
Oh, Rison's announcing. I forgot about that. That's cool.
This 2 straight years of trading up in the second round, by the way.
Yep.
They went up for Bergeron last year.
Yep.
3. We went up
3,
for,
right? Because AK.
Oh yeah,
that's
right.
They do love to do that. They love it.
We do see a trend at this point.
I'm all for Terry sending away his third round picks.
Yeah, maybe that's the biggest brain move of all is to just send away those picks.
Have we got a single good one yet? D'Angelo Malone,
Zach Harrison
River
is the representation. That Zach Harrison's holding it down for Terry's third round pick selections right now at this point.
Okay.
When Mayfield.
I've seen the pick. Have you guys seen it?
I have seen the pick, unfortunately, yes.
Man, I'm very late. He's still announcing. Come on, Andre.
Get to the point. Get on with it.
Okay, now I've seen it.
Yes.
Okay,
so
that's not the best player at his position available.
Yep. So the Falcons will be taking Clemson defensive tackle Ruke Orhorhoro, who I did mock to the Falcons in one of my final mock drafts, just with the third round. But when I made that pick, I did make the caveat that I thought he was a second round player. So I guess #profit for that. But yeah, it's shocking. I mean, I guess to me, what I was hearing was that Newton is falling because of medical flags on his foot or whatever. So that's has to be it, because I can't imagine that teams would have him going, you know, this low unless there were some kind of medical flags. But yeah, reactions. What do you guys think?
He'll go to the Ravens or he'll go to the Eagles.
Yeah, and he'll just be amazing. He'll crush it. Yeah. I don't think you needed to trade up for Ruke at all. So, I mean, I know he has fans and he's a ridiculous athlete, so there's definitely that. But I didn't really think that it would be necessary to trade up for him. But what do you guys think about Ruke? I mean, I like the player. Like, he was definitely someone I thought was a good fit. Could definitely play that 3-4 defensive end role, but just needs some development.
I watched him last year when I thought he was going to come out and all those other Clemson D linemen and whatnot. He was all right. I didn't really watch a lot of him this year. What glimpses I saw was fine, but like, yeah, as you said, like, perfectly solid player, but you know, I don't necessarily see him as a needle mover up front on your D line. He wouldn't be probably one of the guys that would be at the top of my list of this is my Grady Jarrett / David Onyemata replacement, and this is going to be a real difference maker. I think he'll be a solid NFL player, but I don't know if I saw someone who's more than like a low end starter in the NFL. But you know, again, a lot of that is more based off of 2022 than necessarily 2023.
Yeah, no, it's, you know, he is interesting. Obviously a tremendous athlete. I think his ceiling is really high. I think this is a guy that absolutely can be an impact player, but I don't think it's going to be this year. So this kind of tracks with their very future-focused mindset with the first pick, certainly. Now, Ruke actually has a chance to get on the field this year, unlike Michael Penix Jr. But, you know, yeah, I'm curious. Adnan, I don't know if you've done any work at all on Ruke, but
I mean, I don't think he's better than some of the other options. I don't know if the trade up was really necessary.
I don't think it was necessary. I will.
I mean, maybe they thought like someone else was gonna get him, but yeah, it's I fine player. But yeah, I mean, I can't. I'm doing a bad job of hiding my disappointment, am I?
So this happens every
The
second
Falcons-
round. We get all jazzed up about somebody, and then last year we were pretty excited about Bergeron. So there is that. But
I mean, this really tracks though, right? Like they, other than last year, because we did mock Bergeron in our last mock, or they go up and get someone that we just do not expect like one bit.
yeah,
And yeah, it's I don't know. Like I'm disappointed we moved up, and
yeah, me too.
I'm disappointed with myself for having that bit of hope before before they announced the pick. So that's
Yeah.
I'll be on the show for hours tonight. I'll talk about it, but I do want to give some of the other folks a chance to get their takes off about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody else have thoughts on Ruke?
I think this regime's been pretty consistent in that they get locked in on their guys. I think we've seen it with previous moves up. We've seen it with really every draft since they've come in, where the kind of speculation has been, okay, the Falcons could move back here and like still get their guy, and it's whether or not it's the case. I mean, we saw yesterday with Penix going early that obviously there was a run on quarterbacks happening, so you have to do that. But I think they've been consistent in that if they decide there's someone there that they want, like they're going to take them, kind of draft cost be damned. And I think with Ruke, if we didn't have Grady, if we didn't have Onyemata, I think you could see kind of a clearer path early for him to play. I'm not exactly sure what kind of he excels at. I think when you're watching him, he's kind of all round solid. I think there's a bit of disruption there. Like you can see that he can like push the pocket, but there's none of those kind of like dominant traits that you see of some of the other guys where you just see, oh, you know what, they're like their hands are just great, but they just slip past people easily with their quickness. And that first step just kind of gets people. I think he's pretty good. I think he's like he's a day two interior defensive lineman. So yeah, the trade up is always a little confusing because like you look around and you say, look at the different options that could have been there, and say, is it worth giving up extra picks to go and get him? Like, is he that much better than all of the other options that are on the board? We obviously think not. But I suppose it's difficult. It's difficult to look at the defensive line that the Falcons have been putting out there and say that like you're disappointed with them taking a swing at it. So I think that's probably the angle I'd take.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they would consider interior defensive line. I know we were talking about Newton. We'll see where Newton ends up going. And see how far he ends up falling. That might give us an idea about what teams think about that. But yeah, the official terms of the trade, I know, just in case people wanted to know, it is officially 43 and 79 for 35 and 186. So technically, Adnan, that's right before our first 6th rounder. So we won't have to stay on the show any longer. So that we can check that box. But yeah, Trayshawn, what do you think about Ruke? I don't know if you watched him at all or not, but
I know he's got Raz out the wazoo. He feels like a Terry Fontenot pick in that regard. Athletic testing wise, he's great. I saw him flash when watching Brian Bresee last year, but didn't really, I mean, kind of like how Aaron said, didn't really, wouldn't have expected him to be someone considered for starting caliber that you're trading away, a 3rd-round pick for. I just think that that's kind of a valuable pick that they could have held. I think the bigger thing just comes down to who else is on the board when we look at this. And then when we look at the next pick, we're going to, and we were obviously all talking about corner. There's probably 3 corners on the board here that are day 1 CB2s and have CB1 upside if we were to have to let somebody walk, if they, need a bigger contract that we don't feel like we're putting up for. So, I thought that maybe they would, if they didn't like Newton, I thought maybe like they would look at Michael Hall, they would look at Dorless out of Oregon. Those are guys where I would have been like, you know what, you can reach a little bit for that. And I thought, again, that those guys would be there at 43. I just don't necessarily understand the pressure from them to trade up for this pick. It's good that they got a 4th back in the trade, that it's not, a complete, that they didn't just lose one of their picks. So that is at least a positive. I think he'll be a solid, I don't know. I think he could be a solid rotational player as a rookie. I don't really have high expectations for him. He's a raw player. It's just a surprising approach, I think, when you look at the team needs, and then when you look at day 1, when we kind of went more of an approach of looking towards the future. I was just expecting somebody at one of the more premium positions because there were quite a few guys that would contribute a lot for us at this stage.
Yeah, the trade up to me is what doesn't make any sense. Yeah. What's that?
Dan Quinn's just got Johnny Newton.
Yep. So that was the very next pick. So they will be forever linked.
We'll tell ourselves that we managed to get in front of Washington. They were going to take Ruke.
Yeah, I'm going to take the screenshot now. The Johnny Newton right after this guy, and then Rowan say right after Penix.
Yep. I mean, they're really setting themselves up for something here. Man, it's I don't know why the trade up was necessary. That's my biggest problem. Like, if it took him at 43, I think it's like, oh, it's not exactly who I was expecting. But I mean, he was on my list of the best available players in the 2nd round. Like, he was one of the guys I was watching. But I believe he was. Let's see. Find out where his consensus rank was.
68.
68. Yep. So it's just like I don't know who was valuing him this highly, and like I don't necessarily think it's crazy that teams could value him in this range given his frame, given his athletic testing, that sort of stuff. I mean, he obviously a great athlete, but it feels super desperate to change the narrative on the part of the Falcons, and then they like didn't take the person that would change the narrative at all. So that's a little odd. Clearly, they don't give a shit what anybody thinks. So. Which, I mean, they shouldn't. Like, you shouldn't draft players based on what fans think. But, still bold. Still bold. All right. I believe we saw Jalen Polk come off the board here, too. So that's another wide receiver off. That was definitely a popular one for Atlanta. Yeah.
Let's go.
Going to the Chargers, or not the Chargers, it's the Patriots now at 37, getting Jalen Polk. So
Falcons fans dreamt of that. The Drake May Jalen Polk combination.
Yep. That could have been fun. I would have liked to have seen that at some point, but we can't have nice things. That's just the truth. So let me pull up. I'm trying to remember exactly what Ruke's testing was.
Well, I think the case for Ruke over a Johnny Newton is he's maybe a little bit more of a natural fit in the 3-4 scheme, right? Because of the size and length that he has. Obviously, you say that, and then you say, well, no one thought Aaron Donald was necessarily a natural fit in the 3-4 scheme, although they did play a 3-4 at Pitt when he was there. But sort of more that classic penetrating sort of guy, and obviously Grady Jarrett, we've seen him sort of fit into that role as well. So it's one of those things where it was like, well, if you could take a classic 3-tech and make him into an effective, 3-4 D end, Raheem Morris could do that, right? Given his success or continuing the success of Aaron Donald in LA. So I think that's the case for Ruke, but obviously we're sitting here going, get the guy that can get the quarterback on the ground, and that's not the case. I don't think Ruke is winning at this point, but who knows where he'll be in 2 or 3 years when we'll really need him to kind of step into a starting role with potentially Grady Jarrett and David Onyemata only on the roster for another 2 years.
Yeah.
I think I'm more upset about the trade up. I think we're really mismanaging assets, and we need these bites at the apple, man. Holy, oh my God, man. We just gave up a third to move up 8 spots for a guy that nobody was taking. Let's be real. Oh my God, that's what's driving me up the wall right now.
And even if they do take him, someone else really good would have probably been there, more likely than not.
Still got DeJean on the board. Still got Kool-Aid on the board.
I'll lose my mind when they're still on the board in 8 spots.
At 43, they're definitely going to be there. Yeah. So, it just bizarre.
I got some testing numbers for you, Kevin. He meets the arm length requirement. He's got 34 arms. So, it's really funny when you see these things be consistent. He's a 4.89 40 guy, a nice shuttle for his size, 4.5 shuttle time and a 7.393 cone. He's 294, which I thought he played bigger than that. 6'4", vertical 29, broad 9 feet 8 inches. So good explosive grade, everything like that. So the raw athletic ability is there, but
he's a 9.92. It looks like on RAS. So that's obviously a tremendous athlete, and I think he slimmed down for the combine to probably hit some of those numbers. But he is a guy I think can play against the run immediately if they need a 3-4 defensive end type of guy for the run. But do you trade up for that? They obviously view his ceiling as a pass rusher as pretty high, and maybe it is. It's just I don't think he was anywhere close to the pass rusher that Jerzon Newton was. Newton is hurt. Newton has a Jones fracture, but that clearly didn't stop the Commanders from taking him immediately after the Falcons took Ruke. So, but again, everyone has their own medical rankings, for whatever you say. But I know there was, according to Austin Gale, Clemson defensive tackle Ruke Orhorhoro at number 35 to Atlanta is now the biggest reach of the draft per the consensus board. The Falcons have the 2 biggest reaches of the draft thus far with Orhorhoro and Michael Penix Jr. Hey,
we're good at something. We're winning.
We're winning. Are you winning, son? We are winning.
Yeah. Once again, nothing to do with the player. Sure he's a good kid. Not bashing him specifically, but I think it really this is just going to be the assets mismanagement. This is really what's going to tell the story. You talk about these guys getting older, like Grady and Onyemata getting older. Is Eddie Goldman playing this year? I keep forgetting.
Allegedly.
We need bodies, man. Who knows? He might retire this week again. So we got to have these bodies, man. I just cannot stress enough that if we're gonna be paying Kirk Cousins and I guess Michael Penix this amount of money, we got to have some bodies, and we cannot just be giving up thirds to reach up the board like this. It's ridiculous.
The other thing, Ruke is, Trayshawn mentioned it, he's a RAS monster, right? Our RAS score, huge, and that's something the Falcons love. He does seem to be a bit more raw when it
as a pass rusher. Yeah,
as a pass rusher, but that's what's most important, in this day and age. My thing is how much. Oh, there's Tavondre Sweat.
Oh wow, pick 38 Sweat. Tennessee's like, I don't give a shit about that D-line.
We were talking in our last
guy.
mock.
He's been worried about them taking Sweat at 38 the whole offseason. I know he's going to go through it tonight. So I'm looking forward to watching that show.
Titans fool me once, fool me
Yep.
just keep fooling the Titans with these guys with these massive guys with off-field concerns.
We were talking about him as a potential fourth rounder, like how far
on the
is
final mock.
going to tank?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wow, and here come the Panthers, or they've traded the pick.
Oh, they traded to the Rams.
Yeah,
I guess?
to the Rams.
Yeah, the Rams are up.
Yeah, my thing is like,
That's probably true.
You sign Kirk Cousins and you're going again more so against that win now sort of mentality, because you punted on your first round pick and now you really need some of your day two guys to be immediate contributors. I don't know how much of a contribution Ruke is going to have in year one. I think it's safe to say, unless there are some injuries, he's not going to have as much of one as some of these other players that are on the board or that were left on the board. So I don't know. I don't understand just the philosophy of gearing up, bringing in Cousins for a couple of years, and then sort of just like punting on players, on high players in the draft, first rounders and borderline first rounders, to like develop them and to looking toward the future is great, but you're not getting enough contribution in year one, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, he'll play the run, but like I don't know what like, is it that valuable to get run defenders in the second round? I don't think so. But shout out
years ago,
yeah, we're back in the 80s now. But we got someone simply named 20 with a $20 donation saying, I've been watching you guys for free for years. Here's $20. God, why am I hooked on this team? Location of birth, I guess. Well, I appreciate the donation. We're all hooked on this team, and we live from all over. So you can't blame the city of Atlanta for that. I've never lived in Atlanta. So, we all just got suckered in. Yeah.
I'm gonna start handing out brochures on like the dangers of like Stockholm syndrome and like being part of a cult at the doors of MBS next year. This is ridiculous.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like, Andy, you're in the UK. You could have picked anyone.
I know. Don't rub it in. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
That was a bad choice.
Yeah, literally.
What can I say? Yeah, what can I say?
Yeah.
Oh man. Braden Fisk goes here to the Rams. That was one of the big Senior Bowl winners.
There's a run on defensive tackles, isn't there?
Yep. Yeah, it's been
we just start the DT run?
We did. Ever since Ruke, it's been 3 defensive tackles and 1 receiver. So
we started the quarterback run. So
yeah, right. Yeah. No, I mean, it does lend some credence that there was going to be a lot of defensive tackles coming off the board in this range, but
I trust their intel. Like they've shown year after year that they have this, sort of instinct of what the run is going to be, and they've done a good job of starting it. Did the same thing with Drake London, starting the wide receiver run a couple of years ago. They technically started a secondary quarterback run in round 1. It's just,
secondary.
I'm questioning.
You're talking about QB2 runs, or
the QB2
backup
run.
quarterback run.
The 24-year-old quarterback run. So I mean, they do a good job with their intel. I'll give them that.
Yep. Wow, the Commanders traded back with the Eagles. That's some NFC East on NFC East crime right there.
Oh yeah, real quick too. By the way, I know I don't want to go back to yesterday too much. I know we were talking about the Broncos and like other teams that were losers. The Bills are absolute idiots for trading back with the Chiefs. I want to put my flag in that ground right now.
Why would you do this?
Xavier Worthy 3 touchdowns in the AFC Championship against the Bills soon cometh.
Yeah.
Just wait.
Yeah, that's.
I feel like Keon Coleman is being severely underrated here. I don't know. I feel like him matched with Allen is probably the best quarterback that he could have gone to, because there's nothing better that, like, a freak like Allen with his arm could have than the best 50-50 guy in the draft. But I totally understand preferring Worthy. I probably would have rather have had him. I'm more mad that they let the Chiefs get him than I am that they didn't draft him.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know that they necessarily wanted, a specific guy, but yeah, it seems like they were like, oh, we'll take some picks to trade down because we're confident we'll get our guy later. But yeah, you just had to give him to the Chiefs of all teams. You had to give him to the Chiefs, man. Wow. But we got George Costanza say, oh, go ahead, yeah.
I just saw the leak for the Eagles, and goddamn, like, how are they so good at this?
Because they just sit back and let everyone else make mistakes. Yeah.
That's what like the Ravens do. Like Ozzie Newsome made a fortune and won a couple Super Bowls, just letting everybody freak out. And then like even like since he's been gone, like I mean they got Linderbaum and Kyle Hamilton just like, well, I guess we're just gonna like hang out here and let everybody overthink this.
I really wanted Kyle Hamilton. I was banging the drum for Kyle Hamilton a couple of years ago. I mean, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Great, but I mean to be honest with you, I think Hamilton would have been a better pick, but that's neither here nor there. That's a couple of years ago. But yeah, it's all these teams that consistently miss the playoffs. Hey, Atlanta, Galaxy brain it, ahead of Philly, and then the Eagles just make out like bandits.
Yeah,
they've completely rebuilt their secondary in a matter of 24 hours.
Now the Saints are trading up to 41. So we've had 3 straight trades now. This is an active second round, so there is that. I'm honestly like
Spencer Rattler.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yes, please.
Oh, I hope so. Oh,
you know what? Oh God, Jake. Yeah, you might be right. I hope so.
But no, it's I don't know. I don't hate the Ruke pick as much as I think everybody else does. Because I liked Ruke a lot and I thought he was a good fit. I don't like the trade up. I guess I'll clarify that. I think the trade up was a bad call, but I do actually like Ruke a lot. So just want to clarify that. But I don't think any of you guys were saying like, oh, Ruke sucks. It's more like it's just the trade up is the problem.
I think it's
gross asset mismanagement.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest criticism of that. Dave, welcome back. How's the write up going? I don't think we had that one pre-written, so.
We did not, for some reason, bizarrely. It's good. I'm getting yelled at on Twitter, which is nothing new. So
this is very familiar.
Hey, me too. Everybody's telling me to stop being negative. They're like, "Oh, this guy might be good." Well yeah,
sure, yeah. I hope so.
Mayfield too.
Yeah, I hope he's good.
The problem, which is, I pointed out that I didn't think he would be there in the 3rd round just because Mock said so, and somebody told me to shut up. So
I don't. He doesn't.
It's fair. I mean, I should.
It's literally what I wrote.
If anybody deserves the benefit of the doubt, it's the Falcons.
Yeah,
of course. Yeah, no other team deserves trust like the Atlanta Falcons. They've done so much to warrant it.
Yep.
I assume that's not sarcastic.
Yeah.
It's weird because you could have probably let him fall to the bottom of the 2nd, almost near the 3rd, and then done the trade up at that position instead of doing it at the top of the round. Spent a lot less capital, still got the. Just the asset management here is just really frustrating.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? When you look at it and go, okay, so we kind of came into the draft and thought, okay, so the Falcons need edge help, they need cornerback help, they need wide receiver help, and we're kind of through 2 picks and have used 3 of them because of 3 of the kind of top ones with the trade up. And we don't have any of those guys yet. So we've obviously got Penix, who we've all spoken about at length, who isn't going to play for multiple years, and we've now got a guy who we're kind of, although he'll get some snaps, we're kind of looking at as a succession plan to guys that we already have in the building, and it's like good teams can do that. Successful teams can do that. The Eagles could go ahead and say, you know what, we want to, like over the last couple of years, we want to get in our Fletcher Cox replacement, so this guy can kind of learn the ropes and he can be ready to go. But the Falcons, I don't really think have that luxury at the moment because there's still so many starting spots that are available, and we're kind of going to be going into it again, looking to see, okay, like my expectation now is once the draft finishes, we're going to be kind of looking around for those cheap 1-year guys again and hoping that they can that they can kind of cover some of the issues. But again, it just doesn't align with the strategy that we all assumed the Falcons were taking when they went and got Kirk Cousins.
Yeah,
you guys aren't going to be happy when you see the Saints pick.
Oh
Sorry
yeah,
to interrupt,
I saw it. Yeah, I'm gonna be upset. Yeah, I'm gonna be upset as well. But yeah, I'm already upset. But we're gonna gloss over that. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's pretty clear that the Falcons aren't in win now mode. I think the first clue was that they didn't really make any efforts to create cap space. When they could have easily. They sat on all their cap space. Like, essentially, they didn't touch any contracts. They didn't, extend Terrell. They've sort of decided they were sort of sitting and waiting, and that's fine. And it's like, okay, well, maybe they could do it later if they want to, whatever. But I think it's pretty clear now that these 2 years with Cousins are just going to be building years where they're hoping to have them be building years where they actually win football games, which if they win football games, then no one's going to care. But it's like I think everyone assumed that you gave Cousins this money to go all in with Cousins. And I think the truth is that they're going all in on 2026 with Penix. Like, that, they want that to be their window, not these 2 years. And I think, we can have a discussion here, and we will, because we've got a lot of time to fill, about whether that's actually smart or not. But I think it's this team is trying to is on a different timeline, and a different timeline than we assumed based on the moves they made. And the reason we assumed they were on a different timeline is because, it made sense to assume that, but they're clearly disagreeing with that, and they're trying to focus on the future in this draft. And with Ruke and Penix are very similar picks, in my opinion, except I think Ruke wasn't as big of a reach here. These are picks that could be home runs, but with Ruke, I think the floor is there of he's a guy that's going to be able to play the run for you no matter what. He will be someone who can come in and be a 3-4 defensive end, what have you, and play the run and be good there. But I don't know. What do you guys think about the idea that this timeline is different than we thought? And I mean, it's pretty clear to me.
Kind of late Matt Ryan era, isn't it? Than it is this kind of fresh new start.
It's basically 2021, but it's basically 2022, but they have a quarterback. Is kind of how I feel about it.
And I mean, you're right. If they're home runs, then we'll obviously be eating our words years from now. But they're swinging for the fences, and when you swing for the fences, there is, of course, a higher probability of striking out as well. But can't we shorten up our swing and hit a single or hit a double?
Can we get some people on base?
I feel like we've gotten some people on base by signing Cousins, and now it's all right, all you need is to shorten up and hit one through the hole over there. You don't need to swing for the fences with your first 2 premium picks. But I mean, they have their and the Kool-Aid McKinstry pick was just announced. Good pick for the Saints, as much as I hate to say it.
Yep.
We still need to address secondary. We haven't done that at all. I'm not confident in the secondary at all right now.
Yeah.
Obviously, Terrell's good, Bates is good, but we still need another safety. We still need a cornerback too.
Yeah, we need a lot. We need a lot of stuff, and they're
It's
trading away their
great.
picks.
It's great. You just listed 2 positions, and we used to have 2 picks in the 3rd round, but we don't anymore. So it's great.
Yeah. So we have that to contend with. But
okay, we got a quarterback yesterday.
We did.
Another one.
The future is secure, so we have that.
We
have that to lean on.
Kool-Aid against Drake London is going to be some. It's going to be some fun matchups. I think he matches up quite well with Drake, doesn't he? He the concerns with him were that he probably didn't test the way that people were expecting him to, but it's going to be a fight.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm good for the Saints. Taking players that are at the top of the board. Good for them. Trading up for players that probably wouldn't be there when they were going to pick. Incredible how that works out, but
Interesting stuff.
interesting stuff. I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know that was allowed.
Yeah.
But we got George Costanza with the $2. He says, "Enjoy the NFL Shop gift cards. I'm done with this draft. Why am I choosing to get mad in my own truck? At least we're addressing the trenches, right? No worries. I got 115 days to my Alaska cruise and 7 days of unlimited alcohol. Cheers, everyone." Yes, thank you, George. He's saying, let me clarify that I'm not mad at the pick. I think the trenches are a great place to build. I hate that we gave up a premium third rounder to move up for him. Yes, I think we agree with you on that one, George. And then we got a dog coming off the board here, Kamari Lassiter to the Texans. So there's one less dog.
There's a quarterback run for sure.
Yeah.
So I'm just also looking at the opportunity cost a little bit in this draft, and how would we be feeling right now if we took DeJean and Kool-Aid if we took Rome Odunze and then DeJean / Kool-Aid? I feel like the vibes would be much different.
The vibes would be immaculate. Yeah.
Those are
No
two
doubt.
players that come in and they're wide receiver 2, CB2, and they have the ability to take over for the guys in front of them if we need that to eventually happen. I mean, you can talk about building for the future by taking Penix and by taking somebody like that, but you can easily use that conversation and for any perspective when you're taking young talent that will impact and help you win games immediately. That is all for your future. All these moves are for the future of the Atlanta Falcons. These guys are going to be on 4-year, 5-year contracts. So the idea that you're only thinking of the future if you draft somebody that you can sit and let learn and things like that, it just doesn't really seem, accurate. And I mean, it's kind of like, I think Andy said, I feel like this is 2021 all over again, because I remember the sell. I remember the exact sell for year one, and it was, we are not here to do a rebuild. We are here to win. And that was the same sell this regime had. They went as far as to say they are in win now mode after taking Penix yesterday, and their actions are showing us something else. And Terry has taught us we got to follow what he does, not what he says. And you guys all said it right earlier that this draft is for 2026 at this point, or at least these first 2 picks are.
Yeah.
2021 Falcons draft son or 2017 Falcons draft daughter? Which one would you rather have?
There's still hope for the 2021 draft. Okay, there's still hope. There's a tiny. I like Kyle Pitts. Okay, I still believe. I still believe. Yeah.
But it's funny how much that's the perception of that has changed, because I remember the 2021 draft. A couple weeks into the season, criticizing, the saying it's not a rebuild and people getting very angry about that. And now nobody's happy, and we haven't even cleared the draft yet. So like we've become jaded, which is probably appropriate.
Yeah. So officially the Cardinals are on the clock now with Atlanta's original pick. So these are the players that would have been available just so we could test and see. Adonai Mitchell, Troy Franklin, Tyler Nubin, my guy, at cornerback. We got Mike Sainris still. So the corners did clear out a bit, but we still got Mike Sainris still, Ennis Rakestraw, and TJ Tampa at corner.
I like Rakestraw.
He's
got a little vinegar in his piss, man. He's a mean guy. I like him.
Yeah, he's good. I like him for sure. I
think Kamari Lassiter
on Wednesday.
Yeah, I think Kamari is going to be the guy who, he was a tiny bit slow, and people are going to be like, "Oh, well, he sucks." So, I watched every snap Kamari Lassiter's ever taken. That dude's a dog. I think the Texans, him and Stingley's going to be awesome. But anyways, that's my UGA rant for the moment. I'll pipe down now.
No, that's okay. I like Lassiter. Yeah, I mean the testing was disappointing, but it's it's fine. You just sometimes you could just give him safety help. It's not a huge deal. But all right, we got. Let's see. I guess we'll see who the Cardinals end up taking. Their pick is in, so they're not trading the Falcons pick again.
There's good corners on the board too.
Yeah, there's still plenty of good corners here.
Max Melton's still here.
Yeah, like I said, that was another one that was a little bit further down. But yeah, like Adisa Isaac and Chris Braswell. I mean, I wasn't super high on those guys. I thought the second was a little rich for them, but particularly 43. But it is interesting. So yeah, I wonder where the Cardinals go. But we did have Ian McCluskey with the $5 saying, Verse and Fisk, the Rams doing it right. That's how you replenish your defensive line talent. I do like that. I didn't realize they had the two FSU guys there for a second, but that is interesting. And Jeffrey Miller with the $5 says, maybe Arthur Smith wasn't the problem. Maybe it was Terry the whole time.
I've said this to myself. I'm just gonna. I think
like,
it's both of them.
Many people are saying,
It's not out of the realm of possibility right now, for being honest.
I think that 5 and be like, this Jake guy's making a lot of good points.
He's making some good
what
points.
Hurts the most is that Rich McKay might not have been the problem either.
Well,
that personally,
I can't handle that, Trey. I can't handle that.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't even want to picture that reality, but I'm like, is there a world where Rich McKay talks us out of Michael Penix at 8 last night?
He's the voice of reason this whole time.
Was he the voice of God?
But even if you look at it, and you look at like the kind of questionable decisions, because I mean, nobody has kind of overseen a worse handling of the quarterback situation than Terry, just throughout the process. Like, whoever you think is responsible for all of these things, but you do kind of look at it. Absolute best case scenario here is that it's probably that Terry's a bit of a puppet, that you're looking at it and you're going, okay, so we're blaming Arthur Blank for the Deshaun Watson situation. We're blaming Rich McKay for this. We're blaming Arthur Smith for the picks here. At some point, you need your general manager, like best case scenario, at some point you need your general manager to be a general manager. And we know that, like, on the kind of pro personnel side, we know that's his background. We know he's done a solid job for that, job with that in general. Like, there's been some good kind of free agent pickups. You look at Patterson and people like that, and he's done well with kind of picking up guys from Canada and some of these kind of lower level players. Obviously, Jesse Bates, great acquisition. Not that he was kind of under the radar, but at some point you need to start doing something in the draft. We can't just keep writing off draft after draft after draft and just saying, oh well, like, there's always next year. We'll kind of go with it. Yeah. So it's like, if he wants to keep being a general manager, if he wants to stay in this role, at some point he needs to start hitting on things. Otherwise, he's going to go straight back into kind of like a pro personnel role for the next 20 years.
It is wild to me a little bit just how, sports teams in general, and I'm not just talking about the Falcons, sports teams in general just have this sort of cult-like mentality among the fan base of, the team can sort of do no wrong until they prove to you that they have done wrong. And, people just have this default of unwavering trust and loyalty to the point where I was noticing in the months leading up to the draft, Arthur Smith is now gone, but every single bad draft pick from, the Terry Fontenot regime is apparently Arthur Smith's fault. And all the good
Even
ones, Terry Fontenot. So it's like people are just trying to scapegoat whoever's not there anymore instead of being like, oh, he actually was the general manager. So, it was like a dual effort, and they should both be praised and criticized for each of the picks, as opposed to, all right, well, Arthur Smith is gone, so, Terry can do no wrong because he's still the current general manager. It's all Arthur Smith's fault. He's already out of here. So it was just like, why are you giving him a pass for all of that? It just didn't make sense.
I'm on record. I'm on record somewhere saying somebody can find this footage. I'm sure. I'm on record saying how badly I wanted Brad Holmes. I thought Brad Holmes was the right guy because I'm so draft centric. But it was like, oh, Terry's a free agent guy. Brad Holmes is kind of the draft guy, because I remember those were kind of the two last choices. Mm-hmm. Well, then the Lions signed Brad Holmes, and then they took Dan Campbell, and I was like, oh, okay, well, all right, well, I'm fine not having Brad Holmes now because I don't want Dan Campbell. And how badly, I mean, Brad Holmes has done so awesome in the draft. I'm sure Campbell has a lot to do with that, but oh my gosh, looking at where the Lions are, I mean, we hired the coaches and the GMs probably days apart. We're looking where the Lions are at now. In the NFC Championship, just made a great pick with Terry and Arnold in the first round, and looking at where the Falcons are. I mean, granted, they did get the Stafford picks to help jumpstart that, but yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, the Stafford picks helped a lot. I mean, there's no doubt about that.
But the argument wasn't it? It was okay. Arthur Smith was basically picking the first rounders, and people were like, so he's gone, so that'll be sorted then. And you're like, the first rounders weren't really the problem though. Like the first rounders, you can say Kyle Pitts wasn't the right pick, that they should have gone Jamar Chase or whatever. But it was. I don't think it was a bad pick. It was just probably like it just wasn't necessarily the right one. It was like he's not a complete bust. It's like these day 2 picks, and it's not just a Terry thing. It's been a Falcons thing forever. That if you look back, even the Dimitrov era, the Falcons just can't hit on day 2 picks, and these are supposed to be kind of like your building blocks. You can get your top level headline piece in the first round, but day 2, especially today, Falcons are supposed to have 3 picks or whatever it was. Like those should all be starters. You should be getting yourself 3 starters there, and more often than not, the Falcons seem to be going in, and I'm expecting it again this season. The season's going to start, and you're going to have a guy playing 5 snaps a game. You're going to have a guy like barely seeing the field, and at some point you need to start taking impact guys. You need to stop focusing on, okay, well, Jalen Mayfield or Richie Grant or whoever it is, like if they hit their ceiling, they could be great. But we've not shown any indication that we're going to find that as a franchise, we're going to be able to develop these guys. So let's start taking some kind of floor level guys who will come in and they'll be 6, 7 out of 10, and we'll just give you some solid units. Like looking at the consensus boards that are going on, no one, as much as people claim they can, no one can really predict development. Say, oh, this guy's ceiling could be massive. Yeah, what if he just becomes a better player? If all the bad things turn into good things, how often does that actually happen? At some point, you need to start hitting these singles.
Yeah, I agree. And the Panthers just traded up with the who was on? I don't even remember who was on the damn clock here. I'm just completely spaced out. But I did see who they drafted, and it makes me feel a little bit better. But they did trade up from 50 something. So interesting stuff. But yeah, no, a lot of feelings.
I think Tristan also made a great point of, anyone you take is also going to be a player for the future. Like, you're not deciding between a 22-year-old and a 38-year-old here. Like, every single player that you take is supposed to be, a player that's going to benefit you for years to come, and hopefully into a second contract. But yeah, I don't get this idea of, all right, you have to take these raw players that may or may not develop and that may or may not, start day one. And it's not just like this draft. We saw it also with Troy Anderson. Like, we took him in the second round. He wasn't really going to do. We knew from the start he wasn't going to do anything in year one. We saw with D'Angelo Malone, he wasn't going to do anything in year one. Hasn't done anything in year two either. Arnold Ebiketie wasn't like a high impact day one player either. And Andy's right. There's just this infatuation with getting these, high ceiling guys that, you're taking so many of these home run swings. But at the end of the day, it's like, can we hit a double? Can we shorten up? Can we go 4 for 4 with 4 singles as opposed to, trying to hit a home run every single time and striking out 3 times? But, I digress. There's the first running back off the board, Jonathan Brooks.
Panthers traded up to take Jonathan Brooks. So just after signing Miles Sanders to that big deal. So.
Yeah, I was about to say Miles Sanders.
Miles Sanders stonks down.
Man.
NFC South Wilded.
Terry's just a 3 true outcomes guy, right? He's an Adam Dunn. He's going to strike out a whole bunch and hit a home run every now and
He's a
then.
little more like Joey Gallo. I don't know if he's as good as Adam Dunn.
Yeah, I put some respect on Adam Dunn's name. You know, that's a player that put the fear of God in pitchers back in the day.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a bite to eat real quick. I will be back, but yes, commiserate without me. I'm sure you guys can hold it down perfectly fine.
Yes, we will continue. You know,
we'll be back.
Yeah, thanks, Jake. Yeah, guys, it's an eventful start to the second round. Appreciate everyone for hanging out with us. Please do like, subscribe if you haven't done so already. Check out the channel memberships if you're enjoying the content, want to get some exclusive perks. Same with the Patreon if you're more of a podcast enjoyer. Thanks, guys, for joining us today. Just a reminder that we'll be giving out the $50 NFL shop card courtesy of George Costanza. We will probably start that giveaway in the third round and let that run for like an hour so everyone can get, signed up, and then we'll give that away probably like towards the mid end of the third round. So thanks everyone for tuning in with us as we try to get through this draft. This has been the most difficult Terry Fontenot draft for sure. I have it, yeah. And welcome back, Aaron. How we doing?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah, still doing good.
You didn't say good. Lad. Don't put words.
I'm all right. Yeah.
I mean, look, my thing, the last time the Falcons took a player in like the second round that I was like a fan of was like 2009 when they took Willie Moe. So it's been a long time since I've gone into day two with any expectations like of them getting a player that I like. So I put all my hopes and dreams into round one, and then when it doesn't, it always inevitably disappoints me. Then I just basically okay, I'm
good. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. I don't care.
It's whatever. Like I don't care anymore.
Yeah, fair enough.
In fairness, most of their day two picks in 2009 have been terrible. So Aaron's been on it.
Ahead of the curve, honestly.
Track record.
Yeah.
What you didn't like the Rashid Hageman pick, Aaron?
No, I didn't. No.
Loved it.
You were buying into the JJ Watt comps.
Oh God. Don't remind me. Like, I mean, I think I saw Rashid Hageman mentioned after this pick. I definitely saw Marlon Davidson mentioned like 5 times. So
man, Marlon.
Every year I have to watch that video of Marlon Davidson just saying he's the best, where just again and again and again, just constantly telling people he's the best.
I'm the best.
Yeah.
Did he get a ring with the? No, I guess no one got a ring with the 49ers, but he was on the 49ers practice squad, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
He got a hat, a T-shirt, maybe.
Talk about falling up, yeah.
Still getting paid.
UFC champs hat or something like that. So
I will do an exercise just because we have all the time in the world right now.
Yeah.
Since 2009, I'm going to read off a list of every player the Falcons have taken in the second round, starting with 2010 on.
Prepare yourself.
Third round is looking much better.
It's gonna hurt. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the third round.
Hurt,
yeah, we can do this with the third round too if you guys want, but it'll be much more sad. Okay, so 2010, and I'll get real-time reactions from each of you on how good of a pick this was or was not. 2010, Corey Peters. Okay. Solid.
I wanted Geno Atkins, so I hated the pick.
Okay,
fair, yeah.
Or, I'm sorry, 2010, Corey Peters was a third rounder. So, we didn't have a second rounder in 2010. 2011, we also didn't have a second rounder. That was part of the Julio trade. 2012, Peter Cons. Anyone?
I think that worked out pretty well.
I remember that's probably when I stopped caring, right? Because we were like, hey, we got a sleeper. Everybody had first round grades on Peter Cons and did not turn out to that. And I was like, oh, this never goes the way I wanted to go. So I'm done with round 2.
I feel like every Thomas Dimitroff interview now too, he's like, Peter Cons, what an awful pick. Hate that guy. Like it's happening.
He was singing on 92.9 like yesterday too. Just screaming in on Peter Cons.
He's just banging on him all the time. Man.
He brought in Creamy as well, reuniting the Wisconsin offensive line.
Here's a better one: Robert Alford in 2013. That one.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Like that.
Solid.
I remember not liking that pick because I'm like, we just took Desmond Trufant. Like, why are we getting double dipping on corners when we need a pass rush? But we had to get Malachi Goodman later, so that's
right.
awful.
Yeah.
Don't you worry.
Jonathan Massaquoi.
Oh,
people don't forget. People don't forget. Yeah. Oh man.
Okay. Rashid Hageman in 2014. We touched on him.
Falcons legend. Yep.
Never forget that sack against the Packers in the NFC title game. So
Never will. It's the only memorable play. Yeah.
2015, Jalen Collins.
I believe a conspiracy theory I heard years ago, and I won't say where from, but that the Falcons missed the Landon Collins pick and thought they were picking him. Like there was just complete befuddlement in that front office, and they screwed it. Like I half believe that because you know.
This is the same thing as like the Schaefer Jamari Sawyer thing.
I was gonna say, that's the second time in a decade. Oh no, Tyler Nubin's off the board.
Yeah, R.I.P. the Nubin dream. R.I.P.
Yeah, we mocked him to the Falcons a few times. All right, moving on. 2016 was a really good one. Deion Jones.
He was a third-round pick.
Oh,
yeah. No, I'm saying he was projected to be a third-round pick.
Yeah. So that was a reach that actually worked out. So
yeah. So
that entire draft
because I was terrified not the Darren Lee year as well. Where
Darren Lee, Reggie Ragland. Yeah.
I was like, that. I remember there was a play against there was a play against, I think it was Alabama, where he just absolutely went into a shell where it looked as if he was going to. I think it was against Derrick Henry, but I might be getting my years confused. Where he was basically running towards him, he just cowered and just like as he ran past him, and I was like, no, this guy's not going to be good.
He's not going to make
and
it.
Then he started just fighting people.
Oh man!
Also, just to add, so the thing about the Deion Jones pick, an added bonus was I think they traded back and got the 6th rounder that also became Wes Schweitzer, who was very solid and who
still playing. Yeah.
Are you suggesting that the Falcons should be trading back in round 2? Oh wait, no, we're gonna get to Richie Grant later. So okay, never mind. Continue.
Give it a second.
We just can't win.
So the next one after that, Duke Riley was a third. Never mind. 2017, no second rounder. 2018, Isaiah Oliver.
It was okay.
There was a lot of hope.
I liked Isaiah Oliver. Yeah. He was one of the ones I mocked correctly. Yeah, I remember. I was very hopeful.
Fizzled out so quickly.
Yep.
And then he redeemed himself, and then they let him walk, and now we're still trying to figure out what we're doing in nickel.
I still don't know what to think about Oliver. Yeah.
Technically, no second in 2019, but that was the Caleb McGarry trade up. So McGarry was actually the second and third rounder in 2019. So,
we'll just add him to the pile of day 2 picks. He's one of the most successful day 2 picks, definitely. So, in that case,
Day 2 pick was picked on that Thursday night. I remember the draft show the next night was, very uneventful. Yeah. Marlon Davidson in 2020.
Legend.
I believe.
I wanted to.
Him.
Yeah.
I believe too. I thought Davidson would be much better.
Yeah. Well, he did. I mean, injuries were a lot of it. I mean, to be fair, but
he didn't have the position. That was the main. Like he was.
He's just dog. Guy, so it's just dog. Like that's what
and he was just considerably better on the edge, but his body type was just not made for it at all. But
he's another guy that had one huge play. Yeah, like one really big play.
He did have a nice play. I enjoyed that one.
We'll never take that away from him.
It's one of the most memorable plays from that season, so I will give that to him.
I
don't remember anything else from that season.
The team was
even after his grandchildren about it.
Yeah.
I'll be telling my grandchildren about it.
They don't care. They wouldn't even. Okay, go back to bed, Grandpa. Do you remember? I remember when Marlon Davidson caught that pick 6.
That's when you know the Alzheimer has taken over, when you're remembering fondly Marlon Davidson memories in your 80s.
I remember. I was there. Gandalf, 2,000 years ago.
He did it against the GOAT. He did it against Brady. 2021, they trade back and take Richie Grant over Creed Humphrey. And over
the beginning of the Terry era, isn't it?
Holland.
UCF legend Richie Grant. Okay, put some respect on.
Yeah. Andy, that was Arthur Smith. Terry only.
Arthur Smith took the card out of Terry's hand.
In charge of the DBs. Come on, that doesn't make any sense.
That's why they don't trade down anymore. The one time they traded down, they missed on Javon Holland, and they're like, okay, we can never trade down again. That's not allowed.
And then the other two, jury's still out, still on the team: Arnold Ebiketie and Matthew Bergeron.
Hey, don't forget Troy Anderson.
Yeah, Troy Anderson. I believe in Troy Anderson.
Right.
I believe.
Yeah. Troy Anderson was with Arnold. Was in the Arnold Ebiketie year as well. Injuries derailed him last year. He was supposed to. I thought he
was
would
supposed
make
to start. Yeah.
Yeah, he was going to make a big.
He did start. He showed promise there at the beginning, and then went down early.
Double-digit sack edge rusher Troy Anderson, according to
my favorite picks are the guys where you're like, you can't really play the sport, but he might be able
We're
to
switching
learn.
Troy Anderson and D'Angelo Malone. That seems to be what's about to happen, apparently.
But basically, like since 09, as you see with a lot of these names, there is not a huge hit rate when there should be a much better hit rate in the second round, especially because a lot of these second rounders were high second rounders.
Yeah.
Like, this team hasn't been, winning all of these playoff games to be picking in the late 50s in the second round.
Yep.
Yeah.
At some point, you have to realize that you're not smarter than everyone else, don't you? Like,
yeah.
When you just look at it and you go, this guy looks as if he's a bit of a reach, but
I mean, my entire brand is that I'm smarter than everybody, and I'm never going to stop thinking that I'm not the smartest guy in every room that I go into. So
yeah,
I don't.
It's worked for me so far. Yeah. We got who do we have just go? We had Chris Jenkins, the nose tackle, go off the board to the Bengals at 49. Mason Smith went at 48 to the Jaguars. That's a pretty wild one.
So
I was gonna say, can we talk a little bit about how old I feel all the time now when I see the kids of all these players that didn't play all that long ago making the NFL? Like it really hurts me a little bit.
I'm so sorry, Dave.
Yeah. No, just in the photo there on screen.
Yeah. Well, someone has to be the grizzled veteran of the Falcons, Dave. I know you're happy to carry that mantle, but maybe not that happy.
No,
could be happier actually. Yeah, could be happier. Yeah. Then we got Mikey Sainris still going to the Commanders here.
It's all corners and D tackles in this round.
Yep. Dan Quinn's influence. Wide receivers, corners, and D tackles with like one or two other positions mixed in.
Some of our best drafts after day one have been in that Dan Quinn era, because he was able to get those defensive players, identify those defensive players on day 3.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like TD's problems are often mischaracterized. A lot of people seem to, push this narrative that he was a really bad drafter, and his problem was that he just couldn't stop handing out money.
Yeah,
he was a fine drafter. He had
someone. He was signing into a second contract.
Yeah, I mean, it just came out to when it came down to handing out money. That was just really where he started to get into trouble. But he was a solid drafter.
There wasn't many misses, certainly in the first.
Yeah, he was.
Everyone has their strengths, right? Like TD was pretty solid. He was pretty good at identifying those skill position guys.
Yeah.
Obviously he made the big swing for Julio Jones. I know people say, like Julio's Julio, but you still have to make that move to get him. Austin Hooper was a solid player at tight end, got brought in Coleman on day 2, Devontae Freeman on day 3. But his problem, I think, was like the trenches, a little bit. And he needed that, he needed that yin to his yang with Dan Quinn coming in and just like identifying some of those like defensive players with his own perspective. And that's where the Falcons really had that success. And that's where the Falcons sort of put it all together to, have that solid 2015 and then that magical 2016 and then another playoff win in 2017. And it feels like we've just sort of been trying to recapture that magic ever since then, but it hasn't worked out. And Dan Quinn not working out, that I don't think has much to do with the draft. Just other things. But yeah, that's the best I've seen this team draft has been in that Dan Quinn era, and we've still been trying to like recapture that.
Yeah.
I really hope that Dan Quinn works out.
I love Dan Quinn. Like, I don't have a problem with Dan Quinn. Obviously it sucks the way it ended. Yeah, but
it got a bit. Yeah, it did get a bit stale, and it was a bit painful when you were seeing like the post game interviews after a terrible loss, and it was just, oh yeah, we're bad as hell. We're gonna sort this out. Like But
after the fifth time, it didn't.
I think he was just a genuinely good guy, and I think no one wanted it more than he did. It just didn't work out.
No, sadly, didn't work out. But no personal issues whatsoever with Dan Quinn. That's what always sucks, is when you get the coaches you really like and it just doesn't work out and you got to move on. But I felt that way a little bit about Arthur Smith, and we've already spent a lot of time talking about why it was the right idea to move on from him. But he got a really bad rap, I feel like, with his public persona. But when you actually saw him in press conferences, if you were there, he was actually very nice. It feels like he was always clipped off, and it made him seem like he was being a dick to everybody. But he was actually quite nice and personable, and it seemed like the players really respected him and all that. And it sucks when you like the guy and it just doesn't work out. I mean, that's just,
the players never
sucks.
stopped fighting for him. The players loved him, and I think that's one of the reasons why he was able to stick around so much, because the players loved him. I feel like Arthur Blank loved him, and he really didn't want to fire him. In the end, I do think it was necessary to make the move. But yeah, no disrespect to Dan Quinn, the man. He's a really great guy, and the Falcons, got closer than ever with him. It's just, the stigma of 28-3 really stayed on him as much as anyone else after that Super Bowl. So, that's something where the fans really turned on him and turned on, a lot of the people in the building.
Yeah.
But I do think too that, you could see in 2019, you could see 2020 coming.
Yes.
As much as we may have liked Dan Quinn like that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely.
2020 was a huge mistake. Yeah. No, they should have never done that. Yeah. No, for sure. We got Ian McCluskey says with the $5, Ruke Orhorhoro's scouting report on himself, a quote from that. Quote, "I'm a guy that will run into that dark alley with you." That's a choice comment from that scouting report right there. I don't know how I feel about that, but
it really is
Marlon
Marlon
all over
Hogan, huh?
There's a choice.
What are we
right
doing
there.
in the alley?
It really is Marlon.
I will do stupid shit. Trust me.
I don't know if you want that yet. But no, no. I mean, I'm trying to remember which mock draft I had with Ruke. It was the mock draft with trades that I did on Monday. But I had him in the third round, and I actually never gotten him at 74. He'd always gone before 74 in all my previous mocks. So I was like, oh yeah, I was excited to get him here. He's typically not lined up to be in the spot, but yeah, I mean, I think he's like a 3-tech or a 4-eye. Maybe can do some 5-tech type stuff, but that's purely as a run defender. I don't really think he's got the bend to be a full-time edge rusher, but I think he has the length. We know they love that. They're obsessed with that. Obviously the testing was outstanding. He's got the motor that you love. He's got that sort of NFL build. I think he's heavier. He plays heavier than he tested at the combine. I think he slimmed down for the testing, which was obviously a great idea because he ended up getting a 9.92 RAS. But Clemson made him play 0-tech and stuff like that. Clemson's kind of wild with how they line these guys up, but he played all over that defensive line. I think he needs to probably pick a spot or two, and learn that, and that'll help him. But it makes sense to try to get an interior guy that can be a starter next year, because you're probably cutting either Grady Jarrett or David Onyemata next year. And I know fans don't want to have that discussion. I don't want to have that discussion. We're not going to have it tonight, too much. Maybe we'll touch on it gently, but there's a lot of money tied up in defensive tackle that they're probably going to have to make some tough decisions on. So I wasn't shocked at all that they did try to take a swing to find a long-term answer in there on the defensive interior. So, yeah.
And to your point earlier, Kevin, he does have similar-ish makeup to Harrison. Harrison's 6'5", almost 6'6". He's a little bit lighter. He's around 280. Yeah. I might even be spotting him a couple on that. But, they clearly have a type when it comes to the D-line. So, it'll be interesting to see if I kind of would actually prefer maybe if they let him play a little bit more free and not box him in too much year one, and just kind of, roll him out there in comfortable positions, maybe a couple of situations where he knows he's just going to be doing pass rush work or things like that, get his feet wet, get comfortable before they really start integrating him into more of the actual defense and getting him down with the run assignments and everything. But, you know, I think we just got to hope for the best at this point.
Right, because I feel like he played the run like very well, like, and I think he's strong as hell. So it's like, but I feel like his upside like is as a pass rusher because of his athleticism. But it's like I feel like he didn't rush the passer with like any technique. Like he just was like, I'm gonna get to you because I'm amazing. And like it did work sometimes, but that doesn't work as often as the NFL as we've seen. So I'm curious to see how they deploy him. But I always like the guys that like you can be like, well, he can play X for me as a rookie, and then we'll work on the rest of it. So he can, you know, I think he could play like a base down 5 tech if they really wanted like the beef out there. You know, maybe he could play as that 4-eye sort of 3-4 defensive end. Like he's strong as hell. He could probably take on doubles at that 4-eye, but you know, it is interesting seeing the exact player they went with, and you know, I'm interested to see how they work him in. But I don't think going for interior defensive line is shocking. It's more really I just come back to the trade up. Like I just don't feel like it was necessary. Kind of a shame because I feel like I actually do like the player. So, all right.
Here's a question for you guys. So I'm going to revisit yesterday. So in the press conferences and kind of everything that came out afterwards, there was a lot about, okay, so the Falcons made the pick because they don't feel as if they're going to be in the top 10 again anytime soon, irrespective of the fact, I mean, we've seen enough Falcons seasons to know they probably will be in the top 10 quite soon. But irrespective of that, do you think, like, is that sound logic in a vacuum, like ignoring the fact that they've paid all this money? Is it one of those things where you go, okay, yeah, you know what, maybe they won't be up here again? Or do you look at it and say, like, let's look at the Chiefs, and obviously Patrick Mahomes is a complete anomaly. You can't count on that. But basically, when you need a quarterback, just give up the picks and go and get them. Like, we know that future picks are depreciated in value, like in all of these negotiations stuff anyway. So if you look at it and saying, for example, let's say next year they decided that they needed that guy and they'd need to give up their 2025 first and their 2022 first, which in practical terms, let's just say that's half as valuable as like the one that is currently for like the year currently. Like, is it just one of those things where you go, you know what, it's not as big a deal as they are making it, like that you would have to package extra picks in to go and move that up? Like, I mean, we've seen today, obviously, with a lesser cost, that they're happy to do so. So why does that logic not apply to a quarterback, that they're basically saying, oh, the only way that we can get a guy is if we lose enough games to be in this position, when every other team in the league has proven that there are multiple ways to go up and get your guy if you need them?
I will say, I think if you look at it in a vacuum, if you're only asking the question, what is our best chance to get a guy that we believe in can start for us post Kirk Cousins, then yes, taking a swing at the quarterback this year at 8 is probably your best bet that you can make, right, in the foreseeable future. Regardless of how many games you win, you're probably going to have a draft class that may not be as good next year. We'll see how that all plays out. But I saw like one Carson Beck game watching the Missouri DBs, and I was like, ooh, this feels a lot like Desmond Ritter.
You just had to pick on the dog.
Drop that Desmond Ritter label on him.
You could have said Quinn Ewers. You could have said, there's so many names out there, but yeah,
no, I was
like, the dog.
it was a rough watching Carson Beck in that one game. And again, it's just one game, but I was just like, this feels like a bad Desmond Ritter game, and it scares me. So I think from that perspective,
bad Desmond Ritter game.
Yeah. like the bad ones, not like the regular bad ones, like the really bad ones.
Oh, he said Jacksonville. Okay.
Yeah. That second Bucks game, that one. Yeah. So I think when you look at it in a vacuum, just purely answering the question, is this the best shot for us to get our long-term answer at quarterback? Then the answer is probably yes, but that takes like all the other context out of the equation. So I can get behind it from that perspective. And then you also have 2 years to tweak Penix's mechanics, which he needs a lot of work on. You got 7,000 QB coaches in the building, so you can kind of just have them working on that all day while the rest of the offense is like, hey, Kurt and potentially Heineke, if they keep him. I know that's an open question at this point in time, but you can kind of just do your thing and just work on Michael Penix for 2 years. That's the ideal way that you would draw it up, but obviously there will be complications because it's the Falcons and it's the NFL and that's how it goes. But I think that's the case for what Raheem and company said in that presser, purely in a vacuum. But again, I think that takes out of all the other context that probably should be applied into the conversation.
Yeah, I think the only thing I think they hurt themselves yesterday by trying to compare themselves to Green Bay. Comparison is the thief of joy, and I would have been much more comfortable if they had just come out and basically said just what Aaron had said, which is, and they said part of that, but they kept taking it a step further.
Yeah.
And when you try to compare yourself to one of the most storied franchises in the entire league who haven't missed a beat when it's come to acquiring their franchise QBs, you're just putting yourself in this terrible position. You're putting unreasonable amount of pressure on Penix now, who has to be Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love for the Atlanta Falcons, instead of just saying, hey, this is our guy. We understand this might be controversial, but we think this is the best chance to get him. We don't plan on being here again, and kill it there. But like Aaron said, you can't ignore the context of the situation, especially when you just look at how they approached the QB position previously. Because again, we're talking about we've got Dez. He's going to sit for a year. He's going to be behind Marcus. It's going to be cool. Don't worry, we're going to be all right. And at least in that situation, you knew Marcus was going to get moved off rather quickly and not hurt the team financially as much.
Right.
This is kind of a little bit more of a mixed bag, and I don't really know if they presented it the best way that they could have in their press conference when it came to getting to the reasoning behind the Penix pick.
Yeah,
that Green Bay one as well. I said it on Twitter, but it's a ridiculous argument because the Packers probably win a Super Bowl if they didn't take Jordan Love.
Yeah.
They took T. Higgins. If they took T. Higgins or even Michael Pittman, afterwards, they lost by 5 points in the NFC Championship game. How are we pointing this out as some great success that they got a guy who did nothing?
They won a playoff game this year. Congratulations. They cost themselves a Super Bowl. I don't know if the Packers' plan is as great as people seem to make it out to be. We'll see how Jordan Love, and if they win a Super Bowl in the next 3 years, then they'll be able to pat themselves on the back and say, hey, we did it. Instead of doing it in 2020, when we probably had a real chance to do it with Aaron Rodgers, we did it in 2026 with Jordan Love or something like that. But unless that happens, I don't think the Packers model is as worthy of copying as maybe.
Is it even a model?
Right.
Is a one-time success a model? Because that with Brett Favre, they traded for Brett. You know what I mean? It's just it's hard to even call it a true model.
Yeah. And they did that with the Bills too. Like Terry and Arthur talked a lot about emulating the Bills. And obviously they did not successfully do that, but also, again, kind of a one-time situation. You've got Josh Allen. There's not going to be another Josh Allen anytime soon.
Yeah.
And also, with the Packers, there is so much wrong with that argument. You guys touched on a lot of it. And that's something I kept trying to emphasize last night of, the Falcons. I still think this year the Falcons are going to win the NFC South. Maybe that's just me being, very optimistic. Spring hope is eternal, but I think it's
you have to, because otherwise you're just going to be banging your head into the wall at this point.
We have to try. We have to try. Yeah.
Continue. I'm sorry.
No, you're completely correct. And, I do think that this team will be set up to win the division this year. And I'm pretty sure there will be people that are like, oh, see, the team didn't need a top 10 pick. They won the NFC South. But that's actually just going to add even more to the argument that the team probably should have taken a guy that can impact day one, because then you'll be proving that you can win right away, and you're just hamstringing yourself in that sort of win now season by punting away a top 10 pick. And that's something where nobody is bringing up the fact that the Packers could have gotten a wide receiver the way that Aaron Rodgers wanted, and they could have probably won a Super Bowl, or at the very least gotten damn near close. They could have gotten to the Super Bowl, which they still didn't do. And that's part of this argument right now. Over these next 2 years, while Michael Penix is not playing, like, what are the Falcons doing? And could that top 10 pick have had, that sort of impact to really carry you and to help you win a playoff game, or to help you, win now some more? But also, like, that Packers argument is just, it's not even apples to apples for me. Penix was the 8th overall pick. Jordan Love was 26th. Like, even if you go back and you're like, oh, but what about the Aaron Rodgers, like drafting Aaron Rodgers?
Was 24th.
Rodgers was 24th, but Rodgers was also like arguably the best player in that draft, who just happened to completely fall and like crater down the draft board for some reason. Like, this isn't that.
I think we know
like,
right now.
Also, like,
I think we're starting to get an idea. Yeah.
I think we're starting to figure out what they were talking about with his personality.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness,
future vice president Aaron Rodgers, put some respect.
It's just like it's not an apples to apples comparison. And also, like, Love was 21 when he was drafted. Penix is going to be 24 in a couple of weeks. That matters. Like, I know people are trying to ignore that, but like, the age thing does matter when your quarterback isn't going to start for 2 years, in theory. But yeah, I hate everything about that comparison. I hate everything about the fact that they brought it up, and them bringing it up just felt like they were trying to like spin it and do extra PR and just sort of soften the like cushion of the ravaging of the media and the fan base. And yeah, I don't know. It's just I don't know. I don't like anything about it.
Yeah,
I think it's a good point what you said though, that the Falcons being successful doesn't justify the pick. The Falcons going 4-13 would justify the pick more, because you go, oh, you know what, a wide receiver wouldn't have made any impact on this roster.
Exactly.
They're not prepared to make a run, or an edge rusher's not going to get you another 7 wins and carry you deep into the playoffs or whatever it is. Yeah, if the team does make the playoffs, that makes the pick worse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, it's opportunity cost, right?
Mm-hmm.
Last year the buzzword was positional value. And it was like, I don't want to talk about positional value. Like, like, y'all are ruining my high right now talking about positional value. Like, and now it's like, yeah, the buzz is gone, man. Opportunity cost. That's going to be the conversation.
That's the new one. That's
if you are rooting for chaos though, like, which I know a few around the table always are, like, giving Kyle Pitts a massive deal and then installing a guy who can't throw to the middle of the field is just going to be...
It's going to hit like crack, yeah.
Chaos is chalk with the Falcons. Chaos is the default with the Falcons. Like, if you're rooting for chaos with the Atlanta Falcons, you're a dynasty, because this team is nothing but chaotic.
Yeah. No, they definitely don't do what anyone thinks they will do. That is becoming abundantly clear, especially with the latest drafts here.
Just one more point. Bijan Robinson last year was a definite win now pick, and you're sort of going completely away from that one draft later.
Yeah. No, the Bijan Robinson pick makes no sense now in this vacuum, because like he's not going to contribute anything to this next window. Yeah.
I feel like the draft
at least the Falcons will be fun this year, and they were the complete opposite of fun, and they've done nothing to try and become more fun.
Yeah, it does feel like the drafts, the influence of the head coach probably is bigger than we realize, because this draft, with the reaches, right? Because the previous drafts, like they weren't really reaching on guys. Like they were taking guys where, most people were projecting them to go, right? Now, whether those guys live up to the draft billing, that's the story of every draft pick ever. But like for the most part, everybody saw Kyle Pitts as a top 5 pick. Everybody saw Bijan as a top 10 talent. It was just a question of running back, again, positional value. Everybody saw Drake London as like a top 12 player, right? And we took him before the other receivers, but everybody had those receivers kind of clustered together, right? You even look at Richie Grant. Like he was supposed to be a mid-second round pick. Jalen Mayfield. How could I confuse the two Jalens? Jalen Mayfield, was valued as like a second round pick, and we got him in the third. Arnold Ebiketie was supposed to be a late first, early second round. We got him there. Like maybe you say Troy Anderson was a early third, and we got him in the late second. D'Angelo Malone went around where he was supposed to go. Desmond Ridder was, at some, depending on who you ask, he was supposed to be a late first round pick that year. So we got him in the third. And the same last year with Bergeron, top 50 type of guy. So, they were drafting a lot on consensus in the previous years. It seemed like, and that goes to the conversation I'm sure you guys have touched upon a lot already. But like the idea of like you're probably not as good at drafting as you think you are in terms of identifying talent. And so generally just bet on the guys that most people think are good, and that will probably work out better in the long run. And obviously we haven't necessarily seen quite the results that we would hope for that. But again, we had an easy excuse. Oh, just Arthur Smith's coaching staff was bad, and Raheem is going to fix it, and he's going to solve all the problems. And now they're kind of going back to kind of how where they were with Dan Quinn, which was like, no, we are actually really good at identifying talent. And, we'll reach on a Keanu Neal, we'll reach on an AJ Terrell. And some of those picks worked out. And it's like, I hope these picks work out, but like, it's hard to really buy in at this point in time without better results up to this point from the previous picks where you were not necessarily reaching, and now you're like reaching, and it's like, all right, we'll see. We'll see.
No, clearly the Raheem's, and sorry, Adnan, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was just going to say, like, that's a good point. Like, sometimes it's okay to not go against the grain. Like, sometimes just go with the grain.
Sometimes it's good to do chalk. Yeah.
Yeah, like the Eagles have been doing chalk year in and year out. The Ravens do chalk every single year, and those franchises are much more successful in this regime than the Falcons are. Like, it's okay to not galaxy brain this. It's okay to just, it's okay to take a Laiatu at 8. It's okay to take a Kyle Hamilton, a couple of years ago. It's okay. Like,
that's
you don't
boring, Adnan. Okay. This is not. We're not here to have a boring draft board. Okay, we're not going to be like everyone else. Please have a boring.
Please give me a boring draft one time.
We're not here to just sit here and take the best player available on the consensus board. Okay, that's not what we're about. That's not how we do business. No, I think it's obvious that. I mean, and if you looked into Raheem and what he was doing with the Rams, like this is probably less shocking, but like. They want to draft guys and they want to develop them, and they don't really care. Like, that's what they were doing over there in Los Angeles. And like, to their credit, last year they did stuff very similar to this, and they got those guys on the field immediately because they had to. And many of them ended up working out really well, way better than anyone thought, including myself, who kind of panned the Rams draft as like, well, they needed a lot of instant contributors on defense, and I don't think they got them. And they made me look really dumb because they had a lot of instant contributors on defense. So they clearly have a lot of belief in their ability to develop talent. It remains to be seen if that belief is justified, because this is a new staff. But they clearly think that they can, and they're like, okay, we're going to go with the traits. Like, these are 2 picks now that are completely traits picks. Like, Michael Penix, he has top 10 quarterback upside. Like, the one thing you can say is, like, if you got Michael Penix right, and his medicals are clear, and you figured out, you taught him how to handle pressure and how to throw the middle of the field, then you're like, okay, well, everything else, it could line up, and he could be a top 10 quarterback. With Ruke, it's like, well, he's got all the athletic traits. He's got the length. He's got the build. he's already a good run defender. If you could teach him to rush the passer, then he could be a complete interior defensive lineman and be a pretty damn good one given his athletic ceiling. So you just have to teach these guys what to do. And I think, and this is a problem that every coaching staff finds them in, but maybe the Falcons will find themselves deeper in it than most, is like every coaching staff thinks I can fix him. Just give him to me. Get him in here. Those college coaches suck. I'll get him in the building and I'll fix him. And 50% of the time they're wrong. So.
And I just want to address. I'm sorry. I just want to address like people in the chat are saying, "Oh, we've been doing boring drafts for the past few." No, we've been doing boring first rounds the past few years. Like we haven't been doing boring day 2s or day 3s the past few years. I've been fine with almost all of the first rounders and the Terry Fontenot. Like I'm fine with London. I'm fine with. I love the Bijan pick. The only pick I would argue that wasn't boring. It was Kyle Pitts, because you're taking a tight end with the highest drafted pick ever. That's the only one where it's like, all right, this pick is super frisky, and that didn't really work out. But yeah, I digress. Trayshawn, go ahead.
Yeah, no. To Kevin's point about when he said 50-50, it's okay to take 1 or 2 of those guys, but when you take Penix day 1, you need to get somebody day 2 who you are more confident, who is more boring, like we're talking about. And, to y'all's point, that's what we were doing in round 1. And then we were taking that risk in round 2. And we actually got really fortunate this year in that we had a lot of talent, especially at the 35 spot where we traded up at, that could have given us real impact and a little bit more security. And it's just really odd to see them, take another gamble so soon when they had 2/3 today. You could have packaged that up later to do something else, or, it just feels like it was just a little hasty. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I agree with Nico. I feel like the boring pick in 21 would have been Penix Jr, offensive lineman. But, hindsight, I would rather have Penix Jr than Kyle Pitts. But, again, I digress.
Yeah, Marshawn Nealon goes to the Cowboys here. Also, I know he was a popular guy for the Falcons.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
He kept falling to the 3rd in PFFs, mocks.
I know. I wanted to believe. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they clearly don't give a shit about edge rusher. I think we all know that. It's obvious. They just do not care. Yeah.
There were 3 edge rushers in this draft, and the Falcons decided
they didn't get them. So yeah.
So it was just like, all right, I guess we're getting cool. Jerry Hughes and Carl
Trey Hendrickson. Trey Hendrickson on the way.
Okay. Trey Hendrickson to the moon.
That's where we are right now.
we have Trey Hendrickson at home. We have Bud Dupree.
No.
Bud Dupree.
This is what's going to save us.
We've gone from I remember when the site started, it was we just need to get somebody to pair with John Abraham, and then it became we need to get somebody to replace John Abraham, and now it's Jesus Christ, get somebody.
Can we just get somebody?
Anybody? Can we get somebody? That's where we are right now.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's rough out. It's rough out there on those streets. Yep. Well, we're getting within spitting distance of the 3rd round. So yeah, we will. Mike Harvey with the $2 simply says we could have had Kool-Aid at corner. What the hell? Yeah, Mike.
Now
yeah, now the Saints have him. We could have kept him from going to the Saints.
So
imagine.
Which pick was traded? Was it the Calvin Ridley pick?
Yeah. So 79 was traded. So we still have 74.
All of that drama around the pick, and we just gave it up.
And we just gave it away. Yeah.
We just gave it up to move 8 slots or whatever.
That's why I said I didn't care about the pick, because it's probably not going to matter.
Hashtag profit over here.
Pessimism has never failed me with the Atlanta Falcons. I'll tell you that.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
They always deliver.
Yep. Oh man.
The Bucks are now on the clock, so we'll see another division foe with. I
like the Graham Parton pick last night.
That was
a good one. Yeah. That was a good pick.
I really liked how the Bucks are building their offensive line. I wish the Falcons would have taken that cue a decade ago. Maybe.
They don't even need to build their offensive line either, because the Falcons don't have anyone who can rush the passer.
Right. They don't need to worry about it when they play Atlanta. But
I'm always jealous of teams that just like build up their offensive line and just really invest in their offensive line. I know the Falcons O line has been very good the past couple of years. Like they played above their heads for sure. But we'll see how much longer that lasts, and we'll see how. I feel like last year that we got very fortunate whenever there were injuries, where the backups came in and they were really competent.
Yeah. Storm Norton was unconscious in the Texans game. That was like he had the best. That was probably his best 3 quarters of play of his career. He was unreal. He had a really great game. Like he's all right in the run game, but the pass protection was just. I mean, it was insane.
Maybe Dwayne Ledford's just a god. I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
My Will Anderson, his overrated takes looked very good that day because Storm Norton shut him down.
That's what this is all about, really. It's just to justify the Will Anderson slander. Just that was what Storm Norton was all about. Just to really put the emphasis on that one. All right. Well, before we get into the third round, I'm gonna grab another beer. I'll be right back, guys. I'll leave you in the very capable hands of our quintet of guests here. Thanks, guys. We'll be right back as we continue into the third round of coverage.
Okay. Dave, can I have a raise?
Absolutely not. Times are tough. Sorry.
In this,
I would say
those raises are going to me. So.
They're going to the shareholders, aka
yeah. We've got to increase the share value here. Yeah. It's important.
CEO gets the pay raise, and you cut salary, right?
Yeah. That's how it's working everywhere else. I see no reason to change it up.
Capitalism, baby. Love it or leave it, right?
Damn right.
Is everyone kind of on the same page? I've seen a lot of people freaking out about Caleb McGarry's role now that the Falcons have drafted a left-handed quarterback. He's going to be long gone by the time.
He's not going to be here in 2 years.
He's going to be long gone by the time Penix starts.
So that reason alone tells me Penix is sitting year 1 for sure, because there's no way you do not put your investment out there.
That shoulders at rest.
Yeah.
The investment who's had 3 season-ending injuries at that.
And I agree that age is the issue, but I'm much more concerned about the ability of for him to be able to read the middle of the field, like Aaron was bringing up. And I mean, he just had a great wide receiving core. I don't know if we're going to be able, not our receiving core that we have now is so different than what he had at Washington that doesn't really fit his skill set of being able to take advantage of the deep ball outside, or anything like that. So I don't know.
Yeah, Drake works because Drake and Jalen Polk and Rome have similar skill sets, right? You can just kind of throw fades and just go get it, right? Like that's basically what Penix did at Washington. But the rest of the group, it's like, all right, well, Mooney's here for 2 years. Rondale Moore's probably here for a year. Ray, we'll see. For a year. So they're gonna have to remake that wide receiver core for Michael Penix in a couple of years, and that's gonna be something that they're just gonna have to, maybe hammer some 4th round picks or something just to add bodies there, and then in 2026 go all in on a wide receiver or something in round 1. I don't know, but yeah.
Well, it is a situation, isn't it, where you're looking at it and saying, okay, so if we're penciling in 2026 as that date, and you're kind of looking at it and going, okay, so there's a possibility here, as you say, we're going to need to add receivers, probably going to need to add 2 offensive tackles. Like, does Jake Matthews have another, is he still going to be starting in 2026? We're expecting Caleb McGarry to be out there. We're thinking the Falcons are going to be losing picks next year. It's like you want to put your guy in the best position to succeed. You don't want to be the Jets rolling out whoever it is, or you don't want to be Josh Rosen back there in Arizona. Yeah. But they're going to have to add a lot of players, and they're going to have to hit on a lot of players to actually have him in a position where you want to put him out there.
So you're saying trading up is probably a bad idea? Losing assets is probably not a good plan?
It's a risky strategy. It's a risky strategy, but
if there's ever a team that where risks have paid off, it's the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, just and these kind of like low level risks as well, tampering, crowd noise, things like this, where you can get those small advantages.
I think it's the Julio trade. Like, I think before that, we didn't have any good karma. And then, like, we used all of it. Like, we were finally gifted some. We used all of it for the Julio trade. Because every time people talk about that, they throw a little bit of shade because they're like, yeah, it worked, but only because it was Julio Jones. It's like, we can't even get the full, like, W. But I think since then, we're still paying that back. And, you know, we're probably not due till, who knows? Who knows how long?
No. But it is a really good point, and that's why it's so important, like, to hit on some of these defensive players and to get some of these defensive players now, because you'll be spending some premium picks on. I imagine in the next year or two you need to spend a first on a tackle. You're gonna have to bring in some wide receivers, like Andy was mentioning, like Aaron was mentioning. You're gonna have to redo this wide receiver room. You're gonna lose a pick to tampering. Oh, there's Devon Bullard. Go Dogs.
But the good ones don't hit free agency either, do they?
Yeah, it's like in free agency, you'll have some money, but you're also not going to have as much after the Cousins contract because that cap hit does go up next year.
Which will lead to a possible restructure, which will make it harder to move off of him in year 3.
Which will result in Penix maybe sitting another year.
Who knows?
When you start talking it through, it's even worse.
Yep.
Yeah, I know Aaron's been speculating, haven't you, Aaron, about the possibility of having to do the 5th year, sign up to the 5th year option without Penix actually having played.
Yeah, it's tough because it's just like it's not set up well. Like basically the only way that they salvage, and I'm not going to say salvage it, that's not the right word, but like they just got to win, right? And like you'll deal with all the, you'll be like, yeah, they'll work it out somehow, and they'll work it out if they win games. And if they don't win games, and it's just like, what are we doing? Like this plan is not cohesive at all, but it starts to at least feel a little bit more cohesive if you can just trust. Well, I don't know how all of that's working. I don't know if they have the pieces to get all those pieces that they need, but hey, they won 11 games last year, so it's all good, But yeah, I think that conversation is going to be fascinating next year with the cap situation, because I know everybody's like, oh, we got great cap situation. I'm like, I don't know if the cap situation's as good as y'all think it is. Like, it's fine, but it's not like, hey, we're, I see people like, they got like $100 million in cap space, like in 2026 or something like that. And like, that's not how that works. That money's gonna get filled up over time.
There's nobody on the team in 2026. It's like Kirk Cousins and 2 guys. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just like, okay, I don't think you understand how the cap works. So like that money's gonna shrink. It's probably gonna be like 30 million, which is fine. But like, if you need, if you come out of the gates and you struggle this year and you're finish 8 and 9, there's going to be like a need for you to be aggressive next offseason, because they've just been twiddling their thumbs this offseason because like, it's all good. Terry's already built a playoff caliber roster and we'll just coach him up and it'll be all fine. And it's like, we'll see. I want to believe, I really do, but it's just like they have set themselves up so badly for this to just, them to just stumble and fall on their face if they don't win this year. And all we're going to hear, like we heard all offseason this year, oh, why didn't they trade for Lamar Jackson? There's going to be, why didn't you hire Bill Belichick? He's a proven winner, right? Raheem didn't do this. Why did you do that? Why did you play with Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix instead of going for Lamar Jackson? It's just like, I'm tired of being the punching bag of all my locked on friends, as well as my other friends that are fans of other teams. They're just always clowning the Falcons and just like, can we just get a win, just win some games and it'll be fine. And I'll just, we'll let it go. But it's just like, it sucks, man. It's terrible. It's a terrible place to be, where you're just waiting for the other shoe to drop so this team can continue to get clowned as they have been so thoroughly over the last 7 years.
If it had been, it's kind of interesting to think of that frame of reference too. Like if, let's say, Penix was coming out next year and they had done this next year after a winning season, which you alluded to, Aaron, like I think people would kind of shrug and say, okay, it's a year into Kirk Cousins. It makes sense to do this. They've got a plan. Clearly this is working, but they're saying, trust us now. And frankly, they haven't won in 6 years. So it's hard to trust that before the wins actually happen.
And that's a good point, because what if the team does miss the playoffs again this year after once again, talking up this roster and, having that arrogance to say, oh, we're not going to be picking here again, even though they've been picking the top 10 4 straight years. In 2021, I was like, oh, yeah, no, this is probably going to be one of the only years where we pick in the top 10. And then, here we are again 3 years later. But if this team again misses the playoffs, if they don't win the division, that Terry Fontenot will likely and very deservedly be on the hot seat at that point, going into next offseason. And then next offseason, those moves, which, right now are we're building for the future, those moves are going to become much more short-sighted. And they're going to become much more 2020-esque when Dimitroff and Quinn were trying to save their jobs, and they were, restructuring players, and they were signing short-term fixes, and they were trying to get all of these win-now guys. So, this philosophy could easily shift from, all right, we're going to be patient, we're building it up, to just one more losing season. Fontenot will have been here for 4 years. How much can you blame Arthur Smith at that point? And then it's going to be, all right, if that seat is a lot hotter, the restructures are going to start happening, and the philosophy is immediately going to shift on a dime, probably. And if you're just shifting your philosophies left and right, then, that's just terrible for any team building or success. To where I completely agree, Dave. Had the team won last year, this would have been easier to swallow, and there would have been more time bought for the entire regime.
Yeah, no, this situation reminds me of, Aaron's comments remind me of the great Dave Chappelle when he said, "Why am I always the one in the doo-doo? Why am I always the one in the doo-doo? I don't want to be in the doo-doo anymore. Somebody else come in here and do this." I'm tired of it. I want to get out of the doo-doo.
Yeah.
It's too much doo-doo, and we need some positivity. We need something to go right for this team, for God's sake. Please. Anything, really. I would accept anything.
Yeah, it sucks always talking about football through this perspective. Like how Aaron was saying earlier, it's like all of your friends of other teams. It's like your only interaction is through like, "Hey man, you all right?" Like the amount of people that just DM me like,
"You good?"
Yeah. And I'm like, come on. It's like I do not want to talk about football like this anymore. This is like the most depressing thing ever. It's like, yes, it's fine. We're numb now. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't feel anymore.
It's wild. Like only the Broncos and the Jets have longer playoff droughts than the Falcons at the moment.
Yeah, that's true.
How quickly has it got to that point? That even during the bad stretches, it was kind of every other year, or you might get 2 years without it. The Falcons are now at 6 years.
Yeah.
And it's probably not quite as wild as the Broncos, whose last playoff appearance was winning the Super Bowl. But yeah, it's the Falcons are kind of maybe not sneakily for us because we've been kind of living through it, but have kind of gone from being just like one of those kind of average teams in the middle that might be a bit above, might be a bit below, to suddenly, for the last decade or so, Falcons have been one of the worst franchises in the league.
But that is the default, though, right? Like the Falcons have always been one of the worst franchises in the league. It's just them making it up to average was the outlier. The Matt Ryan years were the outlier. Like this team throughout the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, other than 2 years in 91 and 98, has been terrible. Like this has been one of the preemptive loser franchises in the NFL, and the only reason why it's not sort of on that level of the Lions, for example, or the Cardinals, is because they were created much later in '66, whereas the Cardinals have been losing since the '30s. Like this franchise has been just like it has been bad. Like this is the default. Like what we're going through right now, and I'm sure any Falcons fan who's been sitting through this since the '80s, since Atlanta Fulton County Stadium, can tell you, yeah, this is what this franchise has always been. It's just the Matt Ryan years were just a little bit of a respite, and even then, even when we were at our best, we ended up getting completely clowned because we, blew the most surefire Super Bowl of all time.
I wonder when we get to Super Bowl talk. We're down we're really down in the dumps. I was waiting for someone to just drop the hammer of the Super Bowl into this conversation.
But that was the hard thing about like living through it, even in like 2010, 2011, and to a lesser extent 2012. Is like these are the good times, and they weren't even that good, really. Like comparatively, you didn't win a Super Bowl, but trying to tell people like enjoy this because it might not last, and it didn't. Like
enjoy 3 points in a playoff game. This is as good as it gets.
Yeah, no. We are slightly above average, baby. Enjoy it.
This is the dream.
Not the Atlanta Falcons, not the worst for 20 straight years or something.
Big banner on an aircraft carrier. Yeah.
It's one of those things that I didn't realize quite how bad it was. Like I'm looking at the stats now, and there's four franchises out of the 32 who have gone more than 3 seasons without being in the playoffs, and it's the Falcons, the Panthers, the Broncos, the Jets. So that's like when we think of the Jets, when we think of the Panthers, we think of kind of like, maybe not the Broncos, we think of these kind of like laughingstock franchises. Falcons are there. Like
we're the laughingstock franchise. Like it is us. Like
are we the baddies?
We're going to be donating to Andy Dalton's charity when he finally gets us back into the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like we're the ones inside, but it's like go outside of this franchise, and we're the franchise since 2016 that's been getting clowned. Like it's just like we are in that group. As much as we want to think that this franchise is better, and as much as some people are still holding on to what we had during those 2010s with Matt Ryan and a couple of those runs, like that period is long over. Like we're completely past the Matt Ryan era. Unfortunately, I wish we were still in it, but we are the punchline. We are the joke.
Yeah, no, that's the sad truth of it. So, I mean, I certainly, it's like we really need.
They weren't having fun in the Vic era. I'm surprised. Like Vic made us cool, and then Matt certified us. It was like
there was
Vic era
years.
was not as fun as I think people think it is.
I just mean, we were not really getting clowned,
no.
kind of like in that same sense anymore.
Very
and they were like, okay. And then Matt came along.
Looked like an all-pro one week and then fumbled the game away the very next week. And like, why are we losing to Charlie Fry and the stinking Browns at home?
Charlie Fry, I did not have that on the
name drop.
I will never forget that game. I will never forget that game. That will be when the Alzheimer's hits for me, where I'm like,
oh God,
Charlie Fry.
Charlie Fry got you.
There's some repressed memories right now just coming out of Aaron. Like,
and you
it's
remember
all coming back.
It's all coming back.
You unzip me. Don't you understand?
You remember the real Matt Schaub era, Aaron? Back when he would come in for Vic, and then it was, it'd always be like, "Hey man, this guy's not too bad. This guy's not too bad." And everybody was like, "No." Thought it was crazy. What could have been?
If only Michael Penix's first name was Matt, I'd have no fear of him working out in Atlanta. It's just
that could have been our pick 6 record, but Houston took it from us.
But it's also insane, like, even the Mike Vick, like, even the good eras that we remember had these terrible, like, endings, these terrible moments where you're like, oh, yeah, like, that was such a fun time. And then it's like, oh, but it ended like this. Like, with everything, it's like, well, why can't we have anything nice, like, at all?
Yeah.
We just can't.
I remember being...
it's not allowed. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, they
I
always
feel like
end
this
bad.
is day 3 of the draft talk.
We're already, you know.
When you
It's
ever
gonna get real dark. Yeah, it's
when you ever get 3 Falcon fans in a room, it always turns to misery at some point in the conversation. So
Doesn't
it's
take
just-
long. Yeah.
that never fails. That
Loves
never
company.
Oh man. Yes. Yeah, we're just I guess the Chiefs swapped with the 49ers one spot. So Troy Franklin's still on the board here. So what if the Chiefs get Troy Franklin too? That just
about 10 picks off.
yeah, we're about 10 picks off, I think.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that would be terrifying.
I also
I don't
love
want to
how
entertain that. Yeah.
I also love how there's 350 people just consistently listening to us just like unload our like trauma of like Falcons years past.
They're just like, yeah, yep. They're just sitting there nodding, like, yep. This is right. Yeah, this is exactly right. That's how I feel too. Yeah. So at least that's what I assume. But, yeah.
Group therapy.
No, I mean Okay, we're gonna see. Okay, it's actually not Troy Franklin. So for those of you that are hoping for Troy Franklin to fall to the Falcons, I know there are probably some. That dream survives another day.
I do like that pick though.
I haven't looked to see who's still on the board. I forgot the draft was going on.
Is that still going? I don't even give a shit anymore. I'm already out. I'm all the way out on the draft. Actually, I'm just gonna phone it in.
Like CB12 or something like that.
Yeah,
at pick 74. Maybe CB18 or something.
Yeah. Who is still on the board? A couple of receivers who are okay.
Yeah. Adnan, did you need to step away?
I mean,
for a
Franklin
second, or-
right here actually isn't too
Yeah,
bad.
yeah, I'll be back.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Thanks, Adnan. All right. Yeah. No, it's Kingsley Sumatia.
Yeah, I think it's a nice pick.
Around 1.
Yeah, I was like, I'm surprised. I didn't know he was still on the board.
Yeah, kind of surprised. I'm surprised too. Like, very good developmental tackle. I honestly feel like he would have been perfect for the Falcons, you know, as like an actual developmental player. But they can't take another developmental player.
Take one more.
Can they?
They will.
Could they? I think they could. I don't know. I wouldn't rule it out, you know. But yeah, man.
This Luke McCaffrey pick's gonna save us. Don't worry.
That Luke McCaffrey pick in the 3rd round is gonna hit like crack.
Yeah, it is. We can't wait.
Just Malik Washington.
I'm like, they let Z-Rob get one guy, and I'm like, that's who it's gonna be, isn't it?
Yep.
They let him get one pick, and that's who is.
Oh man, I am curious what they go with there as the 49ers now up on the clock here at 64 as we're about to kick off the 3rd round.
I assume it'll be defense.
Yeah,
that's
probably. Yeah, probably.
I feel like we like, as much as I want a receiver, you know, and like a dude, it's just like I can't do it.
It's very logical what you're saying, Aaron. So I don't think that's possible. Yeah,
I think they're okay with that receiver group. I think we think it's a bigger need than they do. I think they've gone out there and they've rightly or wrongly paid that money to Darnell Mooney. I think they're viewing him as like, this is their wide receiver 2.
Yeah.
And then when you add in Pitts, when you add in Bijan, when you add in Rondale Moore to get 20 targets a year or whatever, I think they're more comfortable with their receiver room than we are.
Yeah. Rondale Moore will be this year's Mac Hollins for me. The guy that I am not a huge fan of, while everybody else spends some, did you see Rondale Miller cook that guy on 1-on-1s in practice? And I'm like, it doesn't matter. He ain't good. And then we get through Vegas season, you know, and then we'll see.
End around in preseason.
And I gotta say, I'm surprised that you aren't using this as an opportunity to dunk on Fields. I think that shows real maturity.
Talking about Justin Fields?
Yeah. On Mooney's lack of production his previous time in Chicago. You could really play this one of two ways.
I have so many other gripes now that dunking on Justin Fields at this point in time just feels like old hat.
You can put that on the back burner. There's better material out there.
Yeah. You know, like, good luck. Hey, Justin, good luck to you. You're in Pittsburgh. You're with a functional organization now. You know, hope the best works out for you.
with Arthur Smith.
Coach you should have been with the whole time. Well, it's funny how it works out.
Yeah. Oh man.
Should have been us.
Oh man. Yep. All right. 49ers. Let's go. Let's get into the third round. Let's do it. We're almost there. But yeah.
Quarterback or edge. What's happening?
Yeah, what about it? Let's see. Let's go over the last few picks because it's been a minute since we checked in on it. We got since Marshawn Kneeland, we've had what did we have? The Commanders took Ben Sinnott, the tight end, at 53. So that was a little spicy. Adonai Mitchell went to the Colts at 52. I thought that was pretty interesting. Patrick Paul to the Dolphins at 55. Michael Hall Jr. to the Browns at 54. Chris Braswell to the Bucks. We talked about that a little bit. Javon Bullard, another dog off the board, to the Packers at 58. Blake Fisher, the tackle from Notre Dame, went to the Texans at 59. Then we had one of my safety targets, Cole Bishop, going 60 to the Bills.
Wow.
It's definitely
Cole went much higher than I thought.
Yeah, definitely earlier than I thought. Ennis Rakestraw Jr. goes to the Lions at 61. That's a great pick. Roger Rosengarten, so that's one more Husky. We can't reunite. Going to the Ravens at 62. And then Kingsley Sumatia to the Chiefs in a small trade up at 63. Then we got Brandon Brass saying with the $2. Thanks. Brandon says, rumor has it that Ruke was selected to play defensive end in our 3-4 scheme. I mean, yeah, that makes sense to me. I would believe that for sure.
I just went back since we picked Ruke and watched a little bit of the North Carolina game, which was his highest graded game last year. And he's giving me David Onyemata vibes. So like
like Ruke. I like Ruke. Yeah.
I'm starting to like
it's just the trade up.
It's
just a trade up
line, and then the assets and who was else available. It's just like like if they had stuck and took him at 43, it would have made more sense. If they had taken him at 73 or so, like you would have felt a lot better about the pick. But it's like he's a good player, but we'll see.
We shall see. Yeah, I mean, I think it's like, we'll see what they do with this third round pick. I almost wonder if they feel like they need to trade down to get more picks now that they've traded so many away. But I mean, we'll see. I think they're allergic to trading down, so it's probably not possible. But
so Terry's from the Saints.
Didn't they trade down the 1 year they didn't
that
trade
one
up?
time? Yeah. For Richie Grant, UCF legend.
That's right.
Yeah, they traded down a lot further.
Yep. No, man. Renardo Green is the pick to the 49ers here at 64. So we're officially getting underway here in the third round. Yeah, that one, I like Renardo Green. He definitely fits their scheme for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, Peyton Wilson, the North Carolina State linebacker, still here. I know he was the guy that had first round buzz. So the medicals must be terrifying teams. That's my guess.
Not another linebacker.
I'm curious. What are your guys' thoughts on Javon Baker from UCF? I know, Kevin, you automatically love him.
UCF legend,
I always have the beast open to just peruse as the draft unfolds, and I'm like, oh, they love taking local Atlanta players, and he's from Atlanta.
Yeah,
and
Marietta, I think.
They usually do this third round. It seems like that's the habit that around this time in the draft they start taking the Atlanta guys. So I'm just curious.
I like Baker
as a wide receiver.
Yeah, what do you guys think? I mean, I like Baker. I think he's
run the clear out routes. That's really all I need him to do right now. If he can give us more at some point after that, then hey, it works for me. I don't mind him in this range. I think this is great. Third round would be fine.
Troy Franklin's still on the board though. Yeah. Troy Franklin in this range. I mean,
I don't want Troy Franklin because I think he's going to get I just don't think he's going to be able to adjust to man coverage well. I don't think he's going to be able to operate the same way that he did at Oregon. He doesn't. It looks like he has a release package, but he doesn't really have a release package.
He's a weird watch. He's a weird watch.
It is, but he is like he has a lot of nice qualities to his game. But I think I would prefer.
Do you have Baker ahead of him on your? That's the bold take.
I don't know
I'm
if I had
looking
him
for.
ahead of him.
Yeah,
It's just like they're both third-round guys.
Yeah,
in my mind, and I prefer Baker to Franklin. Just
it's a cleaner transition, isn't it?
I feel like it is. Yeah, like plus I think blocking is going to be important for this team as well. And
oh
I
no,
think
don't say that yet.
I know, but like people need to realize that Puka was like motioned into the slot to block and stuff like that. So we're gonna need somebody who can actually do that as well. So, but I guess we got Drake as well.
I did think Troy Franklin was a better blocker than you would assume a 178-pound wide receiver would be.
Respectable. Yeah.
Yeah. So I did like that aspect of his game. Like basically I'm at a point where it's just like, cornerbacks that can tackle and wide receivers that can block always get like a little bonus for me. And they're like, okay, I just appreciate you doing a thing that most people that play your position don't want to do.
We have tight ends who can't block.
I was wondering if we were going to get a jab about that. Yeah.
We don't know what John Fitzpatrick can or can't do at this. All right.
We got to get some dog on the field or the fans are going to riot. So if it has to be John Fitzpatrick, I guess, that's what it is.
I can't. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just so surprised he didn't get Felipe Frank's got a couple of plays. We couldn't get John out there, It's just.
You don't understand, okay? Felipe Franks is the future. I'm surprised Pittsburgh hasn't signed him yet.
You guys
I did that thing.
My Parker Hesse rant, but I will back off. I will back off.
The new block.
There might be time if you come back on day 3 for the full Parker Hesse rant. So yeah, the invitation is open.
The new block.
Always lose our best.
Charlie
backs too soon. It was same with Marco, and it happened with Hesse.
Yeah, gone too soon. Yeah. Yeah.
I just want my white guys that get after in the run game. That's all I want. Just give me that third string tight end and that fullback that, make those impact blocks. Like it's not too much to ask. And the Falcons just keep taking it away from me, and I hate it.
Yeah.
You're gonna love this Luke McCaffrey pick. It's gonna feel just like that.
Oh, it's coming! I can feel it. Speaking of white guys, yeah.
I truly think I feel like it seems like the same pick as these other kinds of picks, but it seems a little bit more reasonable for some reason.
I'm just gonna add one round to my best players available, and I think maybe that'll help me figure out who they're gonna take. So it's TJ Tampa's on the board. Okay, who's 10 cornerbacks down on the list? Okay.
Bralen Edwards.
Kalen Carson? Yeah. I actually like Kalen Carson. No slander intended, but, Let's see. All right.
Bralen Edwards in a while.
Yeah, we had the Jets trading up here with the Panthers, and they're taking Malachi Corley. So, Aaron, I know you have takes on Malachi Corley. So.
Not a fan of running backs playing wide receiver. Not at all.
Mm-hmm.
And Kevin,
is that why you hate Rondale Moore?
Stop making running backs into wide receivers. Yep. And Kevin, you know me. I can never lose an argument, so I had to go and do research on Malachi Corley and looking at average depth of target and then going back to all the PFF data for the last decade of all guys that had an ADOT of under 8. And all of them stink in the NFL, except for you have to go all the way back to Stephon Diggs to get a guy that actually has had 1,000-yard season. The actual most productive guy was J.D. McKissick, who what happened
Falcons
to him?
Legend.
He got moved to running back. So I'm just they're just running backs. That's all it is. Ty Montgomery was another one.
Yep.
Just running backs.
Yeah, man. Whew. Oh yeah. I forgot Charlie Werner was on the team. Ian McCluskey mentioned that, so that could be our tight end.
That's my hope.
That's all. If that works out, then the potential for this offense is unbelievable. So it could really happen.
You need that tight end that can turn a 3-yard run on 2nd and 5 into a 4-yard run. That's what I'm looking for at the position.
Hashtag efficiency. So
those hidden yards add up over the course of 7,000 Arthur Smith run plays.
Oh man. Yep. I love it. But yeah, I mean, given what we know, the Falcons are going to be up here in about 8 picks, give or take. but yeah, I know. So Trayshawn, you're predicting Luke McCaffrey. Is that your official prediction?
I'm kind of afraid to say it out loud because I think it might actually be the only thing I get right. No, I think that he can. I think he'll be there in the fourth. I don't know. If they were going to go receiver here, I think it would be either Franklin or Baker, like we were talking about earlier. But
they do like Baker, apparently. That's what I was hearing. But
yeah, I think Aaron's right though. I almost feel like we still can't. At this point, like the talented defense is probably should be overriding what's left at offense for what we need. But
yeah, I mean, I couldn't pass on TJ Tampa or Jaden. Like Jaden Hicks is here. I like Jaden Hicks too. He's interesting. What about Spencer Rattler?
My official prediction, I'll throw it out there, and maybe he'll get drafted quickly, so we can dodge that bullet, is Adisa Isaac, the Penn State edge rusher.
We have one on a Bacady at home.
I wasn't a huge fan, but that was.
He's okay. He's okay.
That was some buzz.
He's like in the third round. It's high. It's okay. Like I people were talking about him in the second round. I was like, oh, okay.
Really?
Yeah. What
to me,
I think
he's D'Angelo Malone if D'Angelo Malone was better against the run.
Yeah, I took him in a joke. Oh, yeah, that's okay.
No. Isaac is 38 on the PFF board. I know, like Trevor Sycamore was super high on him. I'm trying to remember where he was on the consensus board. Let me pull it up.
He was pretty high on the consensus board. I think he was like in the 40s.
I think I'm getting him confused with Austin Booker.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
He's still here, right?
Yeah. Booker's so weird.
I was getting him mixed up with Booker.
Yeah,
he's a strange shape. Like he's kind of slender.
I just wish he had stayed one more year. I just don't think he's ready.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, Isaac is 66 on the consensus board, 38 on the PFF board. So, yeah.
I don't know.
What about Jonah Ellis? To reunite with his brother.
I have not fully watched Jonah Ellis. I watched like a quarter of a game because I just could not get over how small he was. I can't remember what game it was, but he looked like a tiny human, like a fifth grader playing against grown men. And it was a weird camera angle, and I just could not, like, he literally looked like he was like 5'9", 185 pounds rushing the quarterback. And I'm just like, this is just a weird camera angle. Like I know he's like
he's not that small,
50. Yeah. Like it was, and I couldn't watch the rest of it because I was just so distracted by this optical illusion of how tiny he looked.
Yeah,
it was like when there was when there was the trend on Twitter of people having like tiny Kyler Murray sprinting around.
Yeah, it's just like, oh god. Yeah. Oh man. Yep. Yeah. No, I mean, obviously we're not exactly sure who's going to be on the board still. We'll see what happens, but I mean, obviously if you're just looking at best player available, like Troy Franklin's interesting, especially in this range. Like I think people expected him to go in the second, so like I'd definitely be willing to roll the dice on Troy Franklin at this point. Like I mean, it's definitely more of an interesting thing. I don't hate Adisa Isaac at this stage. I mean, I think I'd probably prefer like TJ Tampa or Jaden Hicks. I know who else is out there. I would have said Brandon Dorlus, but if they take Brandon Dorlus and Ruke Orhorhoro, then they don't know what, like, what we have. We have that. We have that. Like, what are we doing? Are we cutting Grady right now? Like, what's happening?
Dorlus would actually be ready year one, so
well, there you go.
Do that.
Yeah, I mean, I like Dorlus. It's just like I feel like him and Orhorhoro are kind of like, are we getting the same thing here? But
let's just get Grady out of here now. What are we waiting for?
Yeah, kick that bum to the curb.
And then Grady for Trey Hendrickson. There we go. Problem solved.
Straight up.
See,
yeah. Straight up. Yeah.
You can say anything.
You can say anything on Al Gore's internet.
Anything. It'll just happen. It'll just happen.
I wish that was the case. We would have a very different opinion of this draft right now if that was so. But what do you guys think? Okay, like while we're waiting for these picks to come in, what do you guys think about Jalix Hunt from Houston Christian? I think he's like really interesting. I mean, not in like the third round necessarily, but like just in general.
He's interesting. There's a couple of guys like this where people kind of get fascinated. Oh, he Because didn't he used to play safety?
Yeah, it was a
Oh, he used to
safety.
play safety, so he can do this, he can do this. Well, I don't want him to do that.
I want him to rush the passer. They like edge rushers who can cover, Andy. So
yeah, I want him to beat a tackle at least once a game, and he's not capable of doing that.
Yeah.
Out of spite, I basically watched like 5 edge rushers because I'm just like, if they don't take one of the top 3, like screw this draft, and like I don't care. I do not care. So I didn't watch Jalis Hunk. I saw him. I think he was at the Senior Bowl, right?
I saw at the Senior Bowl. Yeah, I didn't watch. Good luck finding a bunch of Houston Christian tape. Okay, yeah.
I was just like, I saw a couple of good reps at the Senior Bowl. I'm like, okay, but like the Falcons can't be drafting Jalis Hunt, you know, like, they need a real pass rush, you know. But at that time, it was like, oh, we're going to get a free agent because there's so many good free agents. And then they were like, hey, you know that guy James Smith-Williams? Yeah, he's the answer.
James Smith-Williams. Oh God.
Jermaine Burton's still on the board.
It's true. I literally didn't even bother to like look up James Smith-Williams when they signed him. Did like is he anything or like
he can play the run.
Okay. We got him and Ruke. We're gonna be great against the run. We got him and Ruke out there. We're gonna crush it.
Basically, if you ever thought Adeoye Ogundeji was gonna be good, that's the player that James Smith-Williams is.
No.
You know how much money they save if they cut Adeoye Ogundeji? It's like $3 million or something. Yeah. So I'm sorry, Ade. I love saying your name, but yeah.
The Falcons are going to have the best defense in the league if this was 1984.
That run defense is going to hit. I mean, I guarantee that. But what is it? Yeah, Adeoye Ogundeji, $60,000, $60,000 in dead cap, and he saves them $3.1 million.
Why is he still
there? Yes, we're just asking questions here. That's all. I mean, theoretically, he's a better fit.
Don't want to take food off his family's table or anything.
Right? Yeah. No. Thanks, Andy. Yeah.
Bring in an edge rusher, like they might as well keep him.
Yeah. I mean, there's no one else on the depth chart, so someone's gonna have to play those preseason games.
What's the status on Calais Campbell? Is he like gone, or?
They keep hinting that like there's an open dialogue of him coming back, but I just think
we're going to overpay for him, aren't we?
I mean, at this point, we kind of have to, because right now,
going home.
Who else are we signing?
We had 42 sacks last year. We were like 21st in sacks, I think, last year. We lost 13 of those sacks. So now, if you just look at where their sack production is, they would have like the 30th best pass rush in the NFL right now, based off of last year. Even if you doubled Grady's production from him having a healthy season, they'd still be like 30th in pass rush. And so it's just like
having the 30th best pass rush, Aaron.
It's just like, hey man, Calais Campbell will be a savior to this football team at 45 because
that's coming back.
I mean, who needs an edge rusher?
Who needs edge pressure? That's no one
cares.
cares.
Malone time, fellas.
It's Malone season. Okay,
I'm making peace with it, and I'm having to make peace with Mike Hughes as well. So
no, that's the one UCF legend I would be okay to see the door shown to. Yeah, that's the one I don't know if you had to pick one to start, Richie Grant or Mike Hughes.
Richie, definitely.
Richie,
yeah. That's the right answer. That is the correct answer.
You can stay out the way more.
I'm proud of all of you. Yeah, good job.
When Brandon Powell caught the game-winning touchdown against Mike Hughes, it was okay. I'm done with you. Like there have been good Richie Grant moments. There haven't been as many as we would like, but there have been no good. Like Mike Hughes made 2 good tackles last year. It's like no, get out of here, man. Brandon Powell, former Falcons practice squad kick returner. Brandon Powell cooked you because you're sitting there.
Yeah. Can we talk about how Mike Hughes replaced D. Alford in the lineup? Can we talk about that? Like,
I don't understand.
That was embarrassing. Like,
special teams matter, man. We need that punt returner, man.
The reasoning was weird. Like they came out
took him off defense to play special teams,
it didn't make any sense.
Look, our offense wasn't moving the ball, so we needed some field position. So they needed D. Alford on punt returns, and so they were like, "He's too tired. He's too important a piece on special teams to give him snaps on defense." So Mike Hughes, go out there.
Oh my God, that somehow makes it worse. Yeah, that was the most bad. Like, if I'm D. Alford, I would just be like insulted. Like, really? Like, I'm Team D. Alford all the way. Like that, people were like, "Oh, we need a nickel corner because Mike Hughes sucks." It's like, no, we have D. Alford. Okay, it's fine. So
Yeah,
I hope they do the right thing and put D. Alford out there.
D. Alford has
We've
been
got
one
6
of
punt returners now.
Yeah, we have enough punt returners.
So we
it
have
should
enough
be
punt
okay.
returners. The D. Alford should not
Yeah.
be needed anymore.
Yeah, it should be okay in theory. But yeah. All right, so we are within spitting distance of the Falcons pick here. None of the guys, a little bit of like an offensive line group there. Corley went 65 to the Jets, who traded up. We got Trey Benson, the running back, going to the Cardinals at 66. Brandon Coleman, the tackle, going to the Commanders at 67. Tackle Caden Wallace, Penn State, going to the Patriots. That's their yearly, like, we're just going to pick a random offensive lineman out of a hat and take him pick. And then we got linebacker Junior Colson from Michigan going to the Chargers. So Harbaugh gets his guy, Jim Harbaugh. Yeah, one of the Harbaughs, the Harbros. Yeah, I don't know. He didn't come to Atlanta, so I don't care. So, all right. So we get the Giants up to 70.
The Vikings really tried their darndest to trade for Justin Herbert. I can only imagine how quick that no was.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. Like I don't know why you would even bother. Isn't the dead cap like something like just absolutely absurd?
It's like 100, I think. Yeah, 100.
So yes,
I mean, even if there was no dead cap, it's like, no, they're not going to trade Justin Herbert.
I'm obsessed.
Might as well have the
with
conversation.
With these Antonio Brown leaks that come out, every single one, I'm like, this is ridiculous. Share, yeah, share.
This is crazy. Share.
Because there's been some kind of like minor things that he has actually been slightly ahead on.
Yep.
So it's given him the grace in my mind that because he was slightly early on someone getting a contract extension, I've gone, yeah, I'm sure he knows the future of Justin Herbert. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. No question whatsoever.
CTSPN.
Yeah. It's got CTSPN. I can't believe he actually did that. It's like, I think this is either the most elaborate troll job in the NFL, or it's not. In which case,
he's a Hall of Famer. He is a Hall of Famer.
Or it's not, and then it's just sad. So, yeah, it's interesting stuff. Interesting hours here. We got the Cardinals at 70 with like these picks are like 3 picks ahead now that are being announced. This is getting ridiculous, but that's late day 2 for you.
Yeah, I don't care about it being spoiled. I'm gonna look it up.
I'm gonna look. Yeah, after that Michael Penix pick, you're like, Kevin's not gonna give me anything when he sees the pick. I'm just gonna sit here straight face. I'm not
doing that bullshit again. I'm not doing that bullshit next year. I'm reading the leaks next year.
Yeah, you're reading the leaks.
If you switch the camera off, we'll know that
he just leaves, just like walks away.
I feel like I just disconnect from the stream.
Yeah. I feel like if Michael Penix didn't send you away from the stream, then nothing will. Like, I mean, I think if you could survive that and stay on the stream, then we're probably good.
I was looking back at like the moment of my reaction.
People tagged it, in the comments.
it was great, like live. It was great streaming because I was genuinely shocked, and
it was good.
I'm sure it was great for the viewers, but for me, it's like
it's less great for you. Yeah.
Well, I was about 5 minutes behind, so I had no I heard you guys just say that we weren't going to be happy with it.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, like, what could this be? Like,
what could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, like
I heard it on the stream I was on. I heard it like 5 minutes before everybody else got it, and so I was just like, "Oh no!" And then I had to just sit there with a straight face, and everybody was like trying to guess who could it be. Like, why would you react this way?
That's exactly what happened to me. Yes.
Some people are going to be happy, but I don't know if anybody in this room is going to be happy.
Some people, there's probably like one guy out in
Penix is going to be happy.
South Fulton County. Maybe there's one guy out there at B-Dubs that won't get mad and leave, but the rest of you probably will. So, yeah.
I'm obsessed with Kirk Cousins getting a phone call while he's
probably just chilling, yeah.
You're picking who?
Yeah, sorry.
We're picking Washington. He's like, oh hell yeah, let's go. Rome Odunze, quarterback Michael Penix Jr. Oh my god.
Just sending him like a compilation video and him assuming it's the receiver in it.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, this is quite a bold choice to like sign a guy to a $180 million contract, make him like the public face of your team, and then just like crap on his porch like a month later. Just like it's a bold choice. I mean, just like, well, there's never a good time to tell, your quarterback that you're drafting his replacement immediately after signing him. It's like just the optics of that. It's like, well, clearly they don't give a shit about what anybody thinks. They're going to make this pick because I think I tweeted out, it's like, I haven't seen the NFL media united against the Falcons like this since the game that will not be named. So,
I mean, we were united against the Falcons on this too. Like it was us, it was the national media. It was like the Avengers just rising up and just to like deal with this team's dumbassery. Yeah, if the pick, I still haven't seen the pick. If they take Spencer Rattler, I'm disconnecting. Kevin, I'm leaving. Like I'm out.
They're not going to take Spencer Rattler. Okay, there's literally no more room on the roster. Okay, that's that. I refuse to believe.
And bring 3 quarterbacks to camp.
They need a succession plan for after Penix. But they're the same age, Aaron.
Like they're not going to take Rattler. If they do, like I'm just warning. I'm disconnecting. I'm going out tonight. Like I'm
going out tonight. We're just going to end the stream. We're not coming back for day 3. We're
you guys can continue streaming, but just fair warning. I'm just going to leave. Like I'm not going to be here anymore.
Keep your phone on because they might draft you tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh man.
It can't be worse value than Penix at 8.
No, Rattler here would actually be like somewhat appropriate value. I think he's like 70s on most boards. So I mean, I think he would be the appropriate value for like a neutral board at this stage. So for the Falcons, obviously, it'd be interesting.
Who are the highest players left on the consensus board? I'm guessing Jermaine Burton's one of them.
I don't think Jermaine Burton's on the Falcons board. Yeah.
No, Charlie. Yeah. Like Terry said the other day, didn't he? The first thing he does is he
reads.
Yeah, reads.
They read the character reports first.
He reads their bios.
And then goes from there.
You're such a gamer, Terry.
That's why they love Penix, right? I mean, he's that A++ character, right?
Yep.
Doesn't paint his nails, right? Doesn't do any of that stuff.
To me, the nail painting is a boost. I mean, have you guys put that clear polish on your nails? I mean, that keeps my nails intact far longer than just leaving them straight up. So, more people should do this. I'm just saying. We'll save that for the day 3, the nail polish conversation. But yeah.
There's Isaiah Adams, the guard. We are 3 away from
just a couple picks away. Yep.
Well, the Twitter account I'm looking at that is tipping picks. Jordan Schultz.
Yeah,
for some reason he has the pinned tweet of Michael Penix being drafted, and I'm like, why is that your pinned tweet?
I haven't seen like
the interactions.
Yeah,
we were discussing it earlier, Trey, weren't we? Like,
yeah, we were.
We haven't seen a negative reaction like that. Just where the whole Twitter sphere, all of the media are just united against a pick for a long time.
This was the only thing I can remember that's brought Falcons fans together, like universally. It brought us together in hatred, unfortunately. But
for the most part, like the only other thing that brings us together is the Saints suffering some heartbreak.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
I don't think I'll ever forget where I was during that pick. For the good or the bad, maybe it ends up being like an amazing pick, hopefully, please God. And I'll be like, oh, I still remember that night, or the other far more likely scenario, it doesn't, and I'll be like, yeah, I remember that night. That's going to be my Alzheimer's thing in my 80s. Like I remember
a lot of Alzheimer's references tonight. I hope we don't have like nobody. I don't wish that on any of you. But we downplay that like that. Okay. Yes, but yeah, your point stands. Please continue. Yeah.
No. Yeah. That was just. Yeah. Also, I hope we're not thinking about the Falcons in our 80s.
I would hope so. I want to be free at some point.
I hope we're enjoying. Like
I want to be free of this pain.
I hope death is not the only freedom I gain from this football team.
Yeah. Oh man. Jeez. Yep.
Well,
I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it.
DJ Tampa's still on the board.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Anyone that's like at the top of your board right now, you can just go ahead and cross them out for the Falcons.
Oh yeah.
The consensus boards, the highest guys still there are Troy Franklin, who is 39th on there, Peyton Wilson, who's 44.
Yep.
And Roman Wilson, who's 53.
Oh, Roman Wilson's still there. He's interesting for sure.
I like a couple of the safeties who are around, who are still around as well, in that kind of slightly more limited role that they'd have to play, where we're essentially just asking them to run and hit because Jesse's covering the rest of it.
Yeah.
Is DTD still there?
Who?
Yeah.
Is he?
Who
Yeah.
is?
DTD.
Oh yeah, Dadrian Taylor Demerson. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love him. Honestly,
I like him.
Yeah, I feel like he's super underrated.
I think this is kind of right where he should go. I think he's a little limited, but to Andy's point, like for what we need, I think he's perfect fit.
I think he fits. I just think he's very instinctual, like the way he plays and stuff. I always like safeties with great instincts. I think that's a path to playing time, even if you're limited. Like that's the thing with DeMarco Helms is like, well, he can't really cover deep, but like everything else, he does okay at. He's basically a starter, so it's a 7th round pick. So he's just like you could work around that. You can play special teams, you can run, hit, do that good stuff. So, all right, so we got the last few picks for the Falcons, as the Falcons are officially on the clock now. The actual live stream is like way behind. We had Andrew Phillips, the cornerback from Kentucky, going to the Giants at 70. Isaiah Adams, the tackle from Illinois, going to the Cardinals at 71. The Panthers, after their trade back, took linebacker Trevin Wallace from Kentucky. And then the Cowboys at 73 took Cooper Beebe, the guard from Kansas State. So the Falcons are up at 74 officially. So
okay. Let's address secondary, for the love of God, please. Please, let's address secondary.
Luke McCaffrey coming. Yes.
Slot corner.
Slot corner, yeah. Just really like insult D. Alford even more. Just like draft his replacement.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah, I'm kind of resigned to like it's not going to be like anyone who I think. Like this is not going to be anyone that I believe. Like it's not going to.
Luke McCaffrey is what I'm hearing.
The best case, yeah. What's the worst case? Man.
The worst case, I get a phone call. Terry Fontenot.
Hello.
Oh, what do you mean? Drafted?
Not Nikic. What do you play? What's your position?
I'm a joker.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I'm the coordinator.
They should announce that, like, as for one of these picks, like Joker from
You remember
Georgia
how
State.
fun that was for the 3 weeks of
like 2 minutes.
The Joker. Yeah. This team is going to be so fun and all.
And then they actually meant that he's not involved in most things, like Joker's aren't.
Yep.
So much hope.
So much hope. Yeah. It's
okay.
Yeah.
I saw the pick.
Oh, so now you're doing leaks, Adnan? Is that it?
Yeah, I told you I'm not doing that shit anymore. I'm not doing that no leaking shit.
Yeah.
I learned my lesson the first round.
Yep.
Okay, I've seen the pick as well.
Yeah, I've seen the pick as well. I'm just joking. I definitely looked at the leak as well. I was just giving you a hard time.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
I like it. I'm down.
You said it earlier.
Yeah.
Sure. We need someone at that position, so
anyone really. Yeah.
Really.
Just a body at this point.
People thought he
would
was
be good.
Going to be a 2nd round pick, so
Yeah.
value.
You could do a lot worse, certainly. So
hey, no, the Falcons have done a lot worse in the past. The Falcons have done a lot worse in this round.
What year would he have been recruited?
There might be the lake. Yeah, you're talking about the potential, potential overlap there. Yeah.
I was really curious about these connections with some of these guys and seeing if they got to this point.
Yep.
If they would be with us or not as options.
No. Yeah. Well, we'll wait just a minute. I think it's already been announced in the chat, but so we'll go ahead and talk about it. But yeah, it is Bralen Trice, the edge rusher from Washington, that is joining Atlanta here at 74. So yeah, this one's much less controversial. This is a nice departure, like a nice, like, okay, he's right around this range. I think, on the consensus board, I think this is right sort of around where he was expected to go. Let's see, what was it? Let me find out where he was. Yeah, he was 64 on the consensus rank. So this is actually good value per the consensus board. Yeah. So I'm not used to this. I don't know.
If we would have switched our day two picks, I'd be fine right now. So I think I'm cool with how our day ended up going, just with how this ended, honestly.
Other than the trade down, or other than the trade up, yeah.
Oh, no trade up. Stay more. Yeah, no, stay put. Stay put. I would have rather I would have been more okay reaching at that point for the edge, but it is what it is.
Would have been nice to still have a pick at 79. Also, just saying.
That would have been really nice.
Yeah.
There's some really good players on the board.
I went into the draft today knowing that they were going to trade one of those picks away because they had to be aggressive and show everybody, hey, I know you guys gave us grief, but we're really going hard after this defense. And it's like, all right, cool.
We care. Okay. We care, you guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's a terrible reason to do that, by the way. But...
It's like, hey, I wanted to be at least like 3 D linemen. So they're like 2/3 of the way there in this draft.
Yeah.
So
yeah. No, I like Trice. I think, I think he's a good edge rusher. I think he's a little bit limited athletically, but high effort guy. Had some like crazy production in terms of like pressures. And some of them were like he just whooped some guys in a couple games. But like every once in a while you're going to go against a bad tackle in the NFL. So if you could just whoop bad tackles in the NFL, that wouldn't be so bad, like the Falcons have had guys that don't even whoop bad tackles in the NFL, so I wouldn't be opposed to that. Welcome back, Jake. How you doing tonight? Doing any better?
Yeah, actually, I feel substantially worse. I'm going to try not to mouth breathe while I'm talking.
Oh no!
But I'm gonna give it a good pick. Good pick. Finally, good job, guys. This is reminiscent of Zach Harrison last year, where this kind of felt right.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think this is actually good value. This is about where I would definitely have been happy to get Trice, guy that I like. Never ended up actually sending him to the Falcons. I feel like he always went like earlier than the 3rd round in pretty much all the mock draft machines. But like, he's a good player. Lots of production. I think he is definitely one that I think is more like ready to contribute right away. And again, I don't think he's like a high ceiling guy, but definitely someone that can play and contribute. And super high energy, effort, pass rusher. I feel like those guys always have super like high floors. So I mean, I like the pick. I think this is a good pick. Yeah.
Yeah, I think earlier. I mean, not to harp on round 2. One of the things that hurts when you're moving up here, I see Javon Baker available. I see Jalen McMillan available. I love Javon Baker. That's a guy who I think just a couple of times I've watched him, he's really popped off. I think this would have been a great spot for a receiver with that extra third you got from the Ridley trade, but unfortunately, that's not our reality anymore.
Yeah. No, yeah. What do you guys think about Trice coming in? I like this one. This is my favorite pick so far. That's a sad thing when it's the 3rd pick of the draft, but whatever.
Yeah, good. I mean, yeah, it's probably my favorite pick as well so far. Not that the bar is very high on that. But yeah, good production. Like, lot of. I think he was 2nd in the Pac-12 in sacks over the past 2 years. Had 16 sacks. I do like guys who get a lot of pressures, as opposed to, guys who sort of have those, I don't want to say fake sacks, but guys who convert much like a much higher percentage of their pressures into sacks. The Vic Beasley 2016 season is a perfect example. 52% of his pressures converted into sacks, whereas you had Khalil Mack, who had half a sack fewer, but only 20% conversions. But yeah, consistently managed to get to the quarterback. The only thing, and I'm not harping on this, but I don't want to just sound negative, and I know I will right now, but coming into day 2 and not addressing the secondary at all right now is kind of concerning to me, because I was really, we had 3 picks tonight, coming into the night, and to not come away with anything in the secondary is like, okay, like, we're really believe in Richie Grant right now, huh? So, we'll see. We'll see where it goes tomorrow.
Yeah.
I thought this was Clark Phillips fan club.
I like Clark. That's what I'm saying. Like,
first of all,
that's what I would say.
We're not about to do that. We're not about to do that.
I'm just saying, like, if you believe in Clark Phillips, then we're good.
I do.
Right?
I do. Like, that's what
we're fine.
He
just needs to actually get to play where
he
he
could have
needs to
grown
play.
during the off season as well, which like people do. Like,
not an Antonio Hamilton fan, huh?
I think
like Trice himself, like, this is a good pick. I like the pick. Like, yeah, good job.
My concern with the picks, and I similar to you guys, I know I'm kind of spinning negative with this. With 3 picks in, I'm not sure the Falcons have got better. Like I think you can talk about like Trice is obviously a lot younger and stuff, but is he actually currently, is he better than they'd be able to get if they just dipped into free agency after the draft? Is he better than Bud Dupree, for example?
I think he could
probably
be.
not.
I think he could be.
It could be in the future.
He's also cheaper. That's the thing. That's the main thing.
Time. But whereas I think if they'd, I think cornerback, safety to a lesser extent, and receiver, I think you had the opportunity on day 2 to get guys who are better than who you'd be able to just pick up off the street. And so would kind of be able to make that immediate impact a little bit more and make the team better. Whereas now I think you're kind of looking at it and you pick out guys who are alternatives to who is currently out there. As you said, Kevin, that like Trice is obviously cheaper than Bud Dupree would be, but I don't see how defenses like how the pass rush has improved from it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Go ahead, Trey.
It's like Jake was saying earlier. We didn't really need to trade up, I think, ultimately. And you look at how and I hate playing the hindsight game, but just seeing how the board kind of fell, you feel like they still could have reached and got their DT where they were originally sitting at the second, and then got Trice. And then, from there you're looking at, maybe adding that corner, adding that receiver, But the player's good. I think he's going to contribute early, be able to play early, probably sooner than Ruke. But, it just comes down to, what'd you say, Aaron, value? What's the term for this year?
Opportunity cost?
Opportunity cost. That's just really what it's going to come down to for a lot of people this draft. And it is what it is.
Yep. Oh, man, the rate. So, and then 2 picks later, Caden Ellis's brother comes off the board to the Broncos. So I'm sure Caden Ellis is like, wow, you didn't take my guy. But, you did call him, quote, a tiny man, Aaron. So I don't know if we really want that,
There's now 4 of them in the NFL.
Yeah.
I'm stunned.
I think he has like 12 siblings or some ridiculous number or something like that.
Yeah.
I think
you're Mormon.
Yeah, Kieran Amagaji ends up going to the Bears at 75 as well. And then the Raiders take tackle Delmar Glaze from Maryland at pick 77. I didn't even watch him. So this is the first guy I don't think was even in the top 100 of the consensus board at all. Maybe Isaiah Adams was in there too. I mean, I thought Isaiah Adams was interesting, but yeah. That one's more of a shocker. But this is the time of the draft where you just get teams that just like a guy and they just take him in this range. So
there were people that liked Isaiah Adams. I saw a couple of people boards that had him high, but consensus wise, he wasn't necessarily consistent.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. So we did address the trenches. I just wish we had pick 79.
That would be nice.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you trade Calvin Ridley and then you end up just what did he get you? You know, like what did he actually get you? Like a trade chip? You know, it's not great, but
yeah, when you actually stack it up, like if the Falcons still had Calvin Ridley and we'd used it, and we'd used Calvin Ridley to trade up 8 picks or whatever it was in the second round to get him, I think people will be looking at it slightly differently, wouldn't they?
yeah.
Yeah, it kind of feels like at first everyone was cool with the Hayden Hurst move, and then suddenly that trade and the second round pick was used to just against it the move the entire time after that.
Yeah, it was like stroke of genius by trading Mohamed Sanu. And then
just
it's
got a
like
first round pick for for a discount.
Yeah, and it was like, oh yeah, Hayden Hurst is who we used the pick on. But
Ravens tight end.
When you think about that, Hayden Hurst trade probably is like the best of these trades so far. Because I mean, we'll see what Julio and Troy Anderson, turns into, but like that hasn't returned an investment. The fortunate thing is Julio hasn't done anything, so it's just like Troy Anderson hasn't done anything, so it's a wash at this point.
Right.
Angelo Malone for Matt Ryan. It's like, all right, we're doing
great.
Hayden Hurst, man, it's not that bad.
If you said Falcons are trading Julio Jones and Matt Ryan for D'Angelo Malone and Troy Anderson,
I feel like people would have been upset about that. Yeah, I don't know. They gauge the room,
touchdowns out of Hayden Hurst, right?
That's true.
More than what we got now. 5 snaps that D'Angelo Malone played.
Oh my God, yeah, they were just like Ryan Nielsen was like, I don't like you. I don't want to play with you anymore. Oh man, what an eventful year that was.
I will say
some trades out there. Sorry, go on, Jake.
No, you're good. I lost all. I was happy to see Ryan Nielsen go when I saw that he hired Matt House in Jacksonville, who was undoubtedly one of the worst coaches in all of college football for any positional or side of the ball. That was a strange one for me. I didn't think anybody would hire Matt House ever again. LSU was giving up about 60, 70 points a game, it felt like.
Wow. Yeah. No, I didn't. I haven't even paid attention to what's happened after he left. So
I have a lot of friends that are LSU fans, and they were like, "There's no way this guy got another job." And then that's all it was Nielsen, and I was like, "Oh, nice."
Yeah. Well, yeah. That obviously it's important to keep in mind, but
man, can't believe we're disrespecting the best DT of the last decade like this.
Oh man. Wait, so the Falcons got an extra 6th. I got to update our pick tracker here. I think it was like 186.
I'm down to trade a couple of those 6, move up.
Yeah.
To the 4th.
Let's get spicy. Yeah. How about we trade all of those 6? Yeah.
Like, Falcons, if you really want to do us a favor, which, I'm sure you really do, move all of those 6s, move up, to another pick tonight or get another pick next year. And, then we don't have to be on the live stream as long tomorrow. And we get another pick tonight to talk about.
There we go.
Everyone wins.
You guys think we're in play to do that? You think we're going to look to move up again?
I wouldn't rule it out. Yeah. I
Yeah.
think they're desperate to change the narrative about this draft. They'll do anything they have to.
I don't think they'll pick 3 times in the 6th round.
No.
I think one of those picks is getting traded.
That's when we got to get our SEC guys, right? We got to get
we got to get at least one Georgia Bulldog. So,
Yeah, we have a long snapper in this year. I think that could be one of the guys for sure. We have a long snapper that is eligible on the board.
Right. I feel like if like TJ Tampa falls a bit more, or like Jaden Hicks or one of those guys, or Javon Baker, they could move up, a little bit.
You're Kevin. I don't know why you're doing this.
I'm trying to create content, Aaron. Okay, I got to host this show. I got to do something.
It's the only time the Falcons have ever actually done what we wanted them to do and moved up for like the guy that's falling.
What about, this guy? He would be a tremendous. I mean, Clark Phillips was the only time I could think where they like actually drafted the guy who had like fallen at their spot. I was very happy about that pick. I still am. This is a Clark Phillips fan podcast. So, shout out to Clark Phillips Sr. Very complimentary of the show. Yeah.
He's got a lot on his plate.
Yeah, I remember meeting Jalen Mayfield's dad at training camp last year. And yeah, I don't think he was against me too much because I keep talking about.
You keep a low profile.
Yeah, I keep talking about what a raw deal Jalen Mayfield got with the regime, which I still stand by. But yeah, I'm thinking to myself, this if this was someone else on the Falcon League, I'm sure it wouldn't be as pleasant of a conversation.
Maybe not as happy about that in hindsight, but yeah, I wish we had pick 79. Yeah, that's what I keep coming back to. A lot of good players on the board here.
It'll be interesting to see who actually gets taken here because that will be, like it or not, it's going to be connected to us. So
yeah.
It's like Javonte Williams. I was very worried when I saw the Broncos take Javonte Williams because that's who I actually originated. That was a little worrisome.
Yeah, well, the Cardinals traded the 79th pick, so.
Okay. I'm not in front of my TV anymore. Okay.
Yeah. So. All right. Got who's 78 though? I still didn't see 78. Yeah. So the price to trade that was like a small trade up, and they sent a 6th. So at this point, yeah. I mean, if you get into yeah.
I was going to say the Colts traded with the Cardinals to get 79, so it's going to be some athletic freak that has a real high fast score.
Theo Johnson? They love taking just athletic tight ends and not using them. But all right, who do we got? Who do we got here? Who went at 78? Okay, here we go. Yeah, Kalen Bullock went at 78. Another one of my safeties off the board. I actually didn't love Kalen Bullock, but I did think that the Falcons were interested. They did visit with him. I don't like safeties who don't tackle. It's kind of one of my things.
It's kind of a deal breaker.
Yeah, I feel like it's a problem.
In the name description of the job, you are the safety that is supposed to tackle to prevent the touchdown. Like that's what the job means, and it's like you can't do that. So it's like, why are you here? What are you doing here?
Yeah, no, I that to me is kind of a deal breaker. So,
is that a celebration? Kevin,
so this is pick 79 on the TV. On the TV, pick 79. Here's where the Falcons would have been on the board. I'm not talking about the leaks, just where ESPN is right now. The Colts just made the pick. So if you look at the board right now is what would have been available to the Falcons.
Yeah.
I didn't think they would take an offensive lineman. They have Lindstrom, but and Bergeron, but Cooper Beebe going right before. I feel like somebody should have scooped him up a lot earlier.
Yeah, I agree. This guy that I like. Oh, here we go. Matt Gonzalez here at 79. So a tackle ends up going at pick 79.
Hail to Pitt, baby.
I was about to say, oh yeah, Aaron, do you have a take on this? Or?
He was like the one dude that I because I didn't really watch Pitt football this year because I was just like, I'm over it.
I'm done.
Once he left, I was like, I have no more joy in my heart for this football team. And so he was like the one guy I was like, okay, he'll probably get drafted. I've seen him play well. Yeah. I don't know about the rest of these dudes.
Yeah.
Between Pitt and the Falcons, how are you still watching the sport, Aaron?
He's just I'm done. Yeah, I'm out.
Well, it's funny because like the Falcons losing is like whatever. I'm used to it at this point. Like when Pitt loses, I'm just like this ruins my Saturday, so I had to cut them off because I'm just like it's like Saturday is like the one day I have free, so I'm like I'm not just gonna ruin my Saturdays just because of some stupid college football team. Like the Sundays is whatever. Like that's a job at this point. I'm like, oh, the Falcons lost again. Okay, cool.
You've already penciled in that Sunday will be ruined.
I think if we did keep this pick, somebody that I had not realized is not gone yet is DJ James out of Auburn. I think he definitely would have been a possibility at this point.
It seems like people are all over the place on him. Like I know, like
I think he didn't really test super well.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. Was Kyrie Jackson out of
yeah, I like
Oregon?
Kyrie Jackson. Yeah. I'm down for Kyrie. I like Kyrie Jackson. I like Cam Hart. I like those big corners. I feel like they could get one of those guys in the fourth potentially, like one of those developmental, just big outside corners. Could be direction they go. Man, Troy Franklin still here. That's kind of wild.
Yeah.
Were there injury question marks on Troy Franklin? I feel like I heard something in the last week.
There might have been. I don't know.
I know Brian Thomas had a couple injury things come up in the last few weeks. I don't remember hearing anything for Troy. I just know that all of a sudden it felt like people decided or just got really low on his game and felt like he wasn't going to be able to get separation or be able to handle physicality. I don't know.
Yeah.
His stock seemed to drop at the last minute.
Yeah. But again, like at this point, it's like, okay, I'll roll the dice on that like profile,
value,
you know, like, yeah, it's like, I'm okay with that now, you know, like, I mean, yeah, like, I mean,
when Ricky Porcel's going in round 1,
well, we're getting Jermaine Burton ahead of him. Like, I feel like Jermaine Burton has way more. I mean, not like playstyle questions, but like questions in general. I feel like Jermaine Burton has way more. So,
oh, did Burton go already?
Yeah, he just went.
Being an asshole.
Yeah, just yeah. Oh man, yep.
To Cincinnati, I actually kind of love that fit. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's a nice fit.
I do, but how's he? Do we think he's going to be happy with barely getting the ball?
Right.
Probably not. I don't think he's ever happy.
He just perpetually is angry. Like...
That's the character concern.
Yeah, he just frowns in every meeting. Yeah.
Character concern, just kind of a grumpy guy. I think that's mostly
big time grumps. Yeah. Oh man,
it's funny though because it is a little bit of pressure for T. Not that Burton's gonna be surpassing T, but with T holding out, Burton's got some legit talent, so it'd be interesting to see what he can do if he does get a chance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to have like a big fantasy week at some point, isn't he?
Oh,
yeah, he'll have one random big breakout.
They took one of my favorite wide receivers of last year, one of my favorite day 3 wide receivers, Andre Yosevich.
Yeah, man, he was fun at the Senior Bowl.
I like Charlie Jones too, the other guy they got.
Yeah. Yosevich dynasty stonks. I need those to go up big time. So
man, I was really
really
take that dart throw on him last year, but you know, he had a good rookie season.
He had that like one game where he actually had a good game. I was like, oh, if only I'd started him this one game. But you know, no, I just had him on the taxi squad all year. I was happy with that. But you know.
Well, guys, I got to do some locked on stuff. I appreciate the complaining that we did.
Yes. our group therapy session. Thank you, Aaron. Yes.
So I feel better. I feel better.
I do feel better too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm calmed down. Your opinion was invaluable, and we appreciate you coming on, Aaron. Thanks again, guys. He's at Locked On Falcons.
I can stop by at some point, maybe in round 5 when you guys are on fumes tomorrow.
Yes.
So.
Yes, anything would help. Yeah. You
can
do your rant about Parker Hesse. Yeah.
Okay, that'll be the perfect time.
That'll be the perfect time. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Have a good evening, guys.
Thank you, man. Have a good one.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Aaron. Bye.
Later, Aaron.
I feel like, unfortunately, now I'm going to turn into a Seahawks sympathizer just because of Mike McDonald, UGA legend. So,
yep.
I got a little love for him, especially if they like do something. I don't think they can pick up a running back, but I think Cedric Van Pran Granger is still on the board. That might be an option for them, but I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that would fit them for sure. The offensive linemen in general seem to make sense for them. I can't remember if they addressed it earlier or not. I don't think they've had a lot of picks so far. I think they just had that first rounder, and then they didn't have their second. Oh yeah, they didn't have the second rounder because I think they traded it for what's his name?
I think that was part of the Russ trade. Did they maybe like send a second back or something?
No, I think it was for the defensive lineman. What's his name? I'm blanking out.
Leonard.
Leonard Williams. I think that was the pick they sent for Leonard Williams. Yeah. Because they took Byron Murphy, yeah, so they didn't take an offensive lineman. So that would make sense. You know, if teams are drafting sensically, which we can't ever guarantee, especially not Atlanta, but you know.
Cedric Van Pran Granger would be a crazy snipe if I just randomly picked up.
Yeah, that would be like right out of a hat. Yeah, that would be fantastic. Yeah, it's like wow, I'm impressed. Yeah, so. Well, guys, let's go ahead and get this giveaway started because the Falcons don't have any more picks, so we'll go ahead and get this underway. and we will let this run for the next 30 minutes or so. Hopefully it will automatically award the winner this time, so I don't have to do another random number generator, but you never know with these things. As long as it tracks the people properly. That's really what I care about. All right, let's see.
Which one's tonight? Is tonight the Patreon one or?
No, this is just another $50 one.
Another YouTube one?
Yep. Yeah, it's just for everyone viewing. For everyone viewing. Okay.
I stopped looking at any league picks. I'm just going off of ESPN at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
okay,
think we're
so
almost.
it is an offensive lineman.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I was about to say, I think we are at the point where people don't care to league him anymore. I think we're running low.
Nobody even cares. Yeah. They're like, okay, no one's watching. Yeah, I think it's basically like you're right. Yes. So to enter, guys, you need to be subscribed, join the Falcoholic Discord, so that's how we communicate the gift card to you and get your information, stuff like that. And then just type in !enter, like what people are doing in the chat. If you do it successfully, you will get a notification from the Streamlabs bot that will tell you joined successfully. You can only join once. If you try to do it multiple times, it won't work. But yeah, so go ahead and do that. We'll let that run for the next 30 minutes to an hour or whatever. And yeah, make sure you get your entry in, everyone. As long as you have completed those things, you should be all set to join the giveaway. Should let you in without a problem. But thank you guys for watching tonight. We really appreciate you for hanging out with us as we get into this end of day 3. What do you think there's a chance the Falcons try to get back into day 2 considering the players on the board, or do you think this is where they actually just stick and pick at this point?
I think they should. I think Kyrie Jackson would be a fantastic pickup at this point. I think if you're going to roll the dice on somebody at this point, I think, Kyrie Jackson, we talked about DJ James. Let me hit my little, that's always a fun thing to do. You got to switch over to the tab for the undrafted players if you have available and see who's on here. I mean, even is Peyton Wilson picked yet?
No, he hasn't. Troy Franklin, Peyton Wilson. Yeah. Roman Wilson still here.
Yeah.
Chris Abrams-Drain would not be a bad pick at this point either.
They like him. Yeah.
I see a couple names on here that I wouldn't be too upset with,
TJ
especially
Tampa,
when you got all that.
Yeah.
God, if you could parlay some of these 6th and some of these day 3 picks, man,
they should do it.
That's
what I'm saying. Yeah,
do that.
I'm feeling like they're gonna trade one of these 6 rounders to get up a little bit. Probably towards the very end of the 3rd round would be what they would have to do, because I don't know that the 6 will get you super far otherwise, but
that's it. What's the last pick? The 3rd round, about 100, is it?
Yeah, I feel like once you get into the 90s, it's possible.
Yeah, I don't know if a 6th rounder gets you from 109, into the 90s.
Yeah, Kevin, that's masterful streaming, by the way. There's a possibility that they move back up into the end of the 3rd. You guys should keep watching.
You're telling me there's a chance, so let's
see some of these names still available.
Definitely, yeah.
It's also worth on me, Kevin, because I was sitting thinking, should I just go to
Makai Wengo, another guy available? That would be a solid pick.
Yeah, no, Andy, I know it's what time is it over? Is it? Hold on, it's 3:30 a.m. right now.
3:30, yeah.
3:30.
So
legend.
In my head, I was like, maybe.
Yeah, you should stay up and watch the end of the 3rd round again.
I was like, I'm on childcare duty early in the morning.
No, you don't have to believe my hype. Yeah,
they're my children. They live here. I'm supposed to be looking after them.
Allegedly,
yeah. Got 4 hours sleep yesterday. We'll see.
Yep. Running on the fumes. I appreciate your commitment to the cause here.
I've realized I've barely actually watched any of the draft. I've just been
been chatting. Yeah, I mean, we basically talk about the picks. Oh, man. Okay, so the last couple picks, interesting. We got Christian Haynes going to the Seahawks. So it was an offensive lineman at 81 to the Seahawks. Tip Ryman, the tight end, going at 82 to the Colts. What did I say about athletic tight ends that the Colts aren't going to use? That was prescient right there.
Delaney Woods. Yeah, Tip Ryman's a baseball. Ryman's a baseball name, by the way.
That's definitely for that. Yeah. Somebody tipped the pick on that one, but and then we got Blake Corum. Going to the Rams. I thought that was the Chargers for a second. I was like, oh, that's the most obvious thing in the world. But no, it's the other Los Angeles team.
Ooh, Kyron Williams over there.
That is such a Rams pick. Wow.
Yeah. The Rams just, can't help themselves.
I heard some Kyron Williams redraft fantasy football, truther this year, or Kyron Williams fantasy dynasty owners.
Yeah.
So
very true.
Man, Kyron's so productive. It just made no sense. He ran like a 4.6. He's undersized, and he just had 5 yards of carry.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like that's the biggest case of it literally does not matter who your running back is. Like they could be if they have good vision and good field, then it doesn't matter. Like they can be worse athlete.
Morris.
Yep, exactly.
He was not a great athlete, and something that makes me wonder too. Like I think Audric Estime was better than him. Like in college, I think Estime was better than Kyron Williams. I don't know if he'd be a better pro, but
is Estime still on the board?
Yeah,
it's got to be.
Yeah,
I think
I think he might take somebody's RB1 job if he goes to the right team.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you guys think about Tyrone Tracy, the converted wide receiver from Purdue? I think he reminds me of David Johnson.
I like Tyrone Tracy. Yeah.
Yeah, he's interesting. Super raw as a running back, super upright, just like David Johnson. But yeah,
they probably won't trade. But I think the fact you said somebody getting their RB1 job taken by Audric Estime, the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock.
There you go.
I think Najee Harris could be one of those guys.
You have to
Najee's a guy that great rookie year, and then ever since then it's been like, okay, what happened here?
I'm surprised he's not a better player than he currently is. I thought he was one of those guys that was just so safe.
Yeah,
it's like I understand he had the injury in year 2, the foot injury, which limited him. But then, I don't know, last year he just didn't get much better, even when healthy. It's I guess the Steelers were hoping that they were getting their own Derrick Henry, but the comparisons ended at Alabama, and he's big.
Yeah.
He's closer to the big man TR, Trent Richardson, than he is to Derrick Henry, I'm afraid.
Yeah, right.
Man, Trent Richardson. Well, what a player. What a player in college.
Player.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay. Steelers, they go offense.
Yeah, no, this one, Roman Wilson to the Steelers. That's the classic Steelers wide receiver that's just going to become great in the 3rd round. That makes total sense. So.
Well, we'll see what Arthur Smith does.
Yeah, right. No, I forgot about that. That's a good point. Yeah, no, he's going to be he's going to be the best blocker.
Too.
Yeah, he's going to be the best blocking slot receiver in the NFL next year. So
over under 6.5 weeks before George Pickens like hits him with a chair or something.
he does the
3.5 weeks. I would have taken the under.
Takes off his jersey.
Training camp.
Yeah, takes off his jersey, runs out of the tunnel midway through week 6. Yeah. Oh man. All right. So we have 14 picks because the Dolphins forfeited their pick. 15 picks exactly until the end of the 3rd round with the comp picks.
They forfeited their pick because of tampering, right?
Yeah. Not that we would know anything. We wouldn't know anything about that. Yeah.
It wouldn't be me.
We just allegedly tampered,
Yeah, alleged tampering.
Can't prove anything, NFL.
Yeah. No, I mean.
Well, yeah. While we have some downtime on that, the whole tampering thing, I cannot believe so many people were running with that Mike Florio article as gospel.
God,
they were going to swap the 11th and 8th picks. That was never good. And I feel
what
bad
did Florio
for
think we did?
I feel bad for Florio because he does a lot of the time. I think he gets a bad rap. I think it's a lot of headlines, but he knows what he's doing. A lot of the times he does say "Oh, this is something that might happen," and people just immediately are like, "Oh, this is like a report." No, it's not. He's just kind of speculating. But no, that was never going to happen. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. No, it was comical. It was just fan fiction. Like it was just Vikings fan fiction.
Exactly.
They're just like, oh yes, we're gonna get that 8th pick, and then we're gonna be able to trade up for our guy, and it's all gonna come together. We're just waiting on it. Those dirty cheating Falcons.
I'm seeing some Vikings fans actually think that they'll just get our first next year, and it's like, no, that's not how this works.
They're not gonna give it to them. They'll just take it from it. It's not.
Yeah.
Even if it is a first, which would be crazy, they're not gonna give it to them. Like that's just insane.
Mm-hmm.
He was already leaving.
Yeah. No, it was during legal tampering. He just talked to people he wasn't supposed to talk to. I mean, they violated a rule. Like, I get it. It's just like it seems really stupid to me that's a rule, but that's the rule. So you got to follow the rules. I understand that, but it's just like, yeah, it's
like, look, my thing is everyone breaks the rule. It's just you can't be dumb enough to admit it in a press conference.
Yeah. That would help if they did. If Cousins didn't do that, that would probably would just have ignored it, if he didn't say that. But now they kind of
introductory press conference. I don't know how no one's briefing him and saying, obviously, the things you don't mention are the months.
The minute he said that was the minute they moved Michael Penix Jr. up their draft board to number 8. Yeah. It's like, oh, he can't keep his mouth shut about tampering. All right, we're moving on. That's it. We're done with him. So they can't trust him.
What would have been funny is if the timelines had been different and we'd drafted Penix yesterday, and the first thing he'd said is, well, these guys were contacting me when they shouldn't have been, just as a revenge move, and then we just had to kind of go through the season awkwardly. That would have worked well for me, I think.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, they've actually been moving decently well in the second round. It was I think round 1 they really dragged it out. It was pretty bad. I don't think we wrapped it until last night.
They gave me so much hope when they had the national anthem at like 7:45, and I'm like, okay, yeah, we're gonna start at 8 exactly, and we might even finish this up like at 11:30. No.
Yeah.
I did get a good laugh today. All respect to the troops and everything, but they came out before the 3rd round and they were like, well, any active military or retired military members, please stand. And they just panned to the crowd. I'm like, yeah, dude, everydy's standing. It's the draft.
Everybody else sit down. Yeah. Everybody else sit down. Yeah, it's great recognition there. But yeah. All right. Well, we're definitely. I said that, and then it's taken like 25 minutes to get the Cleveland Browns pick here at 85. Okay, just as I say that, they're coming to the podium. But
man, Isaac is there. Tampa's there.
Maybe that's a reason not to trade up. I don't know. So,
man, there's so many good players on the board.
Yeah.
I mean, this happens every year, but
it does. Yeah. Oh man.
There'll be at least a couple of guys.
Was their number 1 guy per se? There's still plenty of other options over there at 43 that would have been able to help you out.
I agree. I mean, yeah, I don't think anyone's going to convince me that the trade up was, unless like if Ruke turns into like a Pro Bowler, then it's like, okay, clearly they were right to trade up for him, But like, yeah, I mean, there was a run on defensive tackle right after that pick, but the question will be like, if they hadn't traded up and taken him there, would the run have actually started there or not? Like,
and it's like there was still a run, but Michael Hall was still there at 56, and Dorless still hadn't gone. So it's like, even with a little run, it's like you still maybe could have gotten the athletic or more of a reach there, but
Michael Hall it's going to be a problem.
Yeah. All right, we got.
I can't believe Cleveland got him. Those are ridiculous. That's such a good catch for them.
Right. Zach Zinter. We got 3 straight Michigan players going here. Blake Corum to the Rams, Roman Wilson to the Steelers, and then Zach Zinter to the Browns. And then the 49ers have traded up here with the Eagles.
Speaking of cheating,
I think it's the Colts.
Oh, the Colts.
That pick has changed hands like 3 times. It says Philly, Houston, Indy, and then I guess now San Francisco.
I don't even know. Yeah, whoever it is, the 49ers are picking, so whoever it is,
Go get Troy Franklin. Have a bit of fun.
Yeah.
Rich Eisen's probably losing his mind right now.
Michigan stuff.
Wait, that good. Yeah, the 49ers, man, that's talk about a team that's just right there. Like last year, they were right there in the Super Bowl. Second time they've been there in the Kyle Shanahan era. They just need something to just get over the hump.
Yeah.
Shanahan's cursed.
It seems like it. I mean, that's what he gets for ruining our hopes and dreams. I mean, he gets cursed. Yeah. That's what happens.
Shout out Pat Mahomes for
keeping the curse going. Great job, Pat.
I think Shanahan has been involved in the only 2 overtime Super Bowls in NFL history.
That's right. That is. If I had a nickel for every time that happened, I'd only have 2 nickels, but still weird that it happened twice.
You have a dime.
Still weird that it happened multiple times. But yeah, I am. Looks like the 49ers are taking Dominic Pooney from Kansas here with their trade up. So that puts the Cowboys on the clock here at 87. And we'll see how the rest of this 3rd round plays out. I want to see what the trade competition was to see, because they were coming up from like the end-ish of the round, right? So they were coming up from 94. Wondering what the price was. I don't even know if people will care to report that at this stage. They're just like, yeah, nobody cares. But I care.
Why is Terry Fontenot just going on a media tour talking about how they were trying to trade up yesterday?
Yeah, he needs to just let it go, man. It didn't happen, so stop talking about it. Like, you're the one keeping it alive at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have my doubts about that too. Like, you couldn't get 20 like 24 teams told you no.
It's such a hyperbolic statement, man. We called 9 through 32. It's like, all right, come on.
Yeah, so as soon as they made it, they just started calling the Bears, and then everyone down the list, like, okay.
Yeah, they're like, well, like we were offering them our 6th round picks, so they just weren't biting. I don't know what was going on with that, but just for some reason they were just not interested in our trade requests, and there's nothing we can do about that if they don't want to acquiesce to our demands, and I just don't know what.
But also, it's like, what's the point? Like, what's the point of like talking about it? Like, what are you trying to do here?
Right. Yeah. I mean, just like make it seem like we're trying to do stuff. I mean, I don't know. All right, we got the Cowboys picking here.
Okay.
This is the bitter dregs of day 2 coming here.
No, we're not even in day 3 yet.
Yeah, we're not even in day 3 yet. No. Well, with day 3, it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna have like a bunch of picks at the end. Everyone's gonna be like, okay, we're curious about it. It's kind of like awkward when you're like, because after day 3, like when they make those picks, we're gonna leave. Like we're just gonna be like, as soon as pick 197 is announced, it's like, okay, click. The show's over. Bye. But no, I'm just kidding. We'll probably have at least a 5-minute send off. But yeah, when the Falcons, I do think there's like a slight chance they trade up, but I say that to keep you guys here, and also because I'm hoping that they can grab one of these players that are still on the board here that I really like. Troy Franklin. There must be something going on with Troy Franklin. He's fallen this far. I mean,
yeah.
Maybe ridiculous. Aaron was right. Maybe there is something medical that popped up.
It could
recently.
Be. Yeah, that's what would make sense to me. Peyton Wilson. We know there's medicals with Peyton Wilson, so I'm not shocked by that. I know a lot of people thought Jatavian Sanders was going to go super high. I'm really shocked that Tip Ryman went ahead of Jatavian Sanders. I mean, Tip Ryman had like no production in college, so that's a little interesting.
Yeah, there's a couple of fun receivers, isn't that can do something with.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's the reason, like, to pass on wide receiver back at 74 is like, oh yeah, there's a lot of receivers left. I think we're going to be able to get one at 109. And so far, like, Troy Franklin, I don't really like Tez Walker, so I would avoid that one. But like Javon Baker, Jalen McMillan, Malik Washington, those guys are
I
all still
love
there.
Javon Baker. I think Javon Baker's probably the best left in my mind.
I think they love him. I think they love him. So
he plays so much bigger. I remember vividly the game that always sticks out to me is the Gasparilla Bowl. And I mean, I know Georgia Tech doesn't have a very good secondary, but he was absolutely mossing every single one of their corners on every single possession. It felt like he had 200 yards in that game. It was probably close.
Yeah. Is that the one they blew at the end? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was kind of back and forth.
Yeah, UCF and the Falcons, they definitely know how to break my heart every time. So it was very familiar.
Yeah, he had 9 catches for 173 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah, he was just destroying them.
Yeah, in 3 of his last 4 college games, he had over 100 yards, and then against Cincinnati the week before, he had 93. So I mean, he was a big part of their offense. I love him though. I think we talk about value. I would love to get him on day 3 or get him right now.
Yeah, I think the compensation for that trade up from I think it was 94 to 86 was a late 4th rounder. I think it was 132 was the cost. So. Yeah, at this point, we're probably talking about a 5th rounder to get up once we get into the 90s. So, we'll see. We'll see if anybody's interested. The Cowboys take linebacker Marist Lufau from Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Cowboys to Notre Dame pipeline.
Yep, they keep that going. I feel like Jalen Smith, another linebacker, ended up on the Cowboys from Notre Dame. So sad that Jalen Smith's career didn't pan out. He was such a fun player.
It's really that Ohio State. I really think it was that Ohio State game. Or I think it was the Fiesta.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
It's super sad.
He was ahead of his time. He was one of the first mold of that new wave of linebackers, and it just sucks to see.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Tragic, for sure.
I do think. I mean, like I said, we've been pretty pessimistic about this, but I keep talking myself into Javon Baker at this point.
Yeah,
but this
that's
can
my
be
hope.
salvaged.
Yeah.
I think if you can get Kyrie Jackson or another corner who actually will be able to play soon, and you can get Javon Baker, I think I'm willing to budge on my draft grade of an F- that I have for them right now.
Maybe you upgrade it to an F, just a regular F.
Yeah, maybe just a D or something. Still got to retake the class, but
Yeah. We got what is it? Marshawn Lloyd going to the Packers here. Another running back. I guess I'm surprised to have this many running. I thought this is the range where I thought we'd see running backs maybe start going, but I'm surprised that they are actually going. I guess I don't know. I feel like teams always wait on running backs. So
yeah, but it's not the best class either, honestly.
No. Even the good running back classes, it's running backs just so devalued, in the modern, just because there's so many and teams are just all going by committee at this point, that it's just is there a worse position to play right now in the NFL than running back?
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I mean, literally, Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan have 2 of the better situations, both contract wise and just set up, just because of the team commitment that they actually get, whereas everybody else seems to just be living by the 2-year, 3-year deals at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, even Aaron Jones, who just dominated the Cowboys in the playoffs, just gets cut in the offseason. It's crazy.
Yeah. All right. Well, Andy, I know it's approximately 4 a.m. where you're at, so you are released from your obligations. You may go now. I appreciate you hanging out with us as long as you did.
Yeah, it's always good to see you, bud.
Watch these fuckers trade up as soon as I.
The second you well, at least when you do that, you're guaranteeing that it will happen. So thank you for your sacrifice. Yeah.
All right. I'll try and pop in tomorrow at some point.
Perfect. Thank you so much,
good.
Andy. Have a great night.
That's it, guys.
Man.
So we see another dog go off the board here. Yeah.
Who is it? SVPG?
It is Tyke Smith going to the Bucks here at 89.
Great pick. Draft grade just went up for the Bucks.
Yeah.
That's a real.
It's based on how many dogs end up,
It's true. So Tyke Smith, interestingly enough about him, so he transferred to Georgia from West Virginia. He was an All-American the year before, but he had torn his ACL, and then I think he tore the other one. So he stayed at Georgia like a little bit longer than we all expected, but he's a good player.
Yeah, I think so. He's definitely an interesting one in terms of like,
he's probably more of a finished product. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know that he has the upside, but I feel like he's like a good, like, either like a slot guy or like a sort of safety 3, like a third safety that you can rotate in,
Right.
like not super high upside, but just really reliable, tackles super well. He had a good Senior Bowl too. So, definitely someone that's a good piece to add. We know the Bucs love to load up on those safeties, so.
Yeah, and I know we were talking about running backs. I think at this point I'm picking the kid out of Louisville that just tested out of his mind. I know that's like not what it's all about for running backs. Yeah, Garindo.
Yeah.
Is it Isaac Garindo?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at this point, this running back class is so uninspiring. I'm like, just give me the kid that just absolutely just put up numbers, and I'll figure out the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. Built like a Brinks truck. Like, yeah, he is something.
I think he'll be going a little bit later, but I honestly think there's a good chance that Kamani Vidal could be a steal in this draft.
Yeah, I like him. He's definitely going to go like day 3, but I do like him.
He's going to be a day 3 guy. I think he's going to be able to contribute more than people think. I think that he's a much better run blocker. I think people look at his size and kind of square peg him and think that he's just going to be like a little spellback or something like that. But I'm like, this dude is a mean runner, and he just has great contact balance. I think he's a lot of fun. And he's like Hank Aaron's nephew. So, he's got the genes. I just think that that's somebody that could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, for sure.
So Falcon him is what I'm saying, basically.
Yeah.
Get ready
Falcon
for it tomorrow.
Him,
one of those 3. We're not
on.
trading those 3 6s. That's Kamani Vidal.
That one of them is ticketed for running back. That's the one pick. Like I would pick like a running back or like something, in like I get pick 197, and like fans would just like become furious.
Just took
like
the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah, just like become furious. Like, oh, what the hell? We don't need a running. It's pick 197. Like, what the like? Could you like calm down? Like, I'm just trying to get guys that I like. Like, relax.
I cannot wait for round 6 when we have like people just cursing this team, and it's like,
how
all right,
dare they take so and so
Yeah, like it.
I lost your mic, Adnan.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like different if it's like round 2, round 1. Okay, like yeah, but it's like when we're in the like 100s or the 200s, it's like all right, they're just trying to get someone who they probably would have gotten as a UDFA at this point.
Yeah. I think there's there's always like good running backs that hit undrafted free agency. It's like it happened. I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like it's like, like it could be him. I wouldn't mind bringing in Frank Gore Jr. Like I feel like he's like one of those guys. It's like it's like, oh, he's not that impressive, but it's Frank Gore Jr. Like it doesn't like there's no way he's not good. Like I'm sorry, like there's no way he doesn't become an NFL player. Yeah, like
out there.
Yeah,
and Frank right after that, just for
yep, just to really like hammer that one home. We could also get Kendall Milton from Georgia just to fill the dog quota. That would always be always a good one to throw in there.
I think Kendall Milton ironically would be pretty good because he has gotten injured a lot, and I don't think we put that much of a workload on him.
Yeah. No, honestly, I mean he's a good pass protector. Like I mean, there's not really.
He's a good player, man. He just pulled a hamstring every other week.
Yeah, unfortunately, but if he's the 3rd running back or the 4th running back, that's okay. You're not really depending on him too much. So.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. So we've got Elijah Jones going to the Cardinals at 90. The Packers are going to be up here at 91. We'll see how the rest. What's that?
Is it just me, or have the Packers picked a lot, or have they not? I'm just not.
I think they have picked a lot. I think they have.
Oh, no, they definitely have because they got that extra pick from the Aaron Rodgers trade. I think they got a second from that, didn't they?
That went in this year. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why I'm seeing their names so much tonight. Yeah, it's that Aaron Rodgers injury, by the way, like that really hurt the Packers. Like,
yeah, that would have been a first.
Yeah,
because it would have been a first. Yeah,
that's
but
right.
he
Granted,
had
it wouldn't have been 11
got hurt,
probably,
yeah.
but it would have been a first.
Yeah.
he had that incentive. Yeah, about percentage of snaps. Which shout out to the Jets for putting that in there.
Yep.
You know, just as a contingency plan. And yeah, he did not meet the 80% snap quota. I think he played 0.01% of those snaps last year.
Yeah.
I think the fun conspiracy theory was that in order to like sabotage the Packers and promote like his like anti-Western medicine theories, that he was faking the Achilles injury so he could be like, oh, I came back in like 3 months, and then the Packers still don't get the pick. That was one of the running theories, which I thought was pretty entertaining, but probably
that's a fun
probably
one.
not realistic.
Probably not real, but it would be funny. Yeah,
it is fun. Like, but we like literally saw his Achilles pulsate on like live TV, and it's like, all right,
exactly.
That would be very elaborate at that point. I think
if they're faking this, then like, you know what, great job.
Not everything is possible. Maybe the Super Bowl was rigged, and in fact, maybe 28-3 actually didn't happen. That's where I'm going immediately if we find out that was rigged. But yeah, okay. The Packers take linebacker Tyron Hopper from Missouri. That's pretty early. It's pretty early. I can't believe Peyton Wilson's on the board. Like,
Man,
that
must
yeah.
be nasty.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. His medicals must be like terrible.
Well, to be fair, he has played like 7 years of college football, has he not?
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Because I remember seeing him in mocks like 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah. Still third
Which is
round,
funny.
like late third round at this point. I mean,
Yeah.
Which is funny because it's seeing some of these guys crop up again. I did find a mock from I think it may have even been 2020 when I had Jaden Daniels to the Falcons in the 4th round.
There you go. There you go.
I mean, at that point he was just like, I was like, yeah, this kid's like pretty good athlete. Because I remember I'd watched him play a couple games because they were playing against like Herbert and Oregon. So
Right. Yeah.
I think Brandon Ayuk was on that team, or maybe it was earlier than that.
I feel like Jaden Daniels has played with like so many good receivers over the years. Like it's like, oh wait, seriously, he was with this guy. So
yeah,
it's pretty crazy. Let's see.
Ugh.
All right, the Bucks are taking the final Washington receiver off the board.
Yeah.
They're getting Jalen McMillan. So no Penix Washington. No Penix McMillan. Neither of the Jalens wind up in Atlanta. So
Bucks had a great draft, man.
Yeah, I did make the joke about the UGA thing. I actually think they did make a couple really good picks.
I really
they're
like
doing a good job. Yeah,
the Graham Barton pick. I think their interior is going to be. I feel like the way that they've built their O line now. I think he will move to center. Their interior is really going to neutralize the best part of our pass rush coming into this season. And I feel like they're going to be a really tough matchup for us if these guys actually project as well as we think or some think.
Yeah.
They kept Baker. They kept Mike Evans. They paid him a lot of money, but they believe in that tandem recreating that magic next season that they had last year. I don't know if Baker is going to be as good as he was last year, but I think Mike Evans is a Hall of Famer. Personally, like
he's great.
I know that's not a name that like sticks out as like, you know, the greatest wide receivers of a generation, but just like the longevity of just getting 1,000 yards every single season is so impressive.
Yeah, I mean he owns that consecutive streak now. So you know everybody used to joke that it's like, oh, there goes Mike Evans just finally crossing the 1,000-yard mark in week 17. But it's like, hey man, he's hitting the number every single year, so we can't really take that from him. And looking at how many different QBs he's had too on top of it, just
it's true.
Impressive.
Yeah, clearly very different temperaments, but he's a lot like Larry Fitz in that way, where he's a very good compiler. He's a great player, but obviously a very good compiler of numbers in that sense.
Yeah.
Those marks like also do kind of matter, like at the very least for fan bases. Like, do you remember when Julio's 1,400-yard streak like snapped 6 yards short in what was it 2019? Like I was legitimately upset at that.
I'm upset that Julio kept going and ruined his yards per game record.
Yeah, me too. It's a shame. It's a damn shame.
Yeah.
You know.
But also, like, Evans, like, just a touchdown monster in the red zone too. Like he goes up there and he gets it. Like, he's won a lot of jump balls. He's terrorized Robert Alford and many a Falcons corner. I don't know why I singled out Alford, but it just always
the Alford catching strays tonight. Yeah,
that matchup just always stuck out to me. Like, he always just brutalized Robert Alford whenever these teams played. But yeah, just we're giving flowers tonight.
Mike Evans has real beef with the Saints, so he's cool in my book for that.
Yeah, we can all agree on our hatred of the Saints.
Honestly.
I appreciate that. Yeah, can always appreciate someone. I can respect the hatred of the Saints, no question about that. All right, so we got 7 more picks. No, 8. 8 more picks. I'm good at math, clearly. 8 more picks tonight. We got 93 to 100. And we'll see if the Falcons are one of them or not. Probably not. But every pick we get closer to 100, it's slightly more likely that they're able to trade up because the price gets lower. But yeah, I mean, a lot of guys here that we weren't expecting. I feel like this happens every year, but like, yeah, particularly like on the PFF board, it's just like the whole first page of guys like on the PFF board, it's like Troy Franklin through Bucky Irving, none of those guys are like, that's like the lowest ranked player on like the first 10 guys available is like 79. So like a lot of, value available at this point in the draft.
Yeah, I think Makai Wingo's still out there. TJ Tampa is still on the board, which seems crazy.
Spencer Rattler's still available.
Austin Booker range is appropriate. Van Pran still out there too. Not that we need, but
might as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, hey, we seem to have no issue doubling up or prepping for future exits. So hey,
there you go.
Yeah. We got to get ready for when Chris Lindstrom leaves. Spencer Rattler also still available.
Spencer Rattler's still on the board, so that you can't rule that out. Yeah,
it's still the third round, even though it'll be the last pick. I will leave.
I will leave. Like, it's just if it's the Falcons, right? Not if anybody else drafts him. Yeah,
I have nothing against Spencer Rattler personally. If the Falcons
just
straight
to
up
Atlanta,
I will leave.
Yeah.
I was a little worried we were going to draft him. It kind of made a lot of sense, and I've said some mean things about Spencer Rattler over the years.
I didn't want to.
South Carolina fans would always get this brazen confidence that they were going to beat us, and so I would have to make fun of their quarterback relentlessly, and then they never came that close except for last year. But
yep.
Man. It would have been tough because. Yeah, I mean, when he was at OU, and the joke was, it's like, you're not even better than Spencer Sanders. You're not even the best Spencer in Oklahoma. And it's like, you know how bad you have to be. So
I used to call him Patrick Mahomes. That was a tough nickname for him.
Oh man.
Oh no. Yeah, I never really personally got the Rattler stuff. But it did seem like they were very interested in him. So who would you guys rather have? Michael Penix Jr. at 8 or Spencer Rattler at 74 or 70? What would you guys rather have done?
Oh man, if this was a different year, when there were real deal if Devon Witherspoon from last year was available with pick 8, undoubtedly Rattler. But this year, I think the opportunity cost. There's that word again. I think. It's actually 2 words, but I think
1 word. Stick them together. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think the fact that the defensive options weren't super inspiring. I think I'll give Penix the nod at least for now.
Nah, I'm probably going Rattler at 74. To be honest with you, I'm taking Rome. We're gonna go that's the way I'm looking at it. Is Rome at 8. So
yeah.
It's like the idea at this point is would you rather have had, if you are taking Penix at 8, it's like, would you rather have had Penix and Trice or Roma, Dunze, and Rattler? And I'll go with the Dunze and Rattler.
Yeah, I'll take a Dunze and Rattler too, actually, especially because we're talking about 2 players that aren't going to play against 2 players that will play. I'll rather have the first rounder than the third rounder.
Yeah,
because it's like, no matter what, if it's like when that 3rd round QB and that 1st round QB are both sitting for at least 2 years, it just kind of feels like, all right,
yeah,
might as well.
No, that's a good point. Very good point. But that is an interesting one. That I agree. I'd rather have the instant contributor, but I also don't want. I really didn't want Rattler. I did mock him to the Falcons like begrudgingly, because I was like, I think they are going to take like a quarterback. Like I think they will do it. I just didn't think it was going to be 8. So
I thought it was Michael Pratt all the way, man.
You had the first word right. Yeah. So close. Yeah.
You even had the first letter.
First word, letter, everything.
Yep.
But
so close. Yeah.
It was like
that dream turned into a nightmare real fast. Yeah.
Career QB2, solid spot starter. Like he would have just really been Desmond Ridder without, without the pressure of needing to be.
Yeah. Oh man, speaking of, Jalix Hunt to the Eagles here at 94. My guy.
Wow. I saw this guy's name earlier. I hadn't watched anything on him. Jalix is a crazy ass name.
That is an amazing name. It's fantastic.
I kind of like it a lot. Like I feel like you have to be in the. You cannot be Jalix the accountant.
No,
you have to be an edge rusher in the NFL.
And Hunt is like a great name for a pass rusher too. Yeah. I mean that's also good. 100%. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Also, like the Ravens, great pick with Adisa Isaac.
Yeah, like Adisa Isaac going to the Ravens. Mm-hmm.
God, what a well-run franchise.
What a franchise that is. Yeah.
I'm very envious of the Baltimore. I'm glad their fans aren't like hostile to us or anything because I hold them in high regard. That they are just so well run.
Yeah, they really are. It's quite the franchise over there. I know, like Terry was like, "Oh yeah, I respect that team. I respect the way they do things." It's like, oh, could you like be more like them, maybe?
Yeah. He wasn't an Aussie student, but he technically worked under somebody through like the old Ravens regime connections. I don't remember exactly who it was, but he does have a little tie to it.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
He still drafts like a Saints exec though. We're picking guys way too early just because they have these crazy athletic projections.
Mm-hmm. Gotta love it.
Mickey Loomis is still feasting off that 2017 draft fed Mickey Loomis for almost a decade. Like honestly, he's still living off that. Which granted, it was a great draft. It was one of the worst
drafts. It was a hell of a
pathetic one for the Falcons. We didn't have anybody on the roster after like 3.5 years, and of course the Saints get like 5 Pro Bowlers.
Yep.
It's insane how like the Falcons had that amazing 2016 draft and looked like they were about to really like take over this division. And obviously they have the Super Bowl run, and then everything just like reflips on its head in 2017 where the Falcons completely strike out. The Saints just hit home run after home run, and the complete pendulum swings over, and the Falcons, have been getting dog walked by them ever since, to be honest.
That whole draft was littered with great players, and we got none of them. I know we took Saubert like 5 picks in front of George Kittle.
Oh my God, yeah.
We took Brian Hill in front of I think maybe Aaron Jones. Like it was just, and then of course T.J. Watt and Tack. Like it was just all just misses. Every single one of them.
Tack is still one of the weirdest picks to me. Like still to this day, that's one of the picks I understand the least. I think obviously the Michael Penix pick might be the new champion, but I was just like, what? Like seriously, like this. I know Eric actually had scouted him. Was like, oh yeah, I've heard of him. He's like interesting. I was like, okay, but like, yeah, I just that one was so weird to me. Like I just
TJ Watt was there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I was like, I thought we had traded up for. I was so excited.
Yeah, no, that unfortunately not.
Yeah, apparently we moved up ahead of the Cowboys who wanted Tack, and they ended up getting Taco Charlton, who also was not good.
Yep.
Taco was much worse. Like I mean, after year 2, like Tack wasn't looked at as a bad player. He started, that was his first year like starting full time. He had 7 sacks. He missed 1 game. He had 6 his rookie year, and he had a really decent pressure rate. Yeah. It just went astronomically downhill after that. Yeah. Like it was just an insane nosedive.
Yeah, he got hurt, and then it was like the off-field stuff was
the ripple effects, man.
Yep. Want to shout out? Oh real quick with Salman Gokul with the $5. Falcons fan from Dubai, been up all night watching the draft. Thanks for the analysis and gallows humor. I don't know if that's how I pronounce your name. I tried my best, but appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in with us and hanging out deep into the night here on day 2. Thank you so much. And yeah, make sure to join the giveaway, guys. We got another like 19 minutes before it closes. So make sure you get your entry in, ! Enter, and it'll let you know when you've successfully joined. Definitely get in on that one, folks. But yeah, let's see. So yeah, we had Jalix Hunt, Adisa Isaac to the Ravens at 93, Jalix Hunt to the Eagles at 94, and then Dwayne Carter, the Duke defensive tackle, going to the Bills at 95. So
a couple of people high on him. He had one of is Coach Ed. He is what he is on Twitter. He's one of the D-line gurus. He was he worked with Latu and Turner as well this offseason, and as well as Hall. And he was really high on him and Michael Hall. But some of that's you get the promotion when you work with the private coach and stuff like that. But
yeah. All right, this is interesting. Real quick, just to interlude. Apparently, Ian Rappaport right now on NFL Network has said regarding Peyton Wilson, one of his knees does not have an ACL.
Man. He's literally he's Jay Ajayi of linebackers right now. That's what's happening to him.
And who was it? Tyjae Spears with the Titans too?
Yeah, he came from Tulane. Yeah.
I love Tyjae Spears in that.
Me too.
Before the whole Bijan thing, obviously, I wanted him late because I bet on Tulane in that USC game when they played in the I think it was the Sugar Bowl maybe, and I was just like pounding my chest. I was like, Tulane's gonna beat these guys. And Tyjae Spears ran for like 250 yards.
Yep.
He was easily one of the best people at the Senior Bowl that year.
Oh yeah, he was amazing that year. It was awesome.
That was a good year.
That was a fun year, yeah. The quarterbacks weren't that great, but everything else was pretty good that year. So
Skills was really good. Trenches were really good. Keon White blew the hell up when we were down there. And...
No, that was the one with what's his name, the tackle, the offensive tackle, who just showed up and then disappeared.
Roderick.
Yeah, it just disappeared. He's he dominated and then just disappeared. It was where is he? It's where is he? No one's seen him.
Very good points about Peyton Wilson being made. You cannot tear your ACL if you don't have one.
Yeah, and that's actually big brain for real. So you can't tear it. Can't tear it if you don't have one.
Injury insurance.
There you go.
So, Josh Kendall just tweeted out that the Falcons had the wrong number when they first tried reaching out to Washington edge Bralen Trice. My agent texted and said, "Answer your phone." I'm like, I'm not getting any calls.
Yep. I don't know how they get these guys' numbers though. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if they just have
you can just Google that shit.
Yeah, I guess you can. Yeah.
You can Google someone's name and you get all of the information on them. It's actually kind of scary.
That's true. Please don't do that to me or any one of us. Don't go down that path. But you might not like what you find. No, I'm just kidding. That my life is very boring other than this show. But might find all my World of Warcraft stuff if that's your thing. But World of Warcraft and Helldivers 2 memes. That's what I'm hiding in my closet. We got Jerry Jones, the cornerback from Florida State, going to the Jaguars at pick 96. That means we got 4 picks left.
Correct me if I'm wrong with Jerry Jones. Was he not kind of a little Arden Key type thing where maybe when somebody was projecting 2 years out, he was getting a little top 10 maybe. I think it may have just been that Florida State DB thing. But I feel like he used to be fairly highly regarded.
It says, let's see.
I don't know. I
think he used to be at Mississippi State.
He has inside out ability, and I think he tested really well.
Yeah.
This year.
Maybe that's probably thinking about.
I think he was super good in man, but he was just awful in zone coverage. And it's I don't that's interesting to me. It's you don't typically see that. Usually if a guy's good in man, he's probably good in zone, but it's nope, he's just man only. But kind of an interesting prospect for sure. But yeah, I think he transitioned to play slot mostly this year, I think. So
yeah, he did. He played a lot more slot. Okay, yeah, classic I remember he was a little stiff, so he didn't have a great shuttle. It was 4.3, but he 4.3, but he ran a 4.38. And he's got 40-inch vert. So he's got the explosives in the straight line.
Yep, that can be good too. Let's see. All right. Just a few more to go, guys. Then we'll wrap up our giveaway and we will transition to day 3 bright and early on Saturday. We will be back bright and early at noon on Saturday. Adnan and I will be going live. We'll be having some guests on, of course, as well throughout as we get through another day 3 of picks where the Falcons actually have a lot of picks now with, 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, and then 3 in the 6th. I kind of doubt they'll make all those 6, so we'll probably see some kind of trade at some point with that. I wonder if they'll move up in the 4th round or something to get rid of that one of those 6ths or something along those lines. But going into today's draft here in round 2, in day 2, the mood was quite dour. I feel like the mood's a little less dour after the Bralen Trice pick. But curious, Trayshawn, how are you sort of feeling now that we've seen the day 2 picks? Are you feeling any better on the whole about this draft class?
Yeah, I think that Terry and Raheem, are making it pretty clear that they're gonna, stick to picking the players that they want. They're not really worried about consensus or anything like that. So, I do appreciate the confidence that they have. I don't necessarily agree with the trade up. I think that they're probably better off staying put. But when you get Trice where they did at 74, that's a great pick. That's good value. That's kind of right where you would want to pick him up at. And they are building up the trenches. The D-line needed additions in both the interior and on the edge. So they did technically, go after some need. And, we'll just kind of see how these guys develop and how they're able to impact. I think Trice will offer us more at the get-go. And yeah, other than that, I think tomorrow we might see a couple of options to trade up in the 4th. There's still some good players there, so it'll be interesting to see how they operate.
Yeah, excited to see what player they trade up for and crush our hearts on tomorrow as well. The stakes are lower in the 4th round theoretically, so maybe
much lower.
Yeah, maybe it won't hurt as much, but no, I like where your head's at there. Jake, what do you think? Are you feeling any better about this now that we've seen the day 2 picks?
Yeah. By the way, Peyton Wilson just went to the Steelers.
Okay. Well, there we go. Yeah.
So yeah, no, I do feel a little bit better. One thing I do not feel better about is the allocation of resources. I'm not going to beat this drum any longer. I don't think we should have been in the position to move that 3rd. And, I think, we talk about, oh, this is your guy, go get your guy. Yeah, I get that. But also at a certain point, you can't burn the boats on somebody that's going to be a developmental project. Hey, look, everybody wanted defense. They got 2 defenders. That's one thing I will say. Which it could have been 3. It's beside the point. I do think they're set up well for tomorrow. I think there's good football players on the board tomorrow. Like I said, I see Kyrie Jackson. That's a name that I'm going to be really interested in tomorrow, especially with the need in the secondary. But there's good players on the board. I don't think there's any reason to panic. I used to be the king of saying it's not just the 1st round pick, whenever it was a London or a Robinson. It's still the same this year, begrudgingly. I need to take my own advice. But, in a draft that I wasn't too crazy about to begin with, I'm happy that it shook out to where I think there's still a few impact players. If you go get a couple of guys tomorrow that can help you out immediately, I think people will feel a lot better. But that's up to them to do that because we know they're not always inclined to do so.
Yeah, the day 3 always gets weird because this is where the NFL teams all have their own boards. They go off the rails and take the guys they like and all that stuff. But I agree with you. There's a lot of good players left here. And Adnan, are you feeling any better about how this has been shaken out now that we've seen it?
The answer always has to be yes, right? Like,
couldn't be worse, or it could, but yeah.
No, but when in history has anyone ever been like, yeah, I feel much worse after seeing the 2nd round after the 1st because you're still adding players in the set on day 2, 2nd, 3rd round. So yeah, it's I'm with Jake on this one. I wasn't a fan of the allocation of resources. I feel like you could have stayed put and gotten some really good players there in the second round, and you could have gotten another really good player at pick 79, but you got your defensive tackle for the future. You got Trice. I think Trice is a really good pick. I really like that pick. And I am still worried about the lack of addressing the secondary, but I do still know that there is a whole nother day tomorrow, and there's some really solid secondary players still on the board. So, it's still, jury's still out on the whole draft class, of course. But we'll see. We'll see how it shakes out tomorrow. But yeah, I feel like it would be really bad if anyone's ever like, yeah, no, I feel, I hate it even more after tonight.
Hated it. Yeah, absolutely loathed it. No, I mean, I agree. I think it's always nice to see the context of the additional picks and how it all starts to shake out. And, I think I was maybe the most positive on the Ruke pick. He was someone that I was very much happy to take at 43. It's just like the trade up. I think we all agree, it wasn't necessary. Now, it's easy for us to say that from a neutral observer standpoint. So I'll fully admit that, the Falcons could have had strong intel that he was likely to go. I mean, that you see guys go way earlier than you think they will all the time. So that we can't really rule that out. We can only go off of the information we have, which is that it seemed like they didn't need to trade up, but they clearly felt that they did. It sucks to lose 79 because, again, there's a lot of good players here. It would have been really nice to get someone in here at pick 79. There's no doubt about that. I mean, I just feel like, we'll see who they get at 109, but still, like, they could have had one of these guys at 109 and 79, and I think you would feel much better about this with that simple change. But
yeah,
I think it's we're starting to see the vision here. They definitely understand that they had to add to the defensive line. They've done that twice now. Now they need to, address the secondary. There's still still questions at wide receiver. This is a deep receiver class that it seems like they were smart to wait on wide receiver because there's still going to be good ones there at 109 more than likely. We'll see corner, safety, what they do there, if they do anything at all. But they do have five picks tomorrow. So they've got an opportunity to address some of these things. It just every round you go back, it gets harder to find players that can actually make a significant impact on your team. But to be fair to Terry, I think he's found contributors on day 3 pretty regularly. It's just like we might need more than contributors this year, considering that our top 8 pick is not going to play. So that's one of the things. So.
Yeah. We also need our third rounder to actually contribute too, because
for a change. Yeah.
Exactly. I think Javon Baker at 109 would really put a smile on my face and really, really change how I feel. I think I feel that strongly about him.
Oh man, Luke McCaffrey at 100. Luke McCaffrey goes 100.
There you go. They're on team in round 5.
Man, the dream is dead.
Hashtag profit. Yeah. Unfortunately,
Cameron Kinchens went to the Rams too. I think that's a really. The Rams about a real.
That was a good pick.
Yeah.
So, they've had to live in these rounds because they haven't had a first-round pick in a decade, so they've gotten really good on day 2 and day 3.
Right. Yeah.
I was gonna say finally the Rams actually don't say fuck those draft picks and they have a really good draft.
Yep.
So
right.
Yeah. No, it's interesting day 2. I think we all feel better about things at this stage. Before we sign off, we're going to do the rest of this giveaway. So you guys have just a minute or so before that closes. So get those entries in now if you want to be a part of that. But yeah, I think to me, day 2, I give it a C+. I think there's a lot of potential. I like the Trice pick. I think giving up 79 hurts a lot. But I think that it's fine ultimately, and I'm not upset about it. I don't feel any type of way about it like I did yesterday. I think most of us woke up mad this morning. I don't think I'm gonna wake up mad tomorrow. I think I'll be like, well, I like Ruke a lot and I love Trice, so it's fine. It's all fine. But like I said, the Falcons have 5 picks tomorrow. We'll be live starting at noon covering that. We'll have plenty of guests on to help take us through. we'll see if the Falcons move around at all. They do like to get rid of those late picks, so maybe they'll take mercy on us. Last year they did not, so we'll see if they do it this year. Before we get to the giveaway, want to thank, of course, our guest tonight, Jake Gordon. He's at Can't Guard Jake. Tell the people where they could find your stuff and what you're working on over there at Sports Talk ATL.
Well, I haven't been blogging lately, mainly because I haven't felt like it. I still love chasing out.
Are you maybe a lawyer or something? Maybe you're doing that.
I am. Yes. Yeah. I've transitioned the blogger to lawyer pipeline. It's been an interesting,
like Matt Chambers. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it usually goes in reverse. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, just at Can't Guard Jake, all socials. Thank you guys for having me as always. Like I said, I had a blast doing this last year. I'm sure I'll do it again next year. Always fun to, I think I like day 2 a little bit better selfishly.
Day 2's fun. Yeah, day 2's fun.
Exactly. But yes, thank you guys for having me as always. Always good to see you, gentlemen. Thanks to everybody in the chat. But yeah, thank you guys.
Absolutely, Jake. Appreciate you coming on. We also have with us for the first time this year, we got Trayshawn Diaz, right?
Yeah.
Want to make sure I had it right. I think I found your byline on Sports News. I was like, okay, I'm pretty sure this is the right person. I don't know anyone else named Trayshawn, but he is at Trey3Sean over at the Sporting News. Tell the people where they can find your stuff and what you're working on.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at TRE3SHON, Trayshawn. Been doing some writing for the Sporting News now, starting this year. So come check me out. Also, got to give a shout out to Savion Mixon as well, at Mixon_NFL. He's the editor running the show now, and he's given me the opportunity to write over there. So working on getting you guys some new fun content and just updating you on what we think is going to go down this year and how we like how the draft is unfolding and whatnot, and see if the Raheem dream is one that we can all just hope we never wake up from.
Yes, I hope that it works out because I love Raheem. I love his hire. I love Terry. Like I want it to work. We all want this to work. Like don't get us wrong. Like we do want this to work, and I hope that they're able to make it work. But definitely excited to see what you guys got going on over there at Sporting News. Always good to get more voices in the room, and really appreciate you making the time. It's nice to finally get you on the show. I know we met at the Senior Bowl like 2 years ago. Maybe?
Yeah, it was 2 years ago.
Yeah. So it's been a minute, but it's been long overdue. So I appreciate you making the time and getting on here.
I appreciate you guys having me. Thank you, everybody in the chat. It was great being here. And anytime you guys need anybody, just let me know and I'll be there again.
Absolutely. We enjoyed it. Thank you for being here. We also, of course, have my co-host Adnan Ikic at Say Which Way. Adnan, anything else you'd like to add tonight before we announce our giveaway?
It's 11:27. We started at 7 p.m. So that's 4.5 hours tonight. It was 4 hours last night. Yeah, we're at 8.5 hours of streaming, and we have another 5-ish tomorrow. It'll probably go from noon till 5. So yeah, we're still riding this wave right now. We're rolling. Nothing else to add. Just check out falcaholic.com. We have a lot of people having a lot of coverage. I will personally be writing up our first 3 or 4 picks tomorrow. I think that's what I signed up for. So yeah, tomorrow I will probably be dipping away from the chat for a few minutes at a time during each of our picks. So yeah, check out falcaholic.com. Shout out to everyone who was with us tonight. Shout out to everyone who is with us still. There's 200 of you guys that are 4.5 hours in with us, which is insane. But yeah, it's shout out. We're all sickos, and we're all gonna be, even bigger sickos tomorrow. So
yes,
can't wait. Day 3 of the draft. That's when the true sickos come out.
That's exactly. That's where the real degenerates get things going here. And we do have a winner.
We are absolutely the degenerates as well.
Yeah, and yes, we are super degenerates. So let's see. Okay, yeah, so we do have a winner. The thing worked this time. It's Jeremy Connor is the winner of this giveaway. So Jeremy, if you can let us know in the chat what your Discord username is, so we can get that to you. We'll just hold on a minute and make sure we got Jeremy here, so that I can get in touch with him. You do have to be present to win. So if we don't hear from Jeremy in a couple minutes, we will redraw. So for those of you that are still waiting, you might have a slight chance if Jeremy doesn't say anything. So the hope could still be alive. But to me, I think there's a lot of talent available on day 3 of the draft. I'm pretty excited to see where they go. I'm sure we'll have our hopes crushed more than likely with the first. This always happens. This is kind of how that goes. But I'm excited to see how things pan out. How it all works. And to me, I just want to I would love to see a wide receiver, but also they need a corner. They need a safety. They need so much. It's gonna be dicey. They need to nail day 3. When you don't get a contributor in the top 10, it's like you got to nail day 3 too. And it's like I don't like being in that situation. That's for sure.
Yeah, because how many teams really nail day 3? Not many. Not often. This team hasn't even been nailing day 2 over the past few years. So they really needed to nail tonight. And I mean, we won't know for a few years, but if you punt on the first round pick, you really have to have a really, really strong draft the rest of the way. Which is why I sort of didn't understand. We've rehashed everything. It's we've talked about the trade up. There's. I'm not disappointed. I'm just tired. I'm physically tired. I am physically tired.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
No. It's not even disappointment. It's not even, oh, I'm tired of this team. I'm just literally, I literally just cannot wait to go to bed.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I totally understand that. All right, we're gonna give Jeremy 60 seconds here, just because you do have to be present to win. That is part of the rules. So if I had Jeremy's username, or if I had his Discord name, I could just message him and let him know. But I don't know what his Discord name is. Thankfully, there's actually 1 million people on the Discord, which is cool. But it does make it a little bit.
The Discord is just popping every day.
Yeah, honestly, I was oh yeah, at the beginning I would pop in and drop some, some messages here and there, and keep the conversation going, and then it's oh yeah, they don't even need me. They don't need me to have this discussion. I just check in every once in a while, and it's no, they don't need.
Now it's sentient. Now it's all right, we've built something that you don't need to check in or anything. It's just growing in its own thing. But yeah, no, the discussion's always really fun in there.
Yeah, it is. It's nice. I appreciate everyone that's in there making it a lively place. There's always talk going in there all the time. Appreciate that. All right, we're going to go ahead and redraw this. Sorry, Jeremy. And let's see what we got here. All right, so now we got Marcus Turner. Marcus Turner, if you're here, you can please let us know what your Discord name is so we can get in contact with you to deliver your prize. Man, this is really anticlimactic. I know Dr. Slicknuts was right there to grab it last time. It was very exciting. But Marcus Turner, if you could let us know that you're here and you got it. Be cool.
Also, Dr. Slicknuts is just
that's an amazing name. Yeah, I've always respected that name, and it's pretty great. So, come
on, Marcus.
Come on, Marcus.
You get a really nice T-shirt with that money.
You can get like half a jersey and $50. I mean, yeah. With tax, probably not, but
No, it's not like the NFL needs like that's
right.
Like every jersey's like what, $130.
Yeah.
120,
All right. Well, we'll give Marcus another 60 seconds or so. Like I said, you do have to be present to win.
It's with this rule, it's gonna be like 2:40 a.m.
Yeah,
we'll
we're still drawing. We're like,
oh God, somebody please answer.
Somebody please accept the prize, for God's sake. Help us. But yeah. Oh, is that
Oh, there he is.
Is that Jeremy Carr?
Oh, is he?
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. It probably just uses your like real name sometimes. It says the Carter, so I mean that if it's not him, this is a very elaborate forgery at this point.
Honestly, if it's not him, I respect it.
I respect the hustle to just like step in. Like honestly, if that is the case. Yeah, Jeremy. Okay, no, that's funny. I respect the honesty. The Carter 712. That I would have like the hustle
He
there
would
would
have
have been
gotten away
impressive.
with it.
He would have gotten away with it, honestly. But I do respect the hustle and the honesty major time. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and re-roll this. George, you can. I feel like George doesn't need it, but All right, now we got Mark Saku is the next one. So if we got Mark here, let us know.
Mark, please.
Mark,
free us from these shackles.
Please, we're starving. we need to go to bed. Somebody accept this prize.
We are contractually obligated to continue streaming.
Hey, there's Mark. He's here. There he is. Yes. All right, Mark. Please let me know in the chat what your Discord name is, and I will message you and confirm.
It's a hell of a drawing. You never know. Like maybe you get 3 spins at the wheel.
I know. Yeah, you never know. Like, yeah, you don't give up. This is a real good case in perseverance. Enjoy your Penix jersey. It'll be on discount before the season starts. Yeah, I mean, there you go. That's the upside, right? Let's see if I can. Mark, I just need your Discord name. You think it's Mark Saku? Okay, I'll check real quick.
Okay.
That probably should have looked for that myself. But if it's really obvious, then I could probably handle something that's like that obvious. Yeah. Let's see. Trying to see. I don't know if you could just. I don't see it. Yeah, if you look it up and just either post it in here, or you could just post it in like something and let me know. Yeah, I need you to post it here on your users so I can confirm that it's you. But yeah, it's like sometimes it's a different name depending on the server you're in too. So this is like the late night after. You got any late night after hours takes, Adnan? Now that we're into the deep.
Late night after hours takes. Man, I wasn't expecting this. Like, I wasn't expecting that. No,
Got any like
yeah,
controversial stuff you want to get off your chest when there's only like 150 people watching? Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's not controversial. I think Matt Ryan's the greatest Falcon of all time.
Okay. Yep.
Uh,
I like that. Yep.
I think this franchise is cursed. I think there had to have been something regarding an Indian burial ground. I'm just not sure what. Also, what I'm drinking, I had some lemonade tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have this rain core that I'm gonna have. I'm just trying to down it on camera, but I am gonna have this as soon as we get off the stream.
Nice.
I had some fruit tonight. I had some cashews. That was for dinner tonight, guys.
Yeah. Nice.
George, I'm not a Matt Ryan hater. That bit can finally be put to rest.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to start. I don't want to start any Atlanta Hawks takes because I think that'll get me in trouble with the franchise. So I'm just gonna avoid all of those.
Yeah. Gonna leave those. Yeah. Wait till like late day 3 when only the friendly ears are here. There's no other.
Yeah. I never know which of my ops is listening and watching right now. So
yeah.
I'm just gonna make sure to tread lightly on that one. But yeah, let's just say I woke up very mad this morning, and the last time I woke up very mad was after a particular draft involving the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I will not elaborate further.
All right, let's see. Yeah, Mark, are you on the Falcoholic server? Because that's probably why I can't see you if you're not on there. The link is in the show description. I'll put it in the chat too. Do a blue chew ad. I probably remember the copy. Yeah, this is the time of night we need the blue chew to keep going. Late on day 3, you need that blue chew so we can rise up for the rest of the show. You know what I'm saying?
Enough blue chew converse. They're not paying us for this.
Yeah, no, they gotta restart that money pipeline if they want the read. I don't give out those blue chew reads for free. Those are premium.
Yeah. Why do you think I stopped eating Twizzlers on these live shows?
Mm-hmm.
That they stopped sending me material. Yeah,
the crates stopped coming in. Yeah, so the crates of Twizzlers.
So random, by the way, like there was just one day where just like 2 crates just show up to my front door, and I don't remember ordering anything.
Yeah. No, it's just like, oh, okay. I guess I'm getting Twizzlers now.
No,
man.
Like I gave those to, the community. I donated so many of those Twizzlers. There were so many. I kept like a few for myself, of course, but man, like they just sent me just all the goods, like even the stuff they hadn't like come out with yet.
Yeah, it was like, I mean, I don't know how you could like humanly eat that many Twizzlers. Like I feel like it was just an absurd amount of Twizzlers. Like honestly, like it was a comical amount. So is the Discord not letting you in, Mark? It should be okay. Shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, there were so many. I'm like, bro, like I can't like humanly eat this. This is a lifetime supply of Twizzlers. Like it went for a good cause. Like
it did.
A lot of them got donated to children. Like a lot of them went to a community center. So there was a lot of enjoyment with those Twizzlers for sure.
Yeah. Mark, the only other way I could get in contact with you is if you put your email address in the YouTube chat, which that is, I don't necessarily recommend that. That's the only other thing I could think of. But that's the only way I can get in contact with you otherwise to send this, because I need an email address to send the card.
How bad you want this $50?
Yeah, it depends on like how bad you want this. I don't know if you want to put your email out there in this YouTube chat. But that's the only other way I could do it. If you can't get into the Discord server, so that's your options. Otherwise, we'll probably have to redraw it if you can't get into the Discord, because I otherwise have no way to contact you. And you at the gift cards have to like go, directly to an email address. So
it is $50 worth, having to make a new email.
I mean, I don't know that anyone here directly will spam you. I mean, I'll delete the email address after I copy it. So like, it won't be like, it's okay, Mark. Like, we will probably have to end the show in like 5 minutes because I have to do a recap pod after this. But so yeah, give it a couple minutes of trying, and then if you can't, you just pop your email in here. I'll copy it, and then I'll delete the comment. So it won't like permanently be in the chat log, but there's a chance someone will see it and send you a silly message, more than likely. So you might have to, you have to decide if you're comfortable with that or not. But
Dr. Slicknuts is right. Everyone just close your eyes.
Honor system, okay. All right. Well, at this point, Adnan, if you had to pick one player for them to come away with tomorrow, who do you want?
I'm a big TJ Tampa guy. I think him in the fourth round would be tremendous value. Meets the cornerback need, addresses the secondary. I feel like that's a guy whom I would have really enjoyed getting in the third round. So if you get him in the fourth round, then I can just pretend like they never made that trade up from the third round, that they just used them with pick 79. But yeah, I know Evan really liked Tampa, like even talking about him in the second round. So yeah, that would be my hashtag my guy, but he'll probably in day 3 fashion go 2 picks before the Falcons, or the Falcons will just pass up on him completely.
Yeah. No, I like that. Yeah, it's sort of like, I don't know what the deal is with Tampa that he's falling this far. But yeah, honestly, we didn't see like a ton of corners go, I feel like, especially in the third round. So like, I think a lot of our guys like Kyrie Jackson and Cam Hart and those type of guys, those guys are sort of still in that range. So I'm definitely interested in seeing that. Jaden Hicks is still there, the safety. I like him a lot. Like, I never really entertained him actually being available in the fourth round, so he would be someone that's interesting to me. Javon Baker. Yeah, Chris Abrams-Drain, that's a good one. Yep. Javon Baker.
There's some good options. The team's not going to take a single one of these names.
No, definitely not. Yeah, definitely not. They don't do that. Yeah. they never do. It's always going to be some Clark Phillips. They actually did. That was the first time where they were like, that was one of the guys we named, and they actually did. So it's a spam email, Mark. Well, then you should be fine. Yeah, if it's a spam email, then you should be good. Like this email won't be like in the public record. Like, I'll delete your message once you send it and I copy it over and stuff. But there's probably going to be like a 15-second window after you send it where people could copy it and send you silly messages. So you just have to be aware of that risk. But if you're comfortable with that risk, by all means do it. And we'll I'll take it on Scout's honor that you'll join the Discord at some point, at this stage. So, we can still get Rattler. That's a good point. Bobby, we can't rule that out. So you can never rule it out.
They take Rattler in the fourth round. That may be good for me because then I'm just free from the stream on day 3. I'll just leave and go take a walk in the park because it'll be like a beautiful day tomorrow.
I want to be free of this pain. Oh man. Good stuff.
No, we still need a dog too. We still haven't gotten.
Well, that's right. We haven't filled the dog quota yet. That's true.
Rosemary Jackson is still there.
Yep. Kendall Milton, Zion Logue, right?
We actually have to like completely redo this draft if we don't get a dog. So
maybe we have to start over. Yeah, I don't know. I might be okay with that. Let's just like reboot. Let's reboot it. Because I didn't like the picks we got. We'll just start it over. But
we just have Roger Goodell announce it. Like, okay, next Thursday, right back here again.
Start over.
Just complete restart.
Yep. Oh man, that would be silly. But yeah, I think it'll be a fun day 3. We got a lot of picks. those 6 rounders will be guys like we'd never heard of. Like I'd literally never heard of Ade Ogundeji, I think, prior to that draft.
Like he hasn't worked out. What do you know?
Taquan Graham, I also hadn't done a lot of work on, but I think Taquan Graham has been a solid like late round pick. Yeah.
Taquan has been solid, but the only thing is I still can't. Every time I think about him, I just think about that one play against the Chargers.
God. Don't remind me. Don't remind me of that.
Up and just like dropped it, and it's like, just fall on it. What are you doing?
Yeah.
That was such a Falcons Chargers ending to a game, by the way. Like,
yeah,
neither team wants to win. Like,
absolutely not. Yeah.
Taquan fumbles on that fumble, and it's like, okay.
Yeah. Oh man. Woo. All right. So, yeah. Mark, probably gonna have to limit this to like 2 or 3 more minutes, just because I got to do another show after this. So not trying to put the pressure on, but if you can't figure it out, you could just decide if you want to put your email out here or just pass. I respect it either way. But
we have I was gonna say we have 140 people diehards here, just like
they're waiting. Like they're like, there's a chance I could still get this card. Yeah. So.
Everyone's like a scavenger.
Oh yeah. Excalibur 057. Yeah. Okay, I see you. Yeah. I just saw you joined. Okay, I'm gonna message you. Yeah, I think we should be all good here. So I just messaged you, Mark, just make sure. It's all good that you got the message, and then we'll be good to go, and I will get that out to you tomorrow.
Yes, Sadie, you're right. We are working overtime, but we're not getting anything extra for.
We're contractors. We don't get overtime pay.
What overtime?
Yeah, our overtime doesn't exist for contractors. We just,
in fairness, I did ask Dave for a raise tonight, and I was shot down. So I did my part. I tried.
Yeah. So if you're Excalibur 057, then I think we have found you. And I think we're good to go. So just confirm. You can confirm with me whenever you get a chance. But yeah, I believe that is the right person.
Marvin Harrison Jr. is already making the rounds. He was just drafted yesterday. He's already at the Suns game tonight. They just showed him.
Yeah.
So he's already making the rounds in Arizona right now. They just showed him on the big screen, and everyone started cheering in Phoenix.
Nice. All right. Well, folks, that's been a real one. It's been an interesting one. It's been a lot less depressing than last time. So
I mean, it couldn't have possibly been more. Well, if they took Rattler in like the second or third, then it would have been. I feel like that would have been my draft breaking point. At that point, I would have been like, okay, I'm just not doing this anymore tonight. But they didn't. So, thank you, Falcons.
Yeah. All right, guys. Yeah, Mark, I got you. I just sent you some direct messages, which are, if you go to your Discord, it's like a separate window from the server. You'll see it as like a notification. So yeah, you could put your email address in that private message where only I will see it, and then you don't have to, expose it to the entire audience here. But yeah, so we're all set with that. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. We appreciate all you guys for tuning in and enjoying this draft. We'll be back bright and early. Bright and early on Saturday, 12 noon for the rest of this draft class. We will be bringing you all the picks, 5, 4, 6, 7. Who the hell knows how many picks they'll end up with? That's part of the fun. But yeah, it'll be a good one. Looking forward to it. So from myself, from Adnan, thank you guys for hanging out with us here on the late night edition of the Falcons NFL Draft Party, going well over time here. If you want more of our takes condensed, I will be immediately recording a day 2 recap right after we close this show. So you can immediately tune into that in like approximately 1 hour if you absolutely can't wait until tomorrow. So that is an option for you as well. But otherwise, you could watch it in the morning. That would be what I recommend. But until tomorrow, guys, thank you so much for joining us. It was a fun one. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night, folks.
See you guys in 12 hours.
Yeah, approximately 12 hours exactly. Yeah, exactly. So